Grand Rising, much love, much respect to everyone. Power to the motherfucking people. Flat motherfucking power to the Flat Power family. We're going to start this off like we always do, playing some music and shouting out the sponsors, man. It's going to be a good one this day. Quick and to the point. Grand Rising, beautiful fucking people. Let's go. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend, man. What am I looking for? My watch later, my music. Where's my music? That's not that. Here we go. Let me close that up. Is that it? Grand Rising, man. That ain't it. Hopefully everybody good. Shout the people out as they come in. Here we go. I found it. Shout out the sponsors. Let's go.
Class in session, so it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting the freaking minds kinda hollow but true. The system make you a zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel. But not too many live it to tell, till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look, you think you came from an ape. Religion needs science, science need religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker when the cosmos talking. That's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought I couldn't build with him. Shit I was selling the fiends was really killing them. Your gun bars.
We're going to play an old Malcolm X speech today. And that's just like it says in the title. You know, Malcolm X said this in the 60s, and it's still true today. Let's go, man. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. Power to the motherfucking people.
Ain't much if you gat don't shoot.
It's about time for us to take our power back. I've been saying that for years. Let's go.
I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it takes is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws in space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen, and living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough and now I finally speak. Tell you the truth, I don't trust people who cheat. It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from. Ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God. When you become one, you understand. You can get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if you get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the name.
Part 2.
Last of my people been driven
Part
from the
2.
United States for over 700 years, and I carried the Europe. I taught the Europeans until they're coming back.
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck when niggas wake up, I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly with some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The crook all over the net with politicians. The same politicians who sleeping with little children. Time to make them pay for what they did to the youth. But freedom of speech is nothing when they censoring truth. You ain't gotta show shit when you live in the proof. Giving support to your oppressors, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. Some people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see. The best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say. Ask the world leaders about the oath they secretly take. It's a plan that they got to keep us legally slaves. Paid labor overwhelming when you needed a break. If you think that I'm just talking, then bitch you lost. It's a war going on like rich versus poor. The rich keep getting rich while your broke ass starve. Feeding you little pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really I'm just stating the facts cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full of hate, niggas listen. When I make a song about love, niggas skip it.
And the video that we're going to review, this Malcolm X speech was banned for a reason. And that's what we're going to listen to this morning. Rest in power to my brother Malcolm X. This speech was banned for a reason. And we're going to see the reason why it was banned. And like I said in the title, the same shit that Malcolm is talking about in the 60s, ain't nothing changed. Nothing in the last 50 plus years, man. Let's go. Nothing changed.
They both from the soul, so really ain't nothing different. Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes, only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with two cans blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all during war these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you could never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought, that shit is dangerous. A lot of people dying for what, that shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood politics part 2, my name dangerous.
Let's make my brother the co-host in case I get knocked out. Man. Welcome, my brother. Part 3.
Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate, they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit they say over each other. It's a bad world, many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it, making life's world. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit. You heard that? Don't believe we live on the globe, nigga. The earth flat, first you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this. And it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder. Believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of a snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pigs sight. Fuck what goes on in the street. Nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church. Music we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat. When you banging it, this is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood Politics Part 3. My name Dangerous.
They attack the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
And that's who we're going to be listening to this morning. My brother Malcolm X.
What would it feel like to wake up on your turn?
Apologize for the commercial. We're going to play 2 more songs, and we're going to get this show started, man.
Salute, OG.
I got you, Real Truth. Let me play these couple songs. I got you. Shout out to Netflix. Building bridges. Building community.
This, that, Nickelodeon, Mary Jane and opium. Fresh from the FedEx, yes, we got a load of them. Yeah, tear this shit down like depression. The moral of the story is you get the lesson. I'm colder than the weather in Nova Scotia. The flow is cold to turn down. You just like the lame dude. Get the shoulder, have these niggas swinging that Chris Rock when I pitch a boulder. My intentions was ill will. When I rap, get a pill feel. I can meditate and stay connected to the earth like a mill drill. They taught you to lie to your kids with Santa. I verse in the AI now and got the answer. Don't kill yourself trying to be me with the tanner. My equal love getting blown like a blammer. I'm biased to the low comprehension, cause people claim both to get a mention. And we don't wanna hear that.
You don't use your brain.
Gotta do better. That's if you knew better. But I don't wanna bore y'all with the talk. Back to regular schedule showgramming. Executive sessions. Welcome to the upper echelon of Megatrons. And it's dangerous.
Laugh now, cry later. Can that fly shit you talk manifest when you falling from a skyscraper? A headshot could be a mind changer. I'm just a nigga that could hustle the hustle, getting my side paper. You know it's over when the non-sprayer. Oh, we robbing everything that you got. We operate as personality, just like your chain. It got faker, but the bullets like the ice in your drink. They shot chasers, too much talking. You going in places these cops take us. Prison is a mental design for time chambers. Procrastination is a disease for time takers. When it's war, they could never be law for line makers. Suck ahead, be stupid and cross and die. Player got the 4/5, waving you down like high hater. When your soul leave earth, you could let the sky take it, cause you thought shit was sweet. Laugh now, cry later.
Man, y'all know what it is,
Y'all know
man.
what it is.
It's getting scary for you niggas out here, man.
scary for the
No, y'all
niggas out
feel
here.
pressure.
We killing
Network
all
shit.
mythology.
This shit real, man. Ain't nothing but real shit over here, nigga.
Nothing but real shit.
Chris Cyphers just gave y'all a dome shot. Dangerous
We
just
gonna
put you
keep
niggas
it
in a
real.
body bag. And now I'm about to bury you niggas, man. Yo, I'm back riding again. Dangerous and Cyphers, we gon' have to body him then. Yeah, these niggas done. We gon' have your whole crew on the run. This ain't a game. You niggas lame. Come and catch this flame. We ain't built the same. You niggas just like the cap of fame. The 40'll make your soul glow. Silencer on the end of the barrel, where the smoke blow. I need a heat check. Lily from the logo. Smoking eye, you can smell my mojo. Fucking with Drake Cobbs, that's a no-no. This that big three, Boss Brown and D-Wade. Looking to let the heat spray. We pull up to your block like it's D-Day. We ain't playing, nigga, this ain't EA. We like wolves when the niggas see prey, and move like Neo when the niggas see strays. I Tyreek kill the competition, tuck the deuces, nigga, on the replay. Big cheetah moving past me, nigga. I chuck the deuces on the replay. But y'all know what it is, man. Chris Cyphers, Dangerous, Drake Cobbs, man. This network shit ain't nothing but real shit over here, man. Nothing but real.
That's why I'm
You already know. Y'all knowing how we get down, Joe.
and I don't mind. Because the people
Network,
who come
nigga.
over here show
Network
love
forever,
and
nigga.
respect to the old Thank you. Network forever, nigga. Last song is my nigga Sanchez, man. Apologize for the commercial. Let's go. My nigga Sanchez. Outside in, inside out. Shout out my brother, General Brother Nasir, my fellow General brother.
Outside in, inside out.
You know we gonna take this motherfucker back, right?
Inside out.
You know we gonna take this motherfucker back, right?
Outside in, inside out.
Yeah.
Outside in, inside out.
You know we're gonna take this shit back,
You
right?
know we gonna take this
Outside
shit back,
in,
right?
inside out.
Y'all scary niggas.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Republican, Democrat, Democrat, Republican. All of them niggas hustling, so it ain't no trusting them. You been voting all your life and still suffering. Student loans, daycare fees, sisters be juggling. Divided by the powers, pausing's got us perishing. Got you niggas walking around thinking y'all Americans. Obama got you fooled, you thinking he the Messiah, when the truth is all of these presidents barbarians. Life short, but you trying to get your paper tall. All I'm doing is revealing lies they say to y'all. Back in the day, I would probably put that K to y'all. Now I'm saving y'all, and plus I'm chilling with baby doll. Maybe y'all will understand sooner or later, before they depopulate us and the oceans turn to vapors. Got me ready to blaze up like every night I'm burning herb. Trapped inside this matrix, thinking how they done turned this world
Outside in, inside out.
Damn. They done turned this world
Outside in, inside out.
Keeping it real with the people.
real.
Outside in, inside out.
You know I'm telling the truth.
You know we gonna
Outside
take
in,
this motherfucker back,
inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Some real revolutionaries, we don't fold. I'm in the crib watching Malcolm playing Neo Soul. They getting killed for jackets and buried for sneakers. I done came across some of the scariest creatures. For real, a lot of these dudes I don't care for. On Facebook posting pics of kids they don't care for. Therefore, it ain't no settling like the pilgrims. Hard living, and the prison's a large system. POs on the same team as state prosecutors. Free your mind, it ain't a choice, you gotta do it. Cause the judge and the goddamn lawyers be barbecuing. According to this constitution, you not a human. Freedom thrown away by plea deals they take. Rap beefs is fake. Meek Mills and Drake got me on Mary J. Every night I'm burning herb, looking at all this hate, thinking how we done turned this world
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
For real. Shit is terrible.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Take a trip to Egypt to go and view the monuments and watch them ask you who built them. Now that's common sense. Ask me, marching to DC, it's some funny shit. Making demands to the people you spend your money with. You lack consciousness, I'm trying to get your head right. On this road to success, you gotta run red lights. My middle finger was replaced with a fist when I found out the matrix exists. And anyway, what's a middle finger that's waved in the wind versus the unity of a fist and a nation of men? Lies on the news, pausing in the food y'all eat. The White House just a house, the power's on Wall Street. Niggas thinking Jordan, sisters thinking abortion. Man, this shit is sad like notes from an organ. Got me smoking my portion. Every night I'm burning herb, all this pain I'm absorbing. Thinking how they done turned this world outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Shit is crazy.
Outside in, inside out.
Fuck the TV. Yeah.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Yeah. Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
I don't even be watching the news.
Outside in, inside
So
out.
we gonna take this motherfucker back, right?
Bullshit.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Grand Rising, everybody. Shout out my brother, Real Truth. How you feeling this morning? Much love, brother.
I'm great, man. That energy right there was right on time, right on point.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And this video we're about to listen to, man, is going to be right on point. Like I said, the same shit that was happening in the 60s is happening today. 60
Correct.
years later, same bullshit. You know, and Malcolm kept it real with the people. You know what I mean? So I'm looking forward to playing this video and seeing how you feel about it and the people in the audience to feel about it.
And let's remember the way they keep doing this, man. They keep running the program, and motherfuckers ain't breaking the program by shutting their damn mouth and listening. That's the whole point. Go ahead. OG,
Yes, sir.
you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here. I'm about to share the
That's
video.
powerful. That's powerful. What I said.
Yes, sir.
They keep running the same program on everybody through indoctrination camps and the same old process. You know, everybody congratulating their children by going through the indoctrination camps. People like you, Sanchez, and all the other woke people trying to tell people the truth. They don't want to listen. And they keep running their mouth. They self-centered, think they know everything. That's why this shit keep going in a loop.
Big facts, brother. Big facts. Let me find something real quick because it seemed like it didn't come up on my playlist, but I saved it. So let me see if it's still here. Bam, let's know. When is it? I gotta find that video again. I'll just start out with this one.
We need at least 37 more homeowners in.
And I apologize for the commercial. Here we go. I found it. It came right up. I thought I saved it. And I listened to this video. And basically, it made me want to go live today because it was so real. Shout out my nigga Malcolm X. Like I said, the same shit that was happening in the 60s.
America has a very serious problem.
It's happening.
Not only does America have
it happening today. He said America has a very serious problem. And you know who that problem is?
a very serious problem, but our people have a very serious problem. America's problem is us. We're her problem. The only reason she has a problem is she doesn't want us here. So-called negroes, second-class citizens, ex-slaves. We have a common enemy. We have this in common. We have a common oppressor, a common exploiter, and a common discriminator. So once we all realize that we have this common enemy, then we unite on the basis of what we have in common.
Let's start that one more time. One more time.
America has a very serious problem. Not only does America have a very serious problem, but our people have a very serious problem. America's problem is us. We're her problem. The only reason she has a problem is she does.
How do you feel about that beginning, my brother?
Man, I was just going over this video a couple of months ago. Shit had me so mad. It had me mad because, you know, other people ain't gonna listen. They not gonna listen to an old video. Nigga, this shit ain't old. This shit is relevant. The motherfuckers.
And that's
Man,
why I brought it up today. Like I
man,
said this morning. Go ahead, brother.
you played this video a long time ago, and motherfuckers still ain't heard this shit, bro. So how we gonna get anywhere? They still in that burning house that fucking Malcolm Martin let him in and died. And nobody let us out. And they still ain't heard this information. They hear all the wrong shit. Man, just go ahead, man, because I'm getting pissed off again. Go ahead. I know you should get pissed off.
It pissed me off and made me want to go live, bro. Because like I said, I listened to it and I was like, God damn, same shit going on. And I've been saying this forever. Black people love America, but America don't love black people. And that's what Malcolm is saying.
Bro, do you realize that most black men subconsciously are fucking racist towards each other?
Yeah. And that's what the brother I am was saying. And I kind of went against it, but it's the truth. It's the truth.
I'm gonna give
we
you
hate ourselves more than we hate
Listen,
other people.
an example, a little bit of a prime example. So I got a mobile service that I do, right? And so I went into this parking lot, brand new restaurants, brand new stores, all that, right? So I'm outside doing what I do, making shit look good. People that look like me walk right past me. They going to get money to other people that don't look like us, wouldn't say shit to me, right? And they do this all the time. We don't support each other. We look down on each other. We look at each other like we're each other's enemy, bro, for real. It ain't no brotherhood no more like it used to be, bro.
That's big facts. We do not support each other at all.
And the females, it's like it's a war against men, right? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. And if you don't have a good mentality, man, like, you won't really be able to hook up with nobody. I mean, if you walk around with the same program mind, like everybody else walking around with, everybody gonna stay separate. I'm able to deal with people because the mentality that we got, like you and I, Sanchez, you know what I'm saying? But I see the shit. Niggas walking dead, but go ahead, play. Go ahead, play it.
Gotcha. I'm gonna start it again because what he started out strong.
America has a very serious problem. Not only does America have a very serious problem, but our people have a very serious problem. America's problem is us. We're her problem. The only reason she has a problem is she doesn't want us here. So-called Negroes.
And that's why they tell you to go
Second-class
back
citizens.
to Africa and all that shit.
Ex-slaves. We have a common enemy. We have this in common. We have a common oppressor, a common exploiter, and a common discriminator. So once we all realize that we have this common enemy, then we unite on the basis of what we have in common. And what we have foremost in common is that enemy, the white man. He's an enemy to all of us. I know some of you all think that some of them aren't enemies. Time will tell.
What you're about to hear is one of the most powerful speeches ever given about race, power, and betrayal in America. In 1963, Malcolm X stood in front of a black audience in Detroit and spoke truths America was never ready to hear. He called out the white man for what he really was, an oppressor, a liar, and a thief. The speech was called Message to the Grassroots, and it was the very speech that tore straight through the lies America was built on. Give this video a like to show your support, and subscribe so you never miss any blazing truth they wanted kept hidden from us. Now let's continue this explosive reckoning, straight from the mouth of Malcolm X.
I would like to make a few comments concerning the difference between the Black Revolution and the Negro Revolution. There's a difference. Are they both the same? And if they're not, what is the difference? What is the difference between a Black Revolution and a Negro Revolution? First, what is a revolution? Sometimes I'm inclined to believe that many of our people are using this word revolution loosely, without taking careful consideration what this word actually means and what its historic characteristics are. When you study the historic nature of revolutions, the motive of a revolution, the objective of a revolution, and the result of a revolution, and the methods used in a revolution, you may change words. You may devise another program. You may change your goal and you may change your mind. Look at the American Revolution in 1776. That revolution was for what? For land. How was it? Why did they want land? Independence. How was it carried out? Bloodshed. And the only way they could get it was bloodshed. The French Revolution, what was it based on? The landless against the landlord. What was it for? Land. How did they get it? Bloodshed. Was no love lost. Was no compromise. Was no negotiation. I'm telling you, you don't know what our revolution is. Because when you find out what it is, you'll get back in the alley. You'll get out of the way. The Russian Revolution, what was it based on? Land. The landless against the landlord. How did they bring it about? Bloodshed. You haven't got a revolution that doesn't involve bloodshed. And you're afraid to bleed. I said you're afraid to bleed.
And you're afraid to
The white
bleed.
man sent you to Korea, you bled. He sent you to Germany, you bled. He sent you to the South Pacific to fight the Japanese, you bled.
Facts.
You bleed for white people. But when it comes
I even
to
did it, but I didn't know I was doing it. And I'm not proud of it either.
You bleed when the white man says bleed. You bite when the white man says bite. And you bark when the white man says bark. I hate to say this about us, but it's true. How you gonna be nonviolent in Mississippi as violent as you were in Korea? How can you justify being nonviolent in Mississippi and Alabama when your churches are being bombed and your little girls are being murdered, and at the same time you're gonna get violent with Hitler and Tojo and somebody else that you don't even know? If violence is wrong in America, violence is wrong abroad. If it's wrong to be violent, defending black women and black children and black babies and black men, then it's wrong for America to draft us and make us violent abroad in defense of her. So I cite these various revolutions, brothers and sisters, to show you, you don't have a peaceful revolution. You don't have a turn the other cheek revolution. There's no such thing as a non-violent revolution. Only kind of revolution that's non-violent is the Negro Revolution.
The truth is, white America taught us to celebrate revolutions soaked in blood, so long as the blood wasn't theirs. They cheered for uprisings in France, China, Algeria, even their own. But when black people demand justice, they call it extremism. Malcolm exposed the double standard that kept us pacified while they built empires on stolen land and broken backs. Every real revolution in history has been violent, except one, the Negro Revolution. And now, you're about to know why in the next part of his speech.
The only revolution based on loving your enemy is the Negro Revolution. The only revolution in which the goal is a desegregated lunch counter, a desegregated theater,
a desegregated park and a desegregated public toilet. You can sit down next to white folks on the toilet.
I got you, brother.
That's no revolution. Revolution is based on land. Land is the basis of all independence. Land is the basis of freedom, justice, and equality. The white man knows what a revolution is. He knows that the black revolution is worldwide in scope and in nature. The black revolution is sweeping Asia, sweeping Africa. It's rearing its head in Latin America. The Cuban Revolution, that's a revolution. They overturned the system. Revolution is in Asia. Revolution is in Africa. And the white man is screaming because he sees revolution in Latin America. How do you think he'll react to you when you learn what a real revolution is? You don't know what a revolution is. If you did, you wouldn't use that word. A revolution is bloody. Revolution is hostile. Revolution knows no compromise. Revolution overturns and destroys everything that gets in its way. It's based on land. A revolutionary wants land so he can set up his own nation, an independent nation. These Negroes aren't asking for no nation.
What they did.
They're trying to crawl back on the plantation.
Take this scary ass back on the plantation.
When you want a nation, that's called nationalism. When the white man became involved in a revolution in this country against England, what was it for? He wanted this land so he could set up another white nation. That's white nationalism. The American Revolution was white nationalism. The French Revolution was white nationalism. All the revolutions that's going on in Asia, in Africa today are based on what? Black nationalism. A revolutionary is a black nationalist. He wants a nation. If you're afraid of black nationalism, you're afraid of revolution. And if you love revolution, you love black nationalism.
What many haven't realized is that the white man only gave us scraps and called it freedom. They kept the land, the wealth, the power, and told us we'd won because we could ride the same bus or pee in the same stall. But as Malcolm X said, these are not progress. A real revolution doesn't beg for space inside the empire. It burns the empire down and builds something of its own. What you're about to hear next is what they've always feared: black nationalism, unfiltered. This is the part they scrubbed from history books: the house Negro, the field Negro, and the war still being waged between them.
To understand this, you have to go back to what young brother here referred to as the house Negro and the field Negro. Back during slavery, there was two kinds of slaves. There was the house Negro and the field Negro. The house Negro, they lived in the house with master. They dressed pretty good. They ate good because they ate his food, what he left. They lived in the attic or the basement, but still they lived near their master. And they loved their master more than the master loved himself. They would give their life to save their master's house quicker than the master would. The house Negro, if the master said, "We got a good house here," the house Negro would say, "Yeah, we got a good house here." Whenever the master said "we," he said "we." That's how you can tell a house Negro. If the master's house caught on fire, the house Negro would fight harder to put the blaze out than the master would. If the master got sick, the house Negro would say, "What's the matter, boss?" "We sick, we sick." He identified himself with his master more than his master identified with himself. And if you came to the house Negro and said, "Let's run away, let's escape, let's separate," that house Negro would look at you and say,
you can even tell a house Negro, "Don't vote." He can be like, "Don't vote? Don't vote for boss?" Come on, man. Yeah, we've been saying don't vote, don't participate in this shit for years, man. We still got these house niggas that say, vote count, your vote count. We still got these house niggas that say, we gotta vote. Because if we don't vote, ain't nothing gonna change. Ain't nothing changing any motherfucking way. Y'all still voting.
Change started in the mind.
Go ahead, brother.
Change started in the mind.
Yes,
And
sir.
niggas ain't changing their mind. There you go. Simple as that.
Humbled up, much love and respect. I definitely agree, brother.
Man, you crazy. What you mean separate? Where is there a better house than this? Where can I wear better clothes than this? Where can I eat better food than this?
And that's like, you got these house niggas that they love being American. I love being American. I just don't agree with what the corporation has been doing to us. But I love being an American, but I'm not proud of this corporation, for sure. Fuck this corporation. But you got these house niggas that love the corporation. Go ahead,
They love the false representation. That means you go to another country, they think that's your mind state, the way America works, man. That shit ain't got nothing to do with you. This infiltrated motherfucking gang has fucked this motherfucker up, man. But I'm gonna let you go ahead and play real quick.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you tapping in. You already know.
That was that house Negro. In those days, he was called a house nigger. And that's what we call him today, because we still got some house niggas running around here. This modern house Negro loves his master. He wants to live near him. He'll pay 3 times as much as the house is worth just to live near his master. And then brag about, I'm the only Negro out here. And if someone come to you right now and say, let's separate, you say the same thing that the house Negro said on the plantation.
And I always say this. I bring up self-govern, and how we need to start our own corporation and control our own destiny. These house niggas say, you can't leave the United States. They'll kill you. They'll burn you up. But at least I'm die trying. I've been saying this shit for years, man. It's not illegal to create your own corporation. It's not illegal to self-govern. It's not illegal. But you got these house niggas that, said we can't. And yes, we can. It's not against the law, man.
What you mean separate? From America? This good white man?
From the corporation?
Where you gonna get a better job than you get here? I mean, this is what you say. I ain't left nothing in Africa. That's what you say. Why you left your mind in Africa.
He said it clear. There are still house Negroes walking among us, not chained by force, but chained in the mind. The kind that defends the system because they get to sit a little closer to it. The kind that sees the master's comfort as their own. Malcolm X reminds us that this is not freedom. You'll understand more as he goes into the contrast with the field Negro.
On that same plantation, there was the field Negro. The field Negro, those were the masses. There was always more Negroes in the field than there was Negroes in the house. The Negro in the field caught hell. He ate leftovers. In the house, they ate high up on the hog. The Negro in the field didn't get nothing but what was left of the insides of the hog. They call them chitlins nowadays. In those days, they call them what they were, guts. That's what you were, a gut eater. And some of you all still gut eaters. The field Negro was beaten from morning till night. He lived in a shack, in a hut. He wore cast-off clothes. And he hated his master. I say he hated his master. He was intelligent. That house Negro loved his master. But that field Negro, remember, they were in the majority. And they hated the master.
Top of the top, casino.
When the house caught on fire, he didn't try and put it out. That field Negro prayed for a wind, for a breeze. When the master got sick, the field Negro prayed that he died. If someone come to the field Negro and said, let's separate, let's run, he didn't say, where are we going? He said, any place is better than here. You got field Negroes in America today. I'm a field Negro.
I'm a field Negro.
The masses are the field Negroes. When they see this man's house on fire, you don't hear these little Negroes talking about our government is in trouble. They say the government is in trouble. Imagine a Negro, our government. I even heard one say our astronauts.
And we hear this shit all the time. They love saying our government like they're part of the fucking government. What's good, Foxy? How you doing this morning, sister? Grand Rising.
Salute, brother OG. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. I got my Baba on. I'm wearing my Baba right now.
Yes, ma'am. Beautiful. Shout out Malcolm X.
That's it.
You know, and he like they love, you know, our astronauts went to space. They love saying that shit. They just did a drive-by by the moon, and they showed us some beautiful footage. Shit, wow, man. Let's go.
They won't even let him near the plant. And our astronauts, our Navy, that's a Negro that's out of his mind. That's a Negro that's out of his mind. Just as the slave master in that day used Tom, the house Negro, to keep the field Negroes in check, the same old slave master today has Negroes who are nothing but modern Uncle Toms, 20th century Uncle Toms, to keep you and me in check.
Shout out my brother.
Keep us
Haru.
under control.
Much love,
keep us passive
yeah,
and peaceful and nonviolent. That's Tom making you nonviolent. It's like when you go to the dentist and the man is going to take your tooth. You're going to fight him when he start pulling. So they squirt some stuff in your jaw called Novocaine to make you think they're not doing anything to you. So you sit there and because you got all that Novocaine in your jaw, you suffer peacefully. Blood running all down your jaw. And you don't know what's happening because someone has taught you to suffer peacefully. The white man do the same thing to you in the street. When he want to put knots on your head and take advantage of you and don't have to be afraid of you fighting back, to keep you from fighting back, he get these old religious Uncle Toms to teach you and me. They're just like Novocaine, suffer peacefully. Don't stop suffering, just suffer peacefully. As Reverend Cleave pointed out, let your blood flow in the streets. This is a shame. And you know he's a Christian preacher. If it's a shame to him, you know what it is to me. Because nothing in our book, the Quran, as you call it, Quran, teaches us to suffer peacefully. Our religion teaches us to be intelligent, be peaceful, be courteous, obey the law, respect everyone. But if someone puts his hand on you, send him to the cemetery. An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, and a head for a head, and a life for a life. That's a good religion. And then anybody, no one resents that kind of religion being taught but a wolf who intends to make you his meal. This is the way it is with the white man in America. He's a wolf and you a sheep. Anytime a shepherd, a pastor, teach you and me not to run from the white man, and at the same time teach us don't fight the white man, he's a traitor to you and me. Don't lay down our life all by itself. No. Preserve your life. It's the best thing you got. And if you got to give it up, let it be even Steven.
The field Negro knew exactly who the enemy was. He didn't confuse abuse for discipline or oppression for order. He didn't waste time asking for a seat. He wanted to burn the whole structure down. Some would argue that Malcolm was promoting violence and discord, yet he was just promoting fairness and was exposing just how much the system had kept us docile.
The slave master took Tom and dressed him well and fed him well and even gave him a little education. Gave him a long coat and a top hat and made all the other slaves look up to him. Then he used Tom to control them. The same strategy that was used in those days is used today by the same white man. He take a Negro, so-called Negro, and make him prominent, build him up, publicize him, make him a celebrity, and then he becomes a spokesman for Negro and a Negro leader. I would like to just mention one thing else quickly, and that is the method that the white man.
Why ain't Malcolm calling us African Americans then? If we African Americans, he calling us negroes. Like I said, you know, the misnomer that they used during that time, because we had plenty misnomers. Welcome, my brother, Enemies Public. How you doing this morning, brother?
Peace. And he also used the word so-called a lot too, to make us know that that's not who we are, because you know they call us the so-called Negro.
Yes, sir.
You know, and today you see how they flipped being a sellout Negro, making it popular, making it wanting to be a part of the status quo, running as Malcolm said, run to our enemy instead of away from our enemy. A lot of us, not even low key, want to be integrated again. And I don't understand why. Why do you want to be around people that serve to your detriment and really don't want you around them? It's like, you know, I always say about the mistreated dog that's not fed, not taken for walks, shoes thrown at it, but when you call it, it still run to you. We got to get rid of that behavior. And just how a lot of us behave. I don't care whether I live around certain people. I don't. I'd rather be around my own. Yes, sir.
Big fact.
You just asked a pivotal question. We keep saying the same question. Why? We already know why. Because they program. That's why. That's why. The deaf, dumb, and blind, that's the question most asked by the deaf, dumb, and blind. Why? So I don't ask why, we already know. But we just know it's a damn shame.
Yeah, it's a shame.
And just wonder why people won't break these chains off their mind, because they won't shut their damn mouth to listen. How can you be reprogrammed if you don't even listen? The attention span is so damn short. And that's real trouble, man. Well, I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and build.
It's very troubling that, you know, Message to the Grassroots is over 60 years old. This speech is over 60 years old. Mm-hmm. And it stands today because our people will listen to this and still don't change their way of thinking. I've had this very speech, I have it on vinyl. I had this for decades. I know I can lip sync this. I know it that much. But go ahead, my brother OJ.
It's the truth that resonates, and it's the truth that resonates, right? Once you get that truth in you, man, you can say this shit verbatim.
Exactly.
They won't even get it in them. They won't even get it in them. So it's like
they won't even allow it to penetrate their brain, bro. They won't penetrate their brain at all.
Fucking crazy, man. They will argue your ass down over a conversation, which they won't even let you finish, but they already know. You get what I'm saying? You can't even finish the conversation. They want to argue through the conversation. You're trying to have a conversation. So they never get the information.
Those are the ones who are the distraction, because the arguing is the distraction. And a lot of people will argue and they'll clown on these platforms because they're going to be the ones who don't go to work. They're not going to do anything. So if it's all you're going to do is argue or you know, debate every damn thing somebody say, because that's all you're going to do. They don't want to go to work.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they're going to do is sit on platforms all goddamn day and night and intellectually masturbate. That's it.
It's crazy. I watch people like, say you're watching a program. Say you invite somebody to watch this program right here. They want to talk. They want to talk during the man speaking. You're gonna miss a lot of shit. So therefore, you're gonna miss a lot of the main points. So it's not gonna resonate. They gotta talk
Not only
during
that,
the
brother,
most
a lot of
important.
them don't even want to hear this type of talk, bro.
Man, it's crazy.
Hey, big up to you, brothers. Nazir. Good to see you, Grand Rising.
Peace. Pardon me a second. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back.
Yeah. You wanted to tap in, Foxy? And welcome
Yeah, I
to
want
Bubba
to.
Dante. Take your time, Foxy.
Okay, cool. So, Baba Malcolm's birthday's coming up May 19th. Shout out to the Tauruses, because I got a Taurus son. And I always told him, and I breathed this life into my son, saying that you one day are going to be my Malcolm X. Not to where, God willing, he makes it to his, 90s, but where we see this man speaking right now on the podium, we have to understand that man was coming from being a dope head. He was pushing, prostitution to them white people and white women, right? He was stealing. He was doing all kind of knucklehead shit that most young men do in society, right? And so my son has some of those similar things, not all, but definitely had issues with the law and things like that. And I said to him, and even to this day, I said, do you see how Baba turned himself around? And he gave himself up to God, Allah. And he said, I will not bow to no man. But he was convicted by hearing his brothers say, listen to the prophet, listen to what the prophet has to say. And he's so convicted of what the prophet Muhammad had to say about God, Allah, that Malcolm X turns his life around after 8 years of being in jail. See, some people don't know, and I read the autobiography when I was 14 years old. No one told me to pick that book up. No one said that's a curricular reading. I picked that book up because I wanted to know about knowledge of self. And reading that book, I was that close to converting to being a Muslim, a Sunni Muslim at that, not even part of the Nation of Islam. But that's the conviction that Malcolm had in me, that I said, he's turning his life around. And he's doing for his people as best as he can. And I like the rebel Malcolm, because that's what we need. But then we also have to incorporate the mature Malcolm, who realized when he took his shahad and his pilgrimage, and he realized that he was being inundated with something that wasn't necessarily true. And him being a Southern boy, as he says, from, the South, he understood about the injustices happening down there with the blonde-headed, blue-eyed devil, right? But when he went out to Mecca and realized that these are not my enemies, the real enemies are the powers that shouldn't be, and that's who I'm going to go back against. It's not your everyday Tom that lives down the block, although they can be, not to say that they're not. But we have to understand it's the corporation that's the open enemy, and not what, the nation, for better lack of words. And I'm not a ex-FOI or NOI, or I support as far as what they did for the young Black boys and girls during that time when they were living in injustices. We're kind of a little removed from that. So our fight is not the same as that fight. Although the fight continues, it's not the same. However, we have to be wiser in other ways. about trying to bang on the proverbial beast, and we have to understand that the beast is bigger than us. Like, we see how what Baba or the Elijah or the Honorable Malik El Shabazz did was go to Kenya, right? And he was talking to the African brothers and sisters out there to form a coalition, because it's bigger than just Philadelphia, New York City, Chicago, LA. It's bigger than that. And that's what the new nation should be talking about. Like, it's got to be bigger than just the inner cities. Baba was just one man and doing, and I call him Baba affectionately because that's father in like Islam, right? Also, his family was from Grenada. His mother was a Grenadian, and my great grandmother was a Canadian as well. So they're part from the islands, the Caribbean island. So there's that kinship going on there. I don't know if we're, physically kin or not. However, affectionately, I call him Baba. So, there has to be multiple people doing that out there, grassroots, going to Ghana, going to Kenya. But it seems like every time that happens, somebody gets, taken off the shelf. So I don't know, the battle continues and all. That's all I just wanted to say is that, we can incorporate what he was saying during this time, back in the 50s, 60s. However, realize that he did do a transformation, and he was like, look, it's bigger than just these inner hoods. We got to go globally. We got to go remember, they banned him from France. He was about to do a talk out there in France, and then a week later he was assassinated in February, right? So they knew
I
he was
kind of
powerful.
agree, Foxy, but I don't. I think America needs to deal with its problem. Africa needs to deal with its problem. France needs to deal with its problem. And then we can solve the problem. But I think we need to start here and not worry about the rest of the world, because we've been on that "we are the world" shit for too long. So, like I said, I respectfully disagree. I think America needs to deal with America's problem. Africa needs to deal with Africa's problem. That's
you know
Very,
what, my
that's
brother.
very true. That's very true. I'm going to just land my plane here and say,
Okay.
wow, that is so very true. Those people that are in those countries are still a nigger to them. And I land my plane.
I don't agree with that either. They don't look at
My
themselves as like who we are. They consider
my
themselves, I got you,
my
Enemy
brother.
Republic. They consider themselves different than us.
Yeah.
Even though they're called a nigger by the powers to be, or white people or the races, but they don't consider themselves like us. And that's why they use different, negative terms to call us. So I'm standing on
Yes.
American business. America needs to deal with America problem, like Malcolm said in the beginning. And I'm gonna give it right to you, my brother, Enemy's problem. Right here.
I'm going to say it after him. I'm
I
going to talk
got you.
after
I'm gonna give it right to you.
America has a very serious problem. Not only does America have a very serious problem, but our people have a very serious problem. America's problem is us. We're her problem.
Y'all got it.
My brother and sister, brothers and sister. People abroad love Malcolm X. But if you look at the attitude they have towards us, it's totally different. They revere those of us who come from America, but they don't have respect for us, because that coalition that we tried to build with people who we refer to as our brothers and sisters abroad, we kept our word, and we had that sentiment towards them. But when they come here, they want to come here and align themselves with those who they perceive as winning. They don't form a coalition with us when they come here overall. You have very few that come here that form a coalition with us and want to unite with us and do things. Africans don't want to do business with us. Mexicans, people from the DR, PR, wherever they come, when they come here, they don't want to do business with us. So they come here to disrespect us, undermine our efforts, and then go off and be with those who they, again, perceive as winning. We saw them as our brothers and sisters, but they didn't see us. They'll use those terms just to get near us. Alignment don't mean camaraderie. Alignment don't mean, uniting with us and handling business as an overall people. They'll talk, they'll learn the lingo, they'll even get in the culture. And you see what happens when they get in the culture. They come here to steal. And the word that's used prominently today, tether. I land my plane right there.
So check it out. Money, power, respect, right? They all have that struggle in their country because they're being suppressed. And you have skin folk that ain't kinfolk that are sellouts, right? They'll attach themselves to us, but they not us. But at the same time, these people of the world come here, they're going to run into some of the most ignorant people, not people that's like us, right? That's going to be a turnoff because they jealous of those people that live here, feeling like they have all this opportunity and not even doing anything with it. It's a smorgasbord of shit, right? That you got to cut through to see what's really going on. They're going to come over here and attach themselves to the people that got something because that's what they want. They want something. So they jealous of us that they think that got something because we live here, but most of our people don't have no common sense. So they not even going to be on their side anyway because, ignorance is crazy, right? Nobody wants to deal with ignorance. So it takes a special person to go anywhere in the world, like Malcolm. It takes a special person to go anywhere in the world to communicate to all different walks of people. At the same time, you're going to have somebody that hate him when he come over there, right? Because they don't want him helping people up that they feeding off of. And then you're going to have the people that look up to him that need that type of information and energy. So it's like, it's a lose-win situation. You get what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying? All
Yes,
this?
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, I do.
And it's
I do.
It's just like here. You have people that grow up around you. If you live in a big house, they jealous of you, right? Because they looking at what you got because people want that shit, right? But at the same time, you have people that look up to people they think that are intellects because they're down low. They like that powerful information and knowledge and all that other stuff. But then you have your people over here that don't like that motherfucker that's speaking all that knowledge because these people want to feed off these people that are deaf, dumb, and blind. So in America, what we need to understand, overstand is we are on our own, right? Everybody in the world against us because we are originally from here. This is our shit. And the people here don't even see that shit. They're brainwashed, right? We're on our own land, and everybody around the world hate us because of that. And the people here don't even understand why, because this is our shit. But I'll fall back for a minute.
Brother, can you imagine somebody being
Facts.
as disrespectful to come here and call us a kata after we're the ones who fought for them to be able to come here?
It's ignorance.
We
they don't
fought.
know.
They come here and call us a kata. And not only that, brother, can you imagine our artists uniting because they had problems over there with apartheid? They had problems over there with famine and all kinds of, problems in Africa. Our artists united other artists and recorded a song that made millions for them, and they'll come here and disrespect us after that. You know how many copies and how much money that USA for Africa song made, and our people did it for
We
them.
are the world.
Exactly.
We
Our
are the
people did that for them.
future.
And that's the thanks we got for that.
Like
We
I
gotta
said,
keep in mind, bro. We have to keep those type of things in mind, that we are on our own. And charity begins at home, then it spreads abroad. We gotta worry about ourselves first.
right. They've always came over. Listen, they've been attacking America since the 1400s. The Pope sent them every corner of the world. French up to Louisiana, Portuguese on the East Coast, Spanish on the West Coast, China, Russia up top, through Canada. Right. We've been under attack to come take our shit, divide us, and conquer us. And this is what's going on. We're not from Africa. We're from here. So the brainwashing and all that other shit they've done, the bio warfare, all that shit they've done is working. It's still working, and it doesn't seem like it's gonna end. People are so powerful; they're just in a powerful position, and they control people with the money and greed and envy and jealousy and hate. And it's crazy. It's crazy. We're gonna be in an ongoing fight until we go to our grave. So be prepared for that. Don't be prepared to see too much of change. Just like this speech right here, it's still going to be another 30, 40, 50 years probably. Same shit going to be going on because of the brainwash. We don't have the money. We don't have the organization. We don't have the power to get these people to really wake up to the point where we can really do something, right? It's an individual thing. Start with you, start with your family, spread the message. Those that catch on can get together, work, do their land, whatever, but you still have these people that'll never leave your ass alone that are in power. So it's a lot, man. But you just gotta hold your head, stay on your grind, stay positive, doing what you're doing, put your food in the ground.
Indeed.
I want to show this, brother OG, if you could screen or open up my panel.
I ain't sure how to do it. Hold on. Let me make you the co-host.
Brother, did you get what I sent you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. It goes with what you're showing, brother.
Yes, sir. Hold on.
After you do what what the sister's doing.
Gotcha. Let me make you the co-host. You can share it. I ain't sure how to highlight you.
I think if you click on my oh, there I go. I see myself on TV. But anyway, so I bought this the other day. It's called the Detoxer.
Yes, ma'am.
It's against like the spike proteins that was given, while you took the Jabba juice. I also have sea moss there. It has 5 different ingredients in it, not only just sea moss, but it has black seed oil. I got oil of oregano and chlorophyll. That's my little concoction that I, take I just bought this detoxer thing the other day, but
Yeah, I have all of them except for the detoxer thing. I have the
yeah,
sea moss, the black seed, and the other one.
and I give
I
that
keep them in the house. Yes,
to
ma'am.
those that if I could open it up a little bit. So it has, I can't even pronounce the words in here, but it's a pre and a probiotic, but it's specifically to help against the spike protein that people were given in that Jabba juice. So, unfortunately, people, in our families did take it. And my father's anniversary was last week, his 3rd year anniversary. Knowing not to take the thing because, I don't know what's in it. We know how they've been doing us.
And sis, not to cut you off, but they're about to do it again with that hantavirus shit.
Right.
People
So
gonna
that's
fall for it. They're gonna fall for it.
So I'm like,
Plus the ones that already took it, I'm gonna give it right to you. Most of them believe in this corporation. I think it was something they put in that shit.
Oh,
They got
absolutely.
people, minds fucked up, but continue, sis.
No, absolutely. And you know, it's just, it's the knowing. And then it's like, well, you compromise yourself because, you know, say like how you went out to Las Vegas for your pool tournament. Well, if that happened in 2021 and you were dead set, like, damn, I want to get this, now you would most likely be like, no, I'm not going to hell with that. However, my father, rest his soul, likes to be out there with the people, likes to go into the bars and the restaurants and has a good time. He's you know, a widower, yes. He's, you know, his wife has passed away, so he's by himself in the home. He calls me and he's like, I went to the dark side. And I'm like, well, what did you do? And he's like, well, I went to the dark side. And I'm like, no, you didn't take that shit, did you? He's like, yeah, because, you know, I want to go to the bar. I can't go in there. They want me to show the little white card that says that I got, you know, I took it. And I'm like, damn, Dad, like, we were the last ones. Like, we were fighting, like, no. And he was like, that was 2021. By the end of 2022, December of 2020, November, December, he started like having imbalance issues. He couldn't figure out what it was. He wasn't having any respirating, like breathing issues, just that he was just like having a lot of imbalances to where he was falling. And to the point he fell and hit his head against the concrete. And my dad was 67 years old, fit, you know, always active, up and down, worked for the city. So he was always an active guy. And his friend says, I don't think he looks so good. You might need to take him to the emergency room. And I'm like, yeah, well, he's coherent. He's talking like I know. She was like, no, something don't look right with your dad. So I go and take him. They do a scan on him. I said, you know, he fell. I think he may have a contusion. They're like, all right, we'll run a scan on him. Well, he had a blood clot that burst from one side of his brain to the other. Now, I don't know if that clot was there prior to, or if it was there because he fell. And my suspicion, or what my intel is telling me, is that clot was there. And when he fell, it burst. So they did emergency surgery on him to drain the blood off of his brain. They were worried he was going to have brain damage and not be able to talk or be a vegetable. He had surgery. 5 hours later, I get a call. It's his phone. I'm thinking it's the doctor's. It's him. Hey, when are you coming to come bring me my clothes? I'm finished surgery. I said, he don't got no brain damage. This man is fine. Go to the emergency room. I'm there to the hospital. I'm there with him for the 3 days in the ICU. He was there for 3 weeks, December going into Christmas, going into the new year of 2023. So now I'm health proxy. I'm home aid with him. I'm, you know, taking care of him, getting all the stuff that he needs. He's got a cane because he's a full risk, but he's still moving around, doing his thing, cooking, going to the bathroom by himself, doing his laundry. I got an aide just in case when I'm not there. He, you know, the aide is there. That was January. February, he celebrated he was 66. He was 67 going on his 67th birthday. So February 6th, he turned 67. We were there. He's fine. No complaints of headaches, no slurred speeches, none of that stuff. Still drinking his little Heineken, still all is well. April 29th, I get a phone call from his friend to say, your father's unresponsive. He's in the bar, but I'm not at the bar with him. I'm like, well, what the fuck just happened? Excuse my language. I'm like, well, what? Apparently, he caught a heart attack. They were trying to work on him. They worked on him for 30 minutes. They couldn't get him stable, brought him to the hospital. I couldn't identify him because I was like, I just talked to him 12 hours ago. Like, I'm on my, I'm going to be there over the weekend. I'm going a regular thing. So now all this stuff is coming out in their healthcare, whatever's, that blood clots were a risk for that shit that they gave. Pulmonary issues was an issue that they gave that are issues with people. And yeah, it does affect the elderly people, people who have heart conditions, so forth and so on. But when I tell you that this man had 9 lives and he could have been taken out like back in his 20s for this shit, and we knew specifically not to take it, and he took it. That's the only, and I can't prove to them. I can't go to do a class action because I didn't do an autopsy. I wasn't going to open my father up. So yeah, that's why I'm buying
And
things.
I hate to say it, sis, they took a waiver. They waived their rights when they took that shot. So,
Absolutely.
unless it's a class action lawsuit that's going out, that's the only way it's going to happen. Because they waived their rights when they took
Exactly.
that COVID shot, along with the immunization. That's why
Exactly.
too many of our people trust these doctors. I don't trust none of them. It's all about business for them, and
Right.
I'm a die like my mother in my home. I'm not going to no hospitals, none of that shit. I die in my house in peace before
Yeah,
I go into one of their hospitals and let them poke and experiment on me.
Right.
That's
that
just my personal choice, though.
they those things cause coagulation of the blood, sterilization. Your immune system. We're the first humans. These are the first humans ever took a mRNA, right?
Mm.
It
Hmm.
makes your immune system non-responsive, so it kills the immune system.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Women are having fibroid issues. They're not able to reproduce now. I'm hearing about that as well.
Sterilization,
Yeah.
right? It
And
was a depopulation agenda. You got
and I talk about that, and it's like, people still loyal to this corporation, even though they're depopulating. That's insanity to me.
bro.
That's insanity to me.
It's
I
like
say
they
fuck the
didn't.
corporation. Be, not just because of the depopulation that they're doing, but the bad foods, the bad water, the fake
Oh
food.
yeah,
They,
the
they ain't
air.
trying they ain't trying to grow anything that's healthy for us.
Bro, listen to this. Let me say this part.
And people still trust them. Go ahead,
Let me
my
say,
brother.
since the 1950s, right? They've been doing something called botanical sexism. Spraying,
Mhm.
spray in the sky. Remember when we were children, we used to walk around and eat the walnuts, peanuts, grapes, plums, right? All the pollen on the ground because the male trees are left. They've been killing female trees
Right.
to control what we eat. And at the same time, the pollen's giving you allergies. They making money off of you being sick, buying allergenic medicines. And bro, it's crazy. This shit is,
Yep.
man.
And they
It it
purposely
it it,
plant
it, it
female
definitely is.
trees, Brother OG and Brother Truth. They purposely are planting female trees, excuse me, male trees, so that they can't have any female trees to pollinate and give us our fruits and air
Those
and shit.
those are the X's in the skies. That's how they doing it. That's how they get
Yes.
rid of female trees. It's a chemical that they put out that it messes up the female trees. Now, some of the trees are male and female, like pecan trees. They do a male part first, and then they turn into female for the moment to become fruit. But yeah, this is crazy, man.
All that
Uh,
estrogen filled food, brother, it gives a chemical imbalance. And we wonder why some of our young people and older people too walking around here overly emotional and acting other than themselves because its structure becomes your structure.
Mm.
The structure
biological
becomes
warfare, chemical warfare,
your
psychological
now.
warfare. It's all still going on every day.
And I was going to say, and we still trust them, even though, they basically gave immunity to the pharmaceutical companies, but we trust them.
Mhm.
They gave immunity to the the what they call Monsanto's and the
Mm.
companies
Exactly.
like that.
Right.
Exactly. Do you
I
realize when
believe
you eat,
Pesticide
do you
companies, my
realize
bad.
when you eat
Pesticides companies.
seedless,
They
when
gave
you
them
eat
immunity. Go ahead, brother.
seedless fruits and vegetables, seedless fruits and vegetables is just what the brother described.
Mm-hmm.
coming from a male seed, male, because if it don't have no seeds, how did it get here?
Mm-hmm.
How did it get here if it don't have no seeds?
Right. It's like you know how they do
GMO.
yeah, it's like the shit is coming out of an incubator. They turn the earth into
Exactly.
an incubator, and
Yes,
you
sir.
ain't getting these out of that. It's
Exactly.
crazy.
But a greedy person, that don't want to spit out no seeds, and don't want to be greedy, just eat. They don't care. They make you think you get more. They get me the jumbo wings, full of damn drugs.
It's all boiling down to, man, most people are NCP. I mean, NCP, non-character players.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They've been blocked off from their God anyway, so ain't nothing coming from up top yet their third eye anyway. So
Yeah.
we're in a
real
fight where
talk,
there's very few of us.
And like I
real
said, if
talk,
you don't
real
use
talk.
your brain, you lose your brain. Go ahead, brothers.
That's real talk.
I think that's what's going on now, though, to be honest with y'all brothers, is that because of that, and I'm not I try not to do the mysticism and spooky shit, but there seems to be an uptick in, like, it's violence, but it's like this extreme, like like harmful violence. A lot of domestic, whether it be domestic in the household or it's outside, and it's not like, okay, I got a gun. There's people bringing like these big weapons out and they killing one another, and it's like, what the hell is going on? Like, people are losing their minds.
That's the truth, sis. We just had a random mass shooting in Patterson the other day, well, just yesterday,
Wow.
and it's the second one. It's the second one in less than a month's time in the same city, bro. Sis, in Patterson, New Jersey.
Yeah, I think what's going on, a lot of people that took that pokey wokey that we were talking about, that
That's what I'm trying to
COVID-19
say.
shot, they're losing it because they know they fucked up. And their body is putting them through all kinds of changes.
Well,
Yeah,
check it
Because
out.
we had a guy that
You got the
unalived himself down here
you
in
got
the town I'm in.
nanotechnology activated by the 5G, 6G.
There you
Right?
go.
You got control.
Maybach, much love and respect, brother.
Your
Go
brain
ahead,
is
Real
brother.
talk, bro. Real
your
talk,
brain
bro. Go ahead.
your brain is a quantum computer, right? It can be controlled and programmed, and
Correct.
so it's done through airwaves, right? So, man, ain't I'm telling you, man, we used to see the program like this back in the days. People from up north used to come down south, right? We see how the people acted, how they talk, walk, off. Everybody was under their own program. Now they doing it remotely, bro. Everybody phone in their face and all the communication around you. Now you let them fill you up with a technology that you don't have no idea, that you ain't never gonna try to detox out of because you don't even know the details. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So it's not
most of our
It's
people,
it's it's
most of our people, they
they
haven't detoxed their body in 40 to 50 years because they waiting on the Lord to cleanse it. You see what I'm saying?
oh yeah,
Our people
oh
don't know
yeah,
nothing
bro.
about cleaning their fucking
Come
body. Our
on.
people don't know nothing about health
hey,
because
they
Yes,
we
used to
sir.
wasn't taught it.
they used to listen, they used to make everybody in America do a parasitic detox once a year. They used to do that until they took over the system. They took
Bro, what they
And
allow us
remember,
to eat here, what they allow us to eat here in this country, other countries will not sell, will not allow
right,
the people to consume.
bro,
right.
listen, we're cattle, right? We're a bond, like we're money basically. So
Yeah, cattle.
yeah, if they get rid of us, right, then
Mm-hmm.
they can profit off of that. It's just like the prison system. When they send somebody to
Mm-hmm.
prison, each individual has a bond on them. So for them getting rid of us, they getting that bond money, right? Within their system, right? That's why it's like, every town, how big the community is, how many people there, the more money that the government has to offer because there's more bonds walking around. So
Right.
let me step back. I'll let y'all finish. But
Like
we
my
ain't gonna get
brother
paranoid about this.
Garrison A said, yeah, health was demonized. Yes, they did. They
Yeah.
demonized it. They basically went against, like the sister showed the herbal remedies. They demonized that. People believed it. And that's why I say some people have never detoxed and cleaned out their body in their lifetime. I heard a guy on YouTube said, what is detoxing? I'm like, wow, you know he full of shit.
But when they're done with
You know, rating health food stores, you know, because they're promoting natural remedies as opposed to pharmaceuticals, and demonizing, as the brother said, you know, holistic health.
Right. Because that's
And
the
they would
remedy.
actually they would actually suspend your channel if you don't have if you don't have like
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have told
PhD
that on
or
TV then.
anything on your they
Hey,
would
you good,
actually
sis. You
suspend your
good.
channel. They will suspend your channel if you promote holistic health on your channel. OG knows that. He knows that.
Yes, sir.
He knows it.
I got a strike for me and my daughter when she was like 4 years old, showing y'all what I put in my smoothies. I got a
And you get
strike.
a strike for making a damn smoothie.
Smoothie.
Well, brother OG, you know, I just showed that picture, so I don't know. You
It's
may want.
all love, sister. I ain't worried about nothing. They haven't
But that's an
struck
actual
my channel.
product, sis.
Yeah,
That's an
they
actual
haven't struck
product.
my channel in about 2 years now. And I
Okay.
talk
Yeah.
about COVID. I talk about everything.
Yeah,
So
but I
it's
showed
all
like
good.
stuff. So
It's all
okay.
good. If
All
these
right.
white channels can do it, why can't
Well,
we?
that's what I'm saying. It's like what's
You
good
know
for
what I
the
mean?
goose
It's
is
all
good for the
good, sis. I
gander.
appreciate you.
yeah, it's all
You
for
getting
entertainment
information out to the people
purposes
that they
only.
need to know.
It's
They
all for
have me.
entertainment purposes only. It's all for entertainment purposes only. Fair
There
use,
you
fair
go.
is fair use.
Fair
I
use.
just
It's
got off
all
a
love.
strike.
Like I said,
I
I
just
ain't
got off
worried
a
about it.
strike yesterday, bro. I just got off a strike yesterday for posting a video of Donald Trump saying how stupid the Republicans is and how he can lie and they'll still vote for him. They're the dumbest voters. Bro, you should see how many of the same videos that's out there that I got a strike for. I just got off a strike yesterday. They suspended me for a week for posting the same video. And guess what I did? I sent those same videos to them. I sent
They
those
get
videos to them.
real petty. Real petty.
It ain't no
Had a it was a like a tap on the wrist. They didn't really, they gave me like the yellow little mark, which was like to let you know as a warning back in 2021, and it was about immunizations. And this was like I kind of like on the cusp of the height of the pandemic, but I had told them of a study, but I guess I didn't quote the study, I didn't show the study, so they had put me as medical information. But there's studies out there that tell you about certain immunizations. And now what's even crazy is that what's his name, Kennedy, is saying the exact same thing I said 5 years ago, that those immunizations are causing autism. And then I said, who's the higher rate of children that are getting it? Not their children, but our children. And they gave me a nice little yellow streak. And that after that point, I never talked about it again.
Shout
You
out
know,
to
But
after
now
they
it's
get
come to light.
great contention
after they
around
get their desired results, and then someone who's been hired by the government say the same exact thing, they'll probably be more lenient on you now. But you can't come out and say that before them.
I sure couldn't. I was like, what?
Not before them.
My husband's like, let me find out that they gonna come look for you and snatch you up. I'm like, shut up, don't play like that. He's like, you better watch what you saying on these people's things. And but you know that it's true, because that's what happened with the the Black Panthers saying things. And rest in peace to Tupac and his mother, Mama Afeni Shakur, because they was out there really banging the gabbet as to what the government is doing to the children, how this disenfranchised especially like in certain parts of certain neighborhoods, but specifically like Afeni Shakur and Matula, rest his soul, Shakur, they were working in the South Bronx. And everybody knows they make that a post. People want to watch documentaries of what the South Bronx looked like back in the 70s and 80s. It's like the glory days and the burnt out building. You don't want to live through that shit.
That looked like somebody dropped. That looked like
that was like a Hiroshima bomb went off.
The South Bronx in the late 70s, early 80s looked like Wilson Good when he did Move in Philly, like he did like 10 bombs over there in the South Bronx. It looked, oh man, I watched the documentaries. It looked like a war zone.
And it was
much
like
love to my sister Frosty Jules. Much love, sis. Go ahead, y'all.
Oh, my sister Jules in the building. Salute. See my brother Maybach. Brother Texas is the building. Salute, D. Allen.
Yeah, shout out to Maybach.
Salute, Mama Chief. Peace, love, and light. Poison. Salute. Yeah, it's a 20 block
Mama
to
Chief,
20 block radius, all in the South Bronx, right? And I'm just at where I am now. I'm at the cusp of the South Bronx. It's still considered, when they quarter you off, you're still considered the South Bronx. But at the time of when all this was going down, when the Black Panthers were there taking care of the people, that the government was in cahoots with bombing out the buildings. It wasn't the people bombing out the buildings. It was the landlords, they couldn't get their money, you know what I mean? So they made it this whole big thing. Anyway, my point is that with the Black Panthers, specifically Afeni Shakur, that this is how much that she was such a threat. And people don't really give her the shine the way they give Assata Shakur the shine. And there's no disrespect to Sister Assata, because she put her work in as well. But when we dive in with Mama Afeni Shakur, she beat a Fed case and got 20 other Panthers off. Do you know what that looks like to these people? This little 23-year-old pregnant woman, Black woman, got off on a Fed case. You knew she was a target.
So of course they had to target who she would bring in the world.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. She was part of
what happened with Assata. I lived right on that same. I lived less than a mile than what happened with Assata and the state troopers. Less than a mile from there. I lived on that very strip, Route 18 in New Brunswick. That's where I grew up at.
Okay.
What they had their shootout at? I grew up on that very highway. That's where I grew up at. I was living there at the time when Assata had to shoot out with the state troopers. They locked her up, and they went, the brothers broke her out of
Matula Shakur was part of them. Said was another
I remember that.
Yeah, and again, it's no take away from Sister Assata, because she definitely paved the way as well. But Afeni doesn't get the accolades as Assata does. And Afeni was in Desert Storm in the Bronx. Okay, she was dealing with those burnt out buildings. She was helping the mothers get food for the children. She was part of, because said was her partner at the time. So he made her like she was chief in charge. People don't know that either. They just think, oh, she Pac's mother. And I was kind of a little I really didn't want to see the Dear Mama documentary, but I said, let me just see it, because it's about Pac. But the Hughes brothers, I was like, I'm still mad at them. I hold a grudge. I hold a grudge for them before Pac. You hear me?
She had to run. She had to move a lot because of what she was doing too.
She had to move a lot. And then people to understand the Johnny come latelys are like, oh, why didn't she tell Pac? She messed Pac's head up with not telling him who his father was. She couldn't, because they were watching her and him.
Exactly.
In the book that she had Jasmine Guy write for her, From Different Strokes by Bill Cosby, the actor Jasmine Guy, who's also a thespian as well. That Pac, you know, they're all coming from a very intellectual. Let's be clear about these Black Panther people as well. These are very intellectual people that have went to college. They've got degrees. They studied. They ate books as if it was lunch, dinner, and breakfast. The children had a 10 list curricula of books that they had to read and study and know every day.
Yes. Required studying.
Required studying, correct. There were no dummies. That's why Pac knew a lot of stuff way before his time. He won't know just coming on the scene, little rapper, whatnot. No, this young man could do rings around 34-year-old men, 40-year-old men.
That's why right now, if you start making pamphlets and passing them out, they'll come at your ass faster than being on YouTube.
And that's why a lot of our people are still indoctrinated because of the information that we were taught. They don't want to let it go. They want to hold on to it. The misinformation.
They don't want to allow you to share
it. Real quick. Let me do this real quick. Shout out my brother Enemies Pub.
I was in the Marine Corps. People ain't know that. But unlike you, I ain't proud of that. Because uppity white people kept thanking me for service, so I felt foul for that. I was running with grown-ass men who would drop a bomb where a child was sat. They say they turned me to a man. It turns out that's where the cow was at. Nah, because niggas howling God bless the troops while the Lord's watching. Like he don't notice your prophet and your prophet is your prophet. Boy, stop it. You don't even know how the war started. You just couldn't afford college. That's free money. Free money. Free money. He said it's free money. Yeah. Free money. He said it's free money. Because he couldn't afford college. I had the same dream as Martin. I woke up and absorbed knowledge. Acting like because they paying us well, the shit is fine. I realized I got enemies too. And I get held for killing theirs, but jailed for killing mine. I was in the Marine Corps. People ain't know that.
Bars. Like I said, I'm a veteran. I'm not proud of what I did for this country, but you know, that's why I do what I do today.
This life is a learning experience, and you know, those of us that wake up, we go through hell and we come out the other side right. You know, you got a choice. You know, you got to find balance in this world, but you got to go through hell first because this the devil's playground. Most don't even realize that, right?
Also, brothers like OG is a resource because of what he learned. He's a resource for our people because of what he learned and what he's able to do. He's a resource in the event that things have to happen. He's a resource.
Yeah, the most valuable people aren't recognized because you're not a star. You know, your pockets ain't fat. You don't live in a big house. You don't ride around in a nice car. You don't wear a suit, right? The real stars are right in your midst, but people are blinded to the stars. So, you know, people like us that can wake somebody up and they don't value us, and we need to be protected. Right. Like sister right there, she got Malcolm shirt on, Tupac hat. That's what's on my wall. That's what's on my wall. That's what I wake up to when I see. I got
Baba right here. What?
Baba passed away on my birthday, February 21st.
Wow.
My name is
Sister Foxy Moon looks like Sister Melanie, Malcolm's niece. You look a lot like her.
You do favor Malcolm.
Well, that's why I said
he has a niece named Melanie that you know, my upbringing is NOI, and I spent a lot of time with Sister Melanie and her husband, you know, traveling. and you look a lot like Sister Melanie.
Oh man, that's an honor. Oh my God. Because this man, when I tell you, I tell you, that's my, if he was my real true blood, that's my Baba. And like I said, his mom was from Grenada, and my great grandmother was from Grenada as well. I don't know the town. I'm still working on that side. They're all on my mother's side, but it's my mother's father's side. And no one told me to pick up his book. No one said that's a required reading. It won't, and definitely wasn't in school. And I was just around like-minded people, and I was like, you know what, let me read it. I was 14 years old, and he changed my mind instantly, gave me knowledge of self. And I wanted to see it before the movie came out, because I wanted to get a true, even though certain things are plagiarized because of Alex Haley. But the point of the matter is that once I also watched PBS, which was a network on the television. I guess it's not a main network, but it's a network with, like, how do you call those? The underground networks? What do you call that?
It's publicly funded.
Public access.
Public broadcast system.
Right. That gave you Sesame Street. That Sesame Street was brought upon because of the neighborhood in Harlem. So that little block is all because of Harlem, right? So, I watched shows like that. I watched not just the children's shows, but like the other access shows that were like talking about the African diaspora, or Black people, Black histories, things of that nature, right? And this is all at 13, 14 years old. My grandmother, you're bored? Go over here. Here's this New York Times. Don't read the comics. You get to read this, that, and the third, and then you could read the comics. So, a lot of reading was ingrained into me at an early age. And so hearing Baba Malcolm, and then seeing the movie, and I was just like, wow, like Spike did his thing on this movie to bring Malcolm to life, that people see Denzel and see Malcolm. Like, that's how uncanny it is. But it's crazy because, like I said, his mother, they're from the island, and people don't. A lot of our forefathers, and I'm gonna bring my plane down right now. A lot of our forefathers that brought you the so-called Black history, they're all from the islands. So this whole tether shit that this kid Tyreek and all of them is talking about. Arturo Schomburg is from Puerto Rico, who was ingrained in bringing the Black American and the Caribbean with Puerto Ricans really together to fight and revolt against the corporation. Marcus Garvey was Jamaican. Malcolm X was half.
Marcus Garvey tried to get us to go back to Africa.
Right, but what I'm saying is a lot of people.
I got you, sis, real quick. I just don't, some tethers, they're for the people, but most of them are for the corporation. And we need to distinguish the ones that's against the people. Exactly. And that's for the corporation.
Hey, sister.
No disrespect, Foxy. Much love.
No. There's none taken. What I'm just trying to say is that a lot of where we got most of our, besides W.D. Du Bois and others, the heavy hitters though, they were coming from the Caribbean culture, which is still America. It's still part of the Americas. It's just that their corporation was a little bit, the same corporation is just sub corps that do certain things. So this is the same shit.
But my biggest thing is a lot of the islands was under British rule. So they don't think like we think. They think they're us, because America to me is the mainland, not the surrounding islands.
True.
They've been indoctrinated to believe the surrounding islands, but America is the mainland. And
true.
Like I said,
and Jamaica and most of the
islands was under British rule.
They were.
They don't think like us.
They were.
So,
and
I realized that. But
emancipated, so-called emancipated, at least 100 years before the American people of this land. So their whole ideology, they're like, well, we're not like Jim Crow to them was like, why are y'all still living like that when we living like this? So there is a lot of difference.
They were under British rule and kissing the Queen ass.
Right. But when they came
but
here,
they ain't like us. You're right.
But when they came here, it was a different story because they had to then
juice in the building. Go ahead, sis.
They had to change shit around because down there it's a little different from them. But when they came up here, it was still like this imperialism, but under the English rule, which America was still in the British rule as well too. It's just it doesn't get thrown out so often, but it's still part of the British rule.
We were under a different witchcraft, and Sister Foxy Moon, I'm gonna tell you, it's already in your DNA. That thing with Malcolm in it, you just had to remember it. So you woke up through.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And it resonates. So you don't even have to question if
I appreciate that. Thank you.
But yeah, man, everybody outside of here, you get the all skin folk ain't kinfolk. They blended in with it. That's why you can't tell. That's why you can't tell who's who. But if you follow, who's being promoted, who's being paid, who's in the spotlight, those are the people that ain't for you. Right?
Right.
That's easy to detect. So y'all go ahead, Bill. OD, you want to continue the video or what you want to do?
Yes, sir. We could play some more of it. Thank you. We only got about 12 minutes left. We can listen to a little bit more, talk about it.
Almost as a leader. Plus, even financially, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference was in financial trouble. Plus, it was in trouble, period, with the people when they failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia. Other Negro civil rights leaders of so-called national stature became fallen idols. As they became fallen idols, began to lose their prestige and influence, local Negro leaders began to stir up the masses. In Cambridge, Maryland, Gloria Richardson. In Danville, Virginia, and other parts of the country, local leaders began to stir up our people at the grassroots level. This was never done by these Negroes whom you recognize of national stature. They controlled you, but they never incited you or excited you. They controlled you, they contained you. They kept you on the plantation. As soon as King failed in Birmingham, Negroes took to the streets. King got out and went out to California to a big rally and raised about, I don't know how many thousands of dollars. Come to Detroit and had a march and raised some more thousands of dollars. And recall, right after that, Wilkins attacked King, accused King and the Corps of starting trouble everywhere and then making the NAACP get him out of jail and spend a lot of money, and then he accused King and Corps of raising all the money and not paying it back. This happened. I got it in documented evidence in the newspaper. Roy started attacking King, and King started attacking Roy, and farmers started attacking both of them. And as these Negroes of national stature begin to attack each other, they begin to lose their control of the Negro masses. And Negroes was out there in the streets. They was talking about, we're gonna march on Washington. By the way, and right at that time, Birmingham had exploded, and the Negroes in Birmingham, remember, they also exploded. They began to stab the crackers in the back and bust them upside the head. Yes, they did. That's when Kennedy sent in the troops down in Birmingham. So, and right after that, Kennedy got on the television and said, this is a moral issue. That's when he said he's going to put out a civil rights bill. And when he mentioned civil rights bill and the Southern crackers started talking about they were going to boycott it or filibuster it, then the Negroes started talking about what? We're going to march on Washington, march on the Senate, march on the White House, march on the Congress, and tie it up, bring it to a halt. Don't let the government proceed. They even said they was going to go out to the airport and lay down on the runway and don't let no airplanes land. I'm telling you what they said. That was revolution. That was revolution. That was the black revolution. It was the grassroots out there in the street. Scared the white man to death. Scared the white power structure in Washington, D.C. to death. I was there. When they found out that this black steamroller was going to come down on the Capitol, they called in Wilkins.
They called in Randolph. They called in these national Negro leaders that you respect and told them, call it off. Kennedy said, look, y'all letting this thing go too far. And old Tom said, boss, I can't stop it because I didn't start it. They said, I'm not even in it, much less at the head of it. They said, these Negroes are doing things on their own. They're running ahead of us.
Then how
And
we
that
get
old shrewd
from that
fox,
to where we at
he said, well,
now?
if you all aren't in it, I'll put you in it. I'll put you at the head of it. I'll endorse it.
Like I said,
I'll welcome it. I'll help it. I'll join it.
we've been not trusting this corporation in the 60s. How we went from not trusting it to, trusting it. Those Negro sellout leaders, those nigger sellout leaders, that's still selling us out today.
Yep, they paid them off. They paid them off, and they jumped in front of them and started acting like they were the leaders. Sharpton and Jackson and I guess King got involved with it. His feelings changed about it, I guess, after he did everything he did, and then they had to get rid of him. But yeah, Negro sellouts, man.
Welcome, my sister Angel. How you doing this morning? Graham Robin.
Yo, OG. Great peace and power to you, brother, to the panel, to the chat. I've been listening for a little bit to this very, very interesting conversation. And if I may, I would like to share a couple of comments.
Take your time, sis.
Thank you, OG. So, first of all, I'm going to push back just a little bit on some of the discussion that I've been hearing. In all due respect to Brother Malcolm X, the most high honor to the brother. However, I disagree with the statement that he made in a speech he gave back in 1962. I don't disagree with everything he said in a excerpt that I actually shared in our last live stream, OG. Malcolm actually said, you and I are Aborigines. But he went on to say, but y'all want to be American. And so in my book, when I cited that excerpt from the speech, I had to give my analysis on it and say that, yes, Brother Malcolm, he said we're Aborigines, and that's absolutely correct. But the American is an Aborigine, and we are the American. So I have to push back on that. And it's interesting, all due respect to Sister Foxy Moon, what she's saying about the Black Power movement and how a lot of the so-called leaders or initiators of the Black Power movement were out of the Caribbean. Now, I consider brothers and sisters from the Caribbean our relatives. However, those of us who are indigenous to America, we have ancestry that goes back to no place but America. Generations upon generations back into the early 1800s, 1700s, we have genealogy, documentation, records that just keeps going back to right here. So we're indigenous here. And when I was growing up, because I'm an elder now, but when I was growing up, my elders, they did not buy into or accept that Black Power movement. They were like, we're not Black, we're American. I grew up like that all my life. As a matter of fact, I was told we're the Aborigines in the late 1960s. So the whole Black Power movement, I got pushback from my elders, but I grew up in the Black Power movement, the Pan-African movement, ancient Kemet, red, black, and green, wearing onks, all of that. I grew up in that in the 80s. And my elders were always telling me, one day you're going to come on back home because this is our country and this is our land. So I have to push back a little bit because of the way I was raised and the mindset that was passed on to me through oral tradition. This isn't something that they just made up, that we're the indigenous people of this land. It's our oral tradition.
Can I implement one thing while you're talking? Okay, so the word America, right? You know, that's not the original word. And so what America represents is what they created, that system created. It was called something else before that. So maybe
I
that's
have
what
to push back against that too, young brother,
the word
because
America, it was called something else.
America is a transliteration of Amawaka.
Right. That's what he's saying. So what I'm saying
It's
is,
a
think about it.
transliteration.
So think about what I'm saying. They changed it into America. And so America is not what it originally was. So, and their definition of America is what they created. You get what I'm
But they're
saying?
not America. We are.
I know
We are America.
listen, I'm saying we're from here. Okay, we're gonna take the word America. Okay, we're America. We're Americans. But that word Americans isn't what it originally was. So they changed the word to a new word. The new word is America. And so now they put a definition beside that new word, America. Do you
It's
understand
not,
what I'm saying?
it's not
But
literally
we're
a
the original.
change. It depends on which language you're speaking. When you're
So you're saying it's
speaking
a
a
translation?
language of someone else, they're going to say something a different way, but it's the same concept.
I
This
understand
land,
that. But I'm saying
Amawaka, they said America.
but I'm
So
saying these
it's
people
just
that
a
took over,
transliteration, but the
I get it.
name extends from us.
But see,
Us.
the definition that they gave it after they changed it doesn't represent the original
What is the
definition.
definition?
Look at what it is, right?
What is the
A great
definition
melting
that you're
pot.
referring to?
Listen, the people that are from Ireland, Germany, all those people that call themselves Americans, right? They're not originally from here, right? Am I correct? They're not. Their seed ain't from here. They claiming to be American, right?
And that's the
American.
problem. That is a problem.
It
We have
absolutely.
over 300 million immigrants who are in our country claiming to be American.
Listen
And
what I'm
they can
saying.
make a
Let me
claim all
finish.
day
Let me
long.
finish.
But if we're not standing on the truth that we are the Aboriginal Americans, then what really can
We're
anyone
not
do?
Americans. We're Americans. We're not
What
Americans.
language is
We're
that?
our original language, right?
Can
Listen,
you
what was
give me
what
the
was
name? Give me the name of what you're saying the original language is.
it wasn't American.
Give me
What I'm
the
saying.
name. Since you're the one who brought it up, you're
American.
speaking like you know what the original language is. So give me the
Okay, I know.
name
I'm not trying to
of
make a
the
claim. I'm just telling you.
original language.
Listen, you just
Because
said
I know the name of
what's
our
the name?
indigenous language.
What's the name of the country? The indigenous name. What's the indigenous name?
Amawaka.
That's
That's
what I'm
the
saying.
name of this entire continent.
So listen what I'm saying. So it's not called that anymore. They changed it.
For those of us who speak the original language, it still is.
But no, what I'm saying is they didn't. They're not promoting that anymore.
Y'all give
They're
these so-called y'all give them too much power.
listen.
Until you're ready to take back your culture, because obviously it sounds like maybe you haven't totally
We're
embraced the
saying the same.
culture.
No, we're saying the same thing. But understand what I'm saying, right? Understand what I'm saying. If they took over and they changed the name even one
They didn't
letter,
take over. That's an illusion. That's an illusion.
the
And if you
people don't
want to
control.
believe in illusions, then I guess you're in that
Okay, so
box.
the people of America don't control the system, right? We don't control the system. It's somebody controlling the system. Am I correct? Because
What
the people,
system are you talking about?
the system that's causing wars around the world, that's
I
representing
would say
themselves
the
as America.
corporation, that
Yeah,
system.
that system. They're
The
controlling.
corporate system?
Yes, we're the people. We the people aren't controlling this thing, right? We're being we've been infiltrated and being projected as America. We're not America. The people that took over, they're America. They invited people over here and made them Americans. We're not Americans. We're not even citizens. We're prisoners of war.
Maybe you're not a citizen.
We're not a citizen.
Yeah,
Understand what
Maybe
real quick,
you have
everybody.
to
Let the
speak for
sister get it
yourself.
out real quick,
Yeah,
You
go
everybody.
ahead.
have to speak for yourself. You can't speak for me. I'm a natural born citizen
We're not
because
citizens.
I have an
We're the
oral
owners of this
tradition
world. The
from
people
my
that come and move in
ancestors.
the country,
Real
the
quick,
immigrants
my
are the
brother, real
citizens.
truth.
The
Let her
citizenship
get
was
out
made
her
for them.
speech real quick, brother. I got you.
Go ahead.
I have an
Hold your
oral
thoughts, please.
tradition.
I
I
got you.
have
Go
an
ahead,
oral
Angel.
tradition from my ancestors that this is our country. We've been fighting these foreigners for over, at the end of the American Revolution, we have been fighting them for over 200 years. And we won. We won the American Revolution. The final battle, the siege at Yorktown, was won by
Your phone's
Aboriginal
breaking up.
warriors. By Aboriginal
Your phone is
warriors.
breaking up. We only hearing bits and pieces.
Can you hear
Hello?
me, OG?
Yeah, you good on my end. You may have to go
Okay,
out and come back in, my brother, real truth. I got you.
okay.
Go ahead. You got it.
Because my oral tradition is this is our land, our ancestral land. We've always had government. We've always had law. We've always had culture, tradition, customs, norms. And those who do not embrace the culture obviously don't know because they continue to give so much power to those who have totally, they have come over and overrun us by numbers. But if we were to stand on our truth, united as the Aboriginal people of this land, they don't have authority and jurisdiction over us. This is our country. It's our government. The federal system is a system. That's the system I believe y'all referring to, is the federal system. And yes, the
Well,
federal
sis, I
system
would
is
call it
corrupt.
the federal and the state because if you look at it, the state basically, when you get in trouble for a crime, who takes the case? The state. So I'm not just giving the feds all the credit. I'm gonna give some to the state too.
Right, right, OG, because the
And
federal
real quick,
system is
I
subdivided.
agree. Real quick, I agree with being a proud American. I agree with that. But as far as being proud of America and this corporation, hell no.
They're
Like I
not
always say,
America.
fuck this corporation and this system.
They're not America. That is an illusion that they have projected onto the world. And now the
I
whole
totally
world
agree, but
sees them as
like the brother was
America.
saying, we ain't in control
And
of
it's
our
false.
own
That's totally false.
corporation or our own system. Go ahead, sister, you got it though.
So I'm not trying to argue. I'm an elder. I have knowledge, and I feel it is my responsibility to share it. That's why I wrote my book. Who Are You Calling Black? A Demand to End the Genocide of Aboriginal Americans. I embrace our culture under the great law of peace. And for those of you who know the great law, then you know that we are the people of this land and we are the people with the authority and jurisdiction, but we're not standing totally united on that truth. And until we do, we're going to go round and round on this merry-go-round, because literally these folks have overpowered us through numbers, through demographics. When they came and came in an onslaught and just droves and droves and droves of all of these foreigners over here, forming their own body politics, and then setting up a system, whereas, oh, we're practicing democracy. And in a democracy, the the majority rules. So we're in the majority, so what we say go. But that doesn't necessarily have to rule over us if we stand united as to who we are, because we have natural born rights and they have to be naturalized. So I'm not going to go on and on. I just wanted to give a contrasting opinion because, and based on my oral tradition as an Aboriginal American, the indigenous Negro, Negroid phenotypic people of America, the proto-Negroid. We go back. We've been no place but here. So for those who have come here and they've come with their ideologies and concepts and they've tried to influence us instead of standing with us as the indigenous people, they want us to be Black because then everybody can jump into that homogeneous category and say Black power. But what about Aboriginal power? What about the power of the indigenous people? So until these those who come here and they so-called skin folk, until they want to stand with us and stand with us on our Aboriginal rights, then I'm wondering what really are y'all doing? And I'm gonna land right there.
Hey,
Thank
can I
you.
say something? Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. We're basically on the same side. Now, I'm saying we're from here. This is our land. We're not from Africa. And what I was saying is they ruling over us through paperwork, even from birth, putting your feet on the paper as soon as you come out of the womb, right? Putting your feet on that paper first disconnects you from the land. That's how they're doing it. They committed paper genocide against us and kept relabeling us from indigenous to Black to African. We're saying the exact same thing. I'm just saying they're using wordplay. So whatever the original word that was the name of the country, that's who we are. We're not this new word. This new word, they created a new word and they got a whole new definition behind it. And they invited these other people over here and gave them citizenship. They left us POWs and we're not citizens. It's a difference, right? It's a difference between a person and a human. When you're born, you're a human. When you get a social security number and a birth certificate, you're a person. You belong to the state, right? You can work and move around in the state. Without that birth certificate or that social security number, you can't do anything. They can't do anything with humans. So I'm just saying it's wordplay. We're both saying the same thing. I just wanted to bring that to the forefront. And I appreciate every word you said. I'll fall back.
Okay, young brother, give thanks. And also, I got pushed back on that term, paper genocide, because I feel that it sort of waters down the genocide period that us Aborigines are in, that's being perpetrated on us. It's a genocide. And there's 6 offenses to genocide, and none of them says paper genocide. There's 6 different offenses under Public Law 100-606, the Genocide Implementation Act. It's been codified by Congress into public law, the UN Genocide Convention. So there's 6 different offenses to genocide. Paper genocide is some kind of term that someone coined, and it literally, to me, this is my opinion, it watered down the fact that there are literal offenses of genocide, and each and every one of them have been and continue to be perpetrated on us Aborigines. Now, a petition on the behalf of our people was filed in 1951 to the UN General Assembly, charging the federal government with genocide. And back then, they described us as Negro Americans, the group of our ancestors who filed that petition. And they went under the Genocide Convention. And at that time, there were 5 specific offenses, and none of them is paper genocide,
Well,
because
listen,
erasure is a part of genocide. So that term paper genocide, and I'm just saying this is my opinion, it sort of waters down, and it kind of like takes the sting out of, oh, but let's really call a thing a thing. Genocide is genocide. Y'all want to water it down by saying paper genocide. Okay, that's your opinion. But
I'm not.
genocide is genocide.
Let me say this. Okay, I'm gonna read the definition. Paper genocide refers to the international bureaucracy or bureaucratic erasure of a group's identity, history, and existence through manipulation of documents like census records, birth certificates, and treaties. It is a form of structural violence, primarily used against the original Americans, okay, communities to force assimilation, deny land rights, and negate tribal sovereignty. So that's basically what they did to our people. And I don't think that's watering it down. I think that's
Okay,
scrap.
young brother,
Why
pull
are you
up
going to get what I'm saying?
Public Law 100606 and read all those offenses of genocide,
But I'm
because
just saying that's the basic.
erasure is a part, but we got to call a thing a thing. We can't just look at one aspect of what genocide is. We have to look at it in its totality.
I know that's
In
not the
its
only part of the
totality.
genocide that I'm looking at. So it's not, you can't go against me what I'm saying. That's the start of it. If anybody look up anything what genocide is, they got to start with somewhere first. And then you can look up all of what genocide they did to us. Right? You got to add it all up. You can't just separate one part. So I'm not just taking one thing and running with it and watering it down. You got to start small with people, because people are not advanced as where you are. They might not know everything you know, but you got to give them a general statement of something that actually hits the nail on the head, and that's what that's doing. So I don't think I'm sitting here watering it down. Some people don't even know what that means. They have no idea even what's going on. So I know a lot of what's going on. I know my whole history here, all the way back to the 1700s. I'm one of the ones that do. If you ever see a picture of me on my YouTube profile, I got all my people. I got a family tree there. I know all the way back to my fourth great grandmother, her children, Osceola, Pocahontas, Pontata, Pontiac, Indian names. I grew up taking care of the land. I'm 54. I know I'm not lost. I never consider myself American, and I mean American, uh, black or African or none of that. I always knew I was indigenous, so I'm just one of those people. So I'm not going against anything you're saying, and I'm writing exact on what I'm saying. So I'm not fighting against you. I'm not one of those that don't know.
I never said that. I'm
So
asking you, since you read that definition, and you maybe should also cite your source of it, but since you read that definition, can you also pull up Public Law 100-606 and read genocide in its totality? Because all of it, the totality of what has happened to our people. And also, can you speak on the petition charging genocide?
well, it's a lot of things I can speak on that you might not know, and a lot of things that you can speak on I might not know. Why don't you teach us? Right? I have more.
I have a book. I have a
I have
book.
more stuff to do, but I don't go out here and tell people information that's false. Nothing I said was false. I just don't have
I'm
the
not
attention.
challenging you, young brother. I'm not you haven't heard me challenge anything you said. I'm just saying
I was just
that
making sure. I was just
for
making sure.
genocide, that paper genocide term, it's a cliche. It's like a term that was coined, but genocide is much more than that. And that's what has happened to our people. And we're still in it. We're still in it. And all these immigrants who are on our soil are complicit in our genocide, because they're all running after the American dream. They're all complicit. If they're not standing with us Aboriginal Americans, us Aborigines of this land, if they're not standing with us, and as far as I'm concerned, this is my opinion, they're all complicit. They're all here to get what they can get. And all of this whole country is our inheritance. This is our inheritance. But just because a system has been set up, a federal system has been set up, and like OG was saying, it's through the state, it's through these municipalities, because those are all subdivisions of the federal government. And they have set up this system, and everybody comes and they are all complicit with the system because they're all trying to get what they can get. And they do not care about our eradication and erasure. And we're supposed to sit here and acquiesce, or we're supposed to sit here and just go along to get along. I don't think so. I don't think so.
And
So
the problem,
I'm saying, let's call a thing a thing. Let's
yeah,
call it
the
a
problem,
thing a thing. Genocide is genocide all the way around. And that's what's happening to our people. And us, and if everyone else on our land isn't acknowledging the genocide on indigenous aborigines of this land and soil, us autochtons, then as far as I'm concerned, they're all complicit in
that's
the
right. They're under the spell. They're calling themselves black. These people are the problem. They don't even know that. So,
Hey,
like I said,
real quick, y'all. Let me shout out the chat, man. Chat on fire. Shout out David M, my brother, soul brother, Ray, Ohio, reclassified Texas, Diamond Girl, Gabriel, uh, Texas, Poison Puppet, Roy on Loyal, because I haven't shout out the chat for a while. D. Allen, Warren, Elks, my brother Elk Bay, David M, my brother Juice, the sister Angel A, sister Foxy Moon, my brother Real Truth, Real Growth, Boot Camp. Who else came through? Brother Nasir. Give me 1 second. Humbled Up, Boot Camp, Maybach, Big Dog Sports. Welcome to the platform, brother. I'm gonna give you a wrench in a minute. My sister Vonnie Hall, Garrison A, D. Allen Warren, Jules Frosty, Vonnie Hall, all my Flat Power family, Texas, Mama Chief, and anybody welcome hit the link. The link is in the chat. Dante, I said Foxy Moon, my brother P. Moses, the legend of Naga Charlie, my brother Haru, Yilda Millennium, Casino, Your Highness, my sister Sharon Walker. Shout out to everybody in the house. Go ahead, sister, you got it. I just want to do a quick chat shout out. You got it, Angel. Take your time. But she might have stepped away. Yeah, shout out to everybody in the house, man.
Well, I just want to interject then, brother OG.
Damian Dixon, go ahead, sis.
Let me just throw my video up so you could see citing sources. Black Laws Dictionary is not the newest edition. It's the third edition, but still it's good to have Black Laws Dictionary. Whichever law dictionary you can get is good to have on your hand. When we're talking about a natural person, it says a natural person, a human being, as opposed to artificial or fictitious persons in parentheses, such as corporation. C209 F749. It gives you a whole bunch
And
of numbers.
Sister Foxy, I'm gonna give it right back to you. I talked about how they create these entities. Like the Southern Poverty Center is an entity. When they got called out for what it did, it let the people know this entity cannot get arrested. You see what I'm saying? So I'm with you how they create these entities, and some of them,
Right.
most of them are corporate. And they
Right.
do that to protect themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead, sis.
So it's good to know, like,
My
you know,
brother,
like,
Black White Indian. Much love, brother. Go ahead, sister.
salute to Black Wild Indians. I saw them in the chat. Peace. Um, Also in under natural person says, thus the phase no person in parentheses in the 14th Amendment equals protection clause has been held to include natural or artificial persons. See 118 US 394396. But the same phrase, no person, in the Fifth Amendment's privilege self-incrimination. So it's like they give you this kind of like double entendres, like, okay, so when you're saying I'm a natural person, here's the thing, and here's my take on it. And I've been talking about this for like maybe, I don't know, 10 years or so, 5 good hard years, about changing your status from being a chattel US citizen to being a sovereign person of the lands. They recognize, the corporation recognizes the rules and regulations. However, because they're a big corporation and conglomerate, they could do as they will. So it's almost, while I hear, you know, being sovereign and this is our land, and I'm not saying get along with the get along. I just want to have the understanding of both sides to the story before some people just jump ship and want to just change over to being sovereign, because there's a lot to it that goes with it. You lose a lot, and you are your own man standing. You don't get the buffers that you get as being a US citizen. Now, I also highlighted under
Like free
citizen.
healthcare, but we know that free healthcare is poison.
Right.
You know what I mean? Basically
Right.
being sovereign, you have to basically be able to take care of yourself and feed yourself, and that's what we push on with the farming group. You know,
Absolutely.
self-sufficiency, being able to feed yourself, becoming sovereign.
Right.
But yeah, I
And
definitely agree, sister. We have to learn how to
right.
feed ourselves for us before we can become sovereign. But go ahead, sister.
Yeah, and it's a lot to it. It sounds good in theory to some people.
But sis, that's what Malcolm was talking about in that video. Some of us are afraid to get away from the corporation, that house nigga. We can't leave
Right.
America. Leave
Mhm.
America? Come on now. But when we all should be leaving this corporation and leaving, you know, what they're pushing. But go ahead, Fox. You got it, sis.
Right. And leaving America, to make it very clear, is not to go to Ghana. That's not what we're saying. People have this notion because they selling out that dream about, oh, come, because now Ghana is giving dual citizenship to so-called Black Americans, because they, you know, I guess they feel bad that they were part of the slave trade and all that stuff. So they're giving out, you know, and when you do that, right, you also are now under whatever jurisdiction that they got going on over there. And just because you are a citizen with them, you now become a second class citizen to them.
Yeah,
And if
that's
you're
where
not,
I disagree, sis. We could build our own corporation and control our own business, handle our own business. They demonize us creating our own corporation. But the $5 Indians created their own. The Jews created their own. But niggas, no, we too scared to get away from this corrupt ass system.
right, what I'm saying is though, if you go to another country, like I'm like, case in point, what I'm
We
saying,
don't
like,
have to go to another
no,
country.
we
We can do
don't.
this here in America, sis. We don't have to
Absolutely.
go to another country. That's
Absolutely.
where the misinformation is coming in at. You can do this here in America.
Right.
It's just we ain't taught it. And we taught
Exactly.
you can't go against the system. But other people that's what they did when they came here and invaded America. You see what
Listen,
I'm saying?
they're
So,
still doing it. They're
a
still
lot
doing
of us, like they said, fear leaving this corporation, leaving this system. But I don't see nothing the matter with it. when you're controlling your own
Yeah.
destiny. But go ahead, sis. You
Not at
got it.
all. I will be here until the day I'm not moving out to another country. And what is here? Here's where I've been. Here's where I've been born at. You know, my son was watching a YouTube video of the curly haired boys. You know, I'm talking about that got the little ringlets on the side with the big hats. So they're upstate New York, and they got their own little town going on, right? And it's crazy because how are they US citizens? How are they able to get the little town going, right? Not only do they got their own town going, but they claim welfare. So they put their wives up to claim welfare while they walking around with $1,000 hats, those big furry hats. Same thing in Brooklyn. They got a whole little community out there, Crownsville, and they hoodwinking the system. They're not being called the welfare kings and queens, and they are more. There's more of them that are on the system than there are of us. Yet they got nice houses. They building up their little towns. There's their little religious. I'm not gonna say what their religion thing is, but they got their little religious booths on the corners of each block.
Hey, sister, you know how they did all this? It's called claim you like a religion, claim you a church,
Exactly.
503c. It's basically restitution. You got your own law. You're not abiding on the same law that we have. So you get everything to create your own space.
Yep.
And the same thing that our people could do if we come together, even a group of us, claim our own religion or whatever you want to call it. Have a weekly meeting like 3 times a week, right? This is our religion under a 503c. The Amish do it. They do it. We just don't know about it. This is not taught to us because we're supposed to be the ones on the bottom all the time.
Exactly.
So that's how they doing it. But go ahead. You cooking.
So right there, case in point, that's an example. So you don't gotta leave to go to Ghana to say, oh, you being racially profiled, you tired of getting beat up by the police. How many? I mean, I'm not going to say that doesn't happen. But it's first of all, some of you Negroes, and I'm being facetious with that. You look for that shit. You look to fight against these patrol people that now you got a case. If they're telling you, listen, if you know you in the right, and they still want to get at you, and you know your rights, you can fight this. You can live to see another day. But some of these little knuckleheads out here want to go against them, and then now we crying in the casket, police brutality. I see more of the same, gangbanging fatalities than I see cop killing. Like Crimea River. And yes, these things do happen, but when we know we're in the right, we stand on those shoes. We stand on those principles. Now, unfortunately, New York State is not a gun carrying or it's not an open carrying state, so you can't have one of those open. But like, can you imagine? Even if you could, like, it's already a wild, wild west now, as it is with us, without it being shown. Like, people are just taking it out and doing whatever. It's like, no, you got to be responsible. First of all, know your laws, know what you're entitled to, and work around it. People don't want to read, Brother Truth. They want to watch YouTube all day. They want to get a TikTok information, a 1 minute TikTok information, and know it. They don't want to read. That's what I'm telling you. I had to read from when I was little. My grandmother, my mother's mother, never bought me toys for my birthday, Christmas, or Easter. It was clothes and books. You know how tight I was as a kid, but how I appreciate her to this very day.
Mm-hmm. You're not under them spells, and they come back to back, don't they? Every time that spell, one of them spells for Christmas, Thanksgiving, you ain't under that spell, right? Valentine's Day. Like, come on, man. These people lose their mind. You got to be grateful for her.
I am eternally blessed and grateful for her because yeah, it's in my head. And anybody and anytime somebody says a book, I want to go reach out and read it. I went to the Schomburg Library last October. It just made 100 years in Harlem. Right, Harlem's the mecca of Black excellence, and yeah, we don't like to use the word black and white and stuff like that, especially identifying. But for today, we're going to be using black and white, right? Flag on the play. But as somebody mentioned in the chat that they didn't know who that was, Arturo Schomburg, or Arthur, because his name sounded too ethnic, he changed it to Arthur, right? He was from Puerto Rico back in the 1800s, early to mid 1800s. And because of the injustices that was happening. Now, remember, Puerto Rico was like the Negroes down there too. The British and British were using them and the Dutch for crops and stuff. What happened? Shipped them up here. I'm doing a cliff note, right? Got them to get start with World War I. So when they came back to Puerto Rico, they're like, yo, what happened to our land? What happened to, us getting our little houses and stuff? No, they treated them just like shit. Like they ain't nothing. Thanks for the service. Just like they did here, right? Just like they did here. So Mr. Schomburg was indignant about those injustices and the injustices that was happening with the Black Americans here in the States as well. And so he went extensively and collected information, did interviews, got a whole bunch of knowledge, collected a lot of work, artists, painters, musicians, and kept the archive of the Black American, because nobody else was doing that stuff. But the white people were clamoring. You hear me? Clamoring to hear some Black music. Always going up to the Cotton Club. Weren't they back in the 50s and the 40s? Always listening to the jazz music, right? So he has a library. He was a collector in the library there at 135th Street and Lenox Avenue, or Martin Luther King or Malcolm X Boulevard. So 100 years in the making. So I went over there and I did research. You would think there were more people in there. Nope. People don't want to learn. People don't want to, especially our people. They don't. They want to glorify the party and bullshit, dumb shit. And then you wonder why are these people usurping us? Because now the Africans is going to come over here. They the new Negroes. They donning on tracksuits. I see them with the shiesty poo hats on. They be talking all the slang and lingo.
Oh, can I say something? So my daughter graduated.
Oh, go ahead. I'm just like that.
Yeah, my daughter graduated in 2019. She graduated from an all-Black school in Maryland. I'm sitting in there listening to everybody graduating. I'm looking at the itinerary. 73% of the children were Africans. All Black school, 73% of them were Africans. This is in Maryland, Baltimore County.
Wow.
Right. They replacing us. They've been replacing us. And the other people that's light skinned coming from other places are replacing the other people here because they don't need us no more.
Right.
They need the ones that's gonna bow down. Go ahead, sister, you cooking.
Right. And I didn't get into a war with Godfrey, the comedian, but he had said something on somebody's chat in Instagram, and then I had said something too, and he was like, "Oh, just be proud that you're African," talking to me, right? So I'm like, well, yeah, there's a part of me that is African, obviously from the slave trade coming from the Caribbean. But the fact that he said that, and then I'm like, you butt kiss so much to be a Black American, it's not even funny. It's just recently he started coming out saying he's Nigerian. Because remember, when he first came out, Godfrey was not talking about no Nigerian, nothing.
Nope.
And I'm old enough. I'm 50. I'll be 50 in July. I remember he never used to come out of his on his skits talking about nothing Nigerian, nothing Africa. So I was like, all right, I'm not gonna go back and forth with you, but I see how you move, and I've watched him. I watched him on the podcast with Yadamine, with what's his name, Rod Digger, and the rapper oh my gosh, I'm forgetting his name, from Brand Nubians. But anyway, it kills me how he presents himself to be, again, a black man, right? But then he makes fun of Dominicans and Dominican people, Dominican men, and say, oh, well, you say you know black, me no black. And I'm like, how dare you? Because first of all, you don't say you know Nigerian. Like, stop fronting. And understand that these people that come from these countries, any country, don't associate themselves as black. It's only because they watch Black American TV, shows, internet, things like that, that they know of this, and they take that persona on. But for you to tell somebody else who they are and who they're not, when you don't even be coming out talking about you African, like, get out of here, Godfrey. Like, you lose me.
He's
I
a
just
tether.
had to say that. I was like,
Hey,
Yeah,
shout
he's
out my
definitely.
brother Epic Studies, Grand Rising, brother.
Yeah. So, but they know what that term black is, right? I
mm-hmm.
I heard that status, that's their status when they come over here. I think some of them get the status of white. So the white means free.
Yes.
So even the people that their ancestors came here that consider themselves white, it's all a status. These psychopath Virginia lawmakers, right? They gave them that. The J people gave them that status, right? Because
Yeah.
they were like them, right?
Right.
To make them look good, and they are the buffer class in between us and the J's, right? But that means free. They came and worked in digit service 7 years, got land money. We got the status of black means forever a slave, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're a prisoner of war, and you're not a citizen. That's just what it is. So
Right.
I agree, brother. Shout out my brother Bright Mo D's. What's good, brother? Links in the chat if anybody want to come up. Matter of fact, let me go back to that video for a minute. Play some more of
yeah, I
that.
was gonna
Yeah,
say
but
that.
it's definitely a class status. And for all intents and purposes, my family didn't do that because they didn't look white. They aren't white. So, but they didn't, again, that's what I'm saying. There's a different stigma with the Caribbean people, because even though I'm 100 years born into this land and into this part of the land, they never came as saying they're African. They never came as saying they're white. They never came anything other than I am Jamaican. So when, like, bring back Godfrey, when a Dominican comes here and he's maybe a dark skinned Dominican looking like Godfrey's complexion, and he says, no, I'm not black, because they're not taught that down there. They're not taught that kind of thing. They may be called a different type of derogatory term, but they're
Only
not
black in America.
taught you're black.
You're only
So
black in America. Only black people are from America because it's a status. It's a paperwork status.
right there you go.
Yeah,
But to also then tell somebody, so, and this is what the mindset is. So now you got people like him who's an outsider. Now, can you imagine the psyops, y'all? He's an outsider, even though he was born here as well, telling somebody else that is not born here but comes here, why don't you call yourself black? You're the same complexion as me. Why don't you call yourself black? But if it's a lighter skinned person, he never says, why don't you call yourself white? You see the psyops?
Yep.
May I?
Go
Oh
ahead.
yes, go ahead.
Take your
Go
time.
ahead,
Yes, I had to step away. But I have to share just a little bit on the black status, because it's a racial designation, and they first implemented black in 1850 through the US Census Bureau. And they actually, all the racial designations were actually enacted through federal law, US Census law. So when they were saying Black in the 1800s, they were referring to what they called native Blacks, those Blacks who are born on the land. And that status continued through all the decennial censuses. They would switch it up. They would go from Black and then Black/Negro, and then they would flip it Negro/Black. And then they, even in the 1900s, they started using the term colored. They used colored as a category, but under the category, they called you Black. So up until 1965, with the Immigration and Nationality Act, is when they pretty much opened up immigration to so-called people of color to come to the United States from other countries. And mainly they were already trickling in from the Caribbeans, but they were coming in from Africa, from Europe, from all over the world. But if you were of Negro phenotype, they put you under the category of Negro, and then they switched that up and put you under Black. And so Black has a definition after 1977. The OMB actually defined the Black category, and they defined it as a person originating from the Black racial groups of Africa. So that's a total slap in the face and affront to us indigenous Aborigines. However, like I told y'all, when I was growing up, my elders did not accept that term Black. They did not like it. As a matter of fact, those is like fighting words. You call somebody Black, that's like, it's something's going to happen. Someone is going to take offense. To be calling Black, to be calling African, that's just the way I was raised. So, like young brother said, Black is a status, white is a status. All of those are statuses. Even American Indian is a political status. These are all socio-political constructs. And I really, really go into this and articulate and really analyze these points in my book. So I'm always going to refer back to my book, because everything that's coming out my mouth is in that book, and then some. And I cite all my sources, credible academic and primary sources, over 50 pages of references. So I'm not just giving opinion, I'm backing up what I say. But
Sister
again,
Angel, can I ask you a question? May I? What does the abbreviation NEG mean when it's listed on the census? Like
well,
when you
see it on the census usually give definitions for abbreviations. They give definitions of terms, and they're pretty good at that because they're indoctrinating everyone to think the way they want you to think. So when you see that, just look a little deeper to what the abbreviation means, because usually in the introduction of that survey or somewhere within the survey itself, it's going to give you a definition. Because since the Census Bureau and OMB, they're collaborators. They've been collaborating since 1977, and they have put out the race and ethnic standards through OMB. So everything is defined. Everything is defined. And also, sis, I'm not sure. Can you go a little bit more into what you were saying about sovereign citizens? Because I hope someone did not misconstrue me to think that I'm saying something about being a sovereign citizen, because
no,
I'm a natural born citizen. I didn't say anything about being a sovereign citizen. I'm not quite sure what a sovereign citizen is. Us Aborigines, we have Aboriginal sovereignty.
Right.
We have
No,
the authority and jurisdiction.
sovereign citizen is a misnomer. There's no such thing. That's an oxymoron. What I was saying about the sovereign is, you know, if that's what one wants to do and become, right, to get off the chattel, there's channels and ways that you have to go legally to remove yourself off of being a U.S. citizen, basically. But I wasn't saying that you are a sovereign. What I was saying is that's the difference there is being sovereign and getting out of the United States corporation.
Well,
if that clears
as far
anything
as
up.
the term sovereign goes,
Mhm.
us Aborigines, we are the sovereigns of the land. We're equal sovereigns. We have equality, male, female, female, and male, because you will find amongst our people that our leaders or our chiefs, our sachems, our minkos, there could be a male or a female. So we're equal sovereigns, and we're equal sovereigns, elders and the young and old. We're equal sovereigns because we're the people of the land.
So would that be like sovereign immunity or just sovereign?
Well, you would have to look up sovereign immunity and look at that definition. I'm not
Okay.
saying that.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to use that term, then look up the definition in probably Black's Law Dictionary. You can find sovereign immunity to see who they're trying to say. Um, but we Aborigines, we have natural rights because we're the natural people of the land. See, there's only one people of a land.
Mm.
Here in America, us Americans, us Aborigines, we are the natural people of the land, autochtons sprung from the soil. That's who we are.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking. I have the Barron's Law. I don't have the Black's Law Dictionary. I have the Barron's in front of me, so I'm just looking that up as you're speaking, just to get a better understanding. Also, and when I did look up that 1950 census, that's why I asked you, beloved angel, what does the NEG mean on the census? Because my sister has sent this to me regarding my grandmother. It means Negro. So that's how they categorize my grandmother, as you said, with the phenotype and so forth. So they put her as a Negro.
All
In
of us.
19, yeah, New York, 1950. That's the
Because
1950.
from 1850 to 1950, the Census Bureau had a policy of observer determination. So when an enumerator came to your place, your living space, and they just would look at you, and based on whatever instructions they were given, they look at you and they just presume who you are just by looking at you. And in 1960 is when the Census Bureau changed that policy where they allowed self-identification. But yeah, so I get into a lot of that in my book. I really, really get into the Census Bureau. I'm very critical of the Census Bureau, very critical of OMB, and because they set policy. And then Congress was passing all these things, was giving them the authority to do these things by passing legislation into law. And so then they would go about implementing all these policies that literally eradicate and erase us indigenous people, us Aborigines. So, but if you're looking at for your ancestors and you're saying your grandmother, what is
Yeah.
that who you were saying, your grandmother?
Yeah, that's my mom's mom.
Okay, she was designated as Negro. You could probably even look a little deeper into that census to see, well, maybe no, you can't, because let's see. They got the 72-year rule. So 72 years, yeah, you could probably get into it now. 1950 plus 72 years, you could probably get into it now, where you can get into her personal, the personal census records specifically for your grandmother, because it's going to state whether you may be able to find out whether they designated her a native born Negro or an immigrant Negro, because they break the statistics down just that much. They have statistics on who's native born and who's foreign born. So you
Well,
may be able to find that.
that would be tricky because she is firstborn of second generation Jamaicans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
First one.
So her
Okay.
parents migrated, became natural citizens in New York City, 1920. So my grandmother's firstborn, my mother's second, and I'm thirdborn.
Okay. Well,
So
the
it'd be
Census Bureau, I don't know if they still have this policy. I've been trying to find it. They used to have a policy that you weren't considered a native born until the third generation of foreign ancestry. I'm trying to look that up. So if anybody knows, if anybody has if the Census Bureau still has that policy or not, I would be interested in them sharing that source, because I've been trying to look that up, because I have found evidence that in the census policy that they didn't consider a first generation foreign born offspring a native born. It wasn't until the third generation, but I don't know if they still have that policy.
Wow, then I would look that up too.
Yeah, let me know. And I'll definitely share. I share everything that I research and find.
So my mother's a Jamaican booty scratcher.
Why do you say that?
Because that's what they used to call us Jamaicans or Africans. You Jamaican booty scratcher. The Jamaicans couldn't speak their patois in around other people because they'd be made fun of. And then when you start speaking your language, they'd be like, "Oh, you was a Jamaican booty scratcher." So I'm just making fun of my family. That's all, because I could do that.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm third born here, so I'm native.
Right.
If that's the case, but that's very interesting, and I will look that up. That's because I'm now taking over the genealogy of what my grandaunt was doing. So most of my mother's side of the family, mother's mother side, I'm aware of, but father's side, that's from Cuba down, I don't know anything about them. And just like the rest of the islands, they were all mixed match with pale skinned Europeans, indigenous people. So that's my plight.
Okay. Well, it's good that you're on top of your genealogy and putting in the work, the due diligence, because we all have the right to know and get all the documentation that you can get your hands on. But as far me personally, I am for delineation. I want us Aborigines to be delineated, and I speak about this in my book, from the Black or African American category, because they still literally have us under Black. And most of our people just acquiesce because they're navigating a system that if you say you're Black, you can pretty much navigate the system and not really go through too much. But me personally, I identify as Aboriginal American. So in the system, well, at least my passport, they have my court papers, they have me down in their system as an Aboriginal American. And everything I do, everywhere I go, I always put that down, even if I have to check the other box and then
Mm.
write on the line, Aboriginal American. And then when someone asks me that, and then I say, oh, okay, let me make it a little more clearer. I'll put in parentheses, indigenous, and then they'll say, oh, but I haven't gotten really any pushback from using the term Aboriginal American. Um, Not that I've been able to like really say, oh, someone is trying to really give me a hard time. They're trying to tell me who I am instead of
Right.
asking me, I haven't had too much pushback, but it's enough pushback, silent, like covert pushback,
Mm.
because, okay, if you acknowledge that I'm an Aborigine, then why aren't you respecting my rights as an Aborigine? Because, like the young brother said, we don't even control our own inheritance, which is this land and
Right.
everything on it. So I may say, oh, I'm not getting pushback, but in a sense, I am, because our people still, until we're delineated by the federal government, just like in California, the state of California has, they're going to start in 2027 delineating American freedmen, because they went through that whole legislative process through the state. They got a senator to write a bill, and now it's been signed into law in 2027. Anyone who wants to identify as American freedmen in the state of California, on government documents, you're going to see American freedmen there. And at least that's the way they have it set up. We yet to see what's really going to happen. But with them being delineated, they're a recognized and acknowledged group. That means you can stand united together and get funds allocated. You can literally, if you don't already have a community, you can build up an enclave and literally get the government, well, at least the state of California, to be funding a lot of what you need. Because you can go to the state and say, the state, because those are administrative governments, they administer the affairs of California. And they could go and say, well, we need this, we need that, we need this and that as a group. And they're going to have to do it because you have recognized them as a group, and they don't have those things. They're saying that's what they need. And if you don't do it, then what is that? Some form of discrimination or prejudice? So that's why I'm for delineation. But I feel that our people as Aborigines, we should be delineated as Aboriginal Americans. But we're not all on the same page with that. Some of us feel we should be delineated by other terms. So when we come together on one term, then we're going to be able to get some things done.
That's
And
exactly what I was just saying. And that's what I was saying, that the Jays do and the Amish do. And it's restitution, basically. That's reparations through restitution, where you are able to build your own cities or town or whatever you want to call it, your own law system, your own schools, hospitals, everything, your own judge, doctor, lawyers, ministers. That's what that is.
Yeah, and my biggest thing, talking about that freedman, like they said in the chat, you're still a slave. And that's what, the misinformation. So by accepting the freedman or whatever you want to call it, you're still accepting that your ancestors were slaves, brought here on the boat. Still back to that African story.
well, may I add, OG, I don't subscribe to that American freedman. I'm not going to claim that I'm an American freedman, but
Yes,
I'm
ma'am. I
also
totally understand.
I'm also aware that when we talk about enslavement here on the North American continent, we're literally talking about Indian slavery, because that's what it was called in the colonial throughout the colonial era. And I cite this multiple times throughout my book, that in colonial statutes, they were capturing and holding prisoners, Aborigines, and designating us or describing us as Indians. You will even find statutes that even state Indian captives. So they were engaging in Indian slavery, and way long before any so-called Africans. I haven't really done the research on how African slavery just seemed to had taken over what originally was Indian enslavement, but
That's the great struggle.
I don't think the numbers, when we look at the numbers in 1860, when they took the count of the so-called enslaved, and it was over 3 million, close to 4 million, the majority of those individuals were indigenous, and they were under generational enslavement as Indian slaves. And I don't know how many, somebody maybe will do the research and try and break it down, but the numbers of so-called African captives that they brought over here could not equate to that 4 million. And when we use the mathematical equation of population doubling, they could not double their population like that. And the majority of the so-called African captives that they brought were males. So who were they mating and procreating with? Obviously, indigenous females. So I just wanted to add that when we talk about enslavement, it seems that this whole notion or narrative of African enslavement just seems to overtake and just push out of the picture the Indian enslavement. And who is an Indian in this country is what an Aborigine is so-called,
Yeah, I like
because
to
that's
call
the
it.
term Europeans
We
use.
wasn't enslaved. We were reclassified into slavery.
Hey,
That's,
listen, this
that's
is what we're
basically what happened. We never were slaves. We were reclassified into a
I
slave,
agree. I agree.
hey,
My mama always
along
said
with the
that.
other misnomers. But real
this,
quick, I got you, my brother. Let me shout out Hodge Online and who else? Vino Entertainment came in. Much love. Go ahead, my brother.
this place was called India before. Little known fact, right? Um, we got the West Indies, which they call, over Jamaica, those areas, right? I mean, we had elephants, all that stuff. They took all that stuff away, right? So this was India at one time, the real India. And but to swap us out, they used the skin color people, the Africans. So all them are on the same side of the world. They brothers, and they're together. They're against us. So, but they use that African thing because of the skin color to actually infiltrate us and make us think we're African. I'll fall back from there.
And shout out my brother Infinite Styles. What's good, coach? Anybody welcome to hit the link. The link is in the chat.
So may I add to what young brother was just saying about the historical maps that says India for this continent? Now with maps, it depends on who's making the map. And back during the colonial era, it was the East India. And then when they came over here to the Western lands, so-called the West India companies, it was the Dutch West India Company. And so the term India actually comes from Europeans. It comes from those corporate entities that were trafficking our people and trying to enslave us on our own land. But when you look at a map, you always have to ask yourself, who made this map? What was their agenda? And what are they trying to say? Because I got my undergraduate degree in geography, geosciences, and the basis of that degree is constructing maps. And one of the things that I learned is that one of my professors, one of the last course textbooks that I had in one of my final geography courses, which was cartography, the name of the textbook was When Maps Lie. When Maps Lie. Because a map, literally anybody can say whatever. It depends on who they are and what their agenda is. And then they just illustrate or visualize the map to get across whatever purpose or means that they're trying to implement their policies or agendas or what have you. So when you see India on the map, yeah, that goes back to the West India Company.
And we know the West Indi, what the sister just said, basically profited off of so-called slavery. But yeah, shout out to everybody in the house. And yes, Indian was another one of the reclassifications. I just like it. Like I like, nigga, like I like Aboriginal. But yeah, links in the chat. Anybody welcome to join.
Well, OG, let me ask you a question.
Yes, ma'am.
If you were filling out some paperwork, some government paperwork, and
Yeah, it's
when
all
it got,
government paperwork.
pardon me?
But when you look at when you look, listen, it's a picture. It's a picture of it shows the difference between the Africans, like it's a banner, right? It shows the difference between the Africans and it shows the difference between the people from America. And we're standing there, the man standing there with the skirt on, with the Americas over top of him, with the feathers. Like, you know how you could go in the tobacco stores and those the darkest statues were worth like millions of dollars. The other ones were worth less. But this actually was India before they even started that stuff. They got it from here, right? Something can't come from nothing. They got
You
that
see
from
my
here.
shirt, brother? You see my shirt?
Yeah.
That's what you talking
Yeah.
about?
Yep. Them Indian statues. Oh man, if you could find one of them dark Indian statues worth millions of dollars. So they actually did call us Indians before they even used that word. But
Yeah, I like to call myself a wild one. I'm a
I
wild one.
call us the indigenous copper tone people of Turtle Island. That's what I consider us. The indigenous copper tone people of Turtle Island. I'm gonna fall back right now.
Okay, so OG, I was gonna ask you a
Yes, ma'am.
question. Let's say because you're a veteran, let's say you was dealing with the veteran administration and you had to go fill out some paperwork. And when it got to the portion that said race and ethnicity, and you saw, oh, they didn't added a new minimum category here of Aboriginal American. So let's say they added Aboriginal American. We know they already have American Indian, and then they have Black or African American, and then so on, so on. They got white, they got Asian, they got all these categories. But if you saw Aboriginal American amongst those categories, would you choose that one? or
Uh,
your identity?
yes, ma'am. I have been uh saying I'm American Indian, but yeah, I would choose that one also.
Absolutely.
So both
Yes,
of you
yes,
brothers would
ma'am.
choose Aboriginal American?
Yes, ma'am. I like American Indian. I've been putting that on my paperwork. But yeah, I would update it with more information to Aboriginal American. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yep.
because
Yeah, the
as you
people.
said, we
Yep.
know that Indian, that term is associated with colonization. It's a term of subjugation. It's what the so-called colonizers use to describe or label the indigenous people. So for me, the term Indian is problematic. And even up until today, the Supreme Court has ruled that Indian is a political status. It's not a race. It's a political status. And to gain that status, you have to be of one of those federally recognized tribes, Native American tribes,
Hey,
to be
understand
under
what I'm
the
saying,
Indian
man.
status.
That word is a part of our people, and that's why they took it away from us. And that's why they gave those pretendians. That's why they made those movies. They wanted to totally take that word away from us to erase who we are. And they used it in their politics. But why did they leave the Native Americans to call themselves Indians? Because they wanted to take it away from us. It is a
And
part of it. The
and
American indigenous.
go ahead, bro.
Go ahead. No, you. I'm finished.
Oh, got you. My bad. And I've been getting a little smoke about the Aboriginal. We know the definition that they wrote, putting that in Australia, but you know, uh, it's Aboriginal people on every landmass. How
Facts.
about that?
Facts.
But they only want to talk about the African and the Australian, but it's Aboriginal people on all land masses.
Man, think about the people that are being suppressed through white supremacy all around the world. It's Japanese. I got a
Keep
I
them
got a
out. Much love, brother. Go ahead.
I got a brother that he's from Vietnam, man. We got the same skin tone, bro. He's originally from there. And so he got the friends over here, they millionaires. They're the light skinned Vietnamese, right? And they treat him like, he's a lower class person. But man, all his family over there, my skin tone. But they the original people. They the indigenous Aboriginal people from that land. So they're in China, they're in everywhere, in every warp in this area. So, you know, they're gonna play their games, man. They're gonna play their mind games. But I just be founded with I know that I'm the American, original, indigenous, whatever you want to put. I'm the original person from here.
Yes, I
But
totally
you
agree
would check
110%.
Aboriginal American. You said
Over
you
over
would check
over what? Over what?
over the other designations that they have.
Oh, correct. Because I'm not black.
Definitely not black. I showed y'all my skin color. I'm
And
not black.
they don't even put that up there. I mean, I've
And
never
we know
seen
that's a
it.
political status that's dead in the eyes of the law.
Yeah, I've
But
never seen.
just like I gave the example of the brothers and sisters who said, okay, we going for American freedmen. And they pushed it and they got a bill passed and signed into law. We could do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
We just need a critical mass of us indigenous to be in agreement that we're Aboriginal American and we push, okay, we want to be recognized and acknowledged and respected and protected as Aboriginal Americans.
How many people do we need?
I haven't studied, I've been trying to.
So if we could, I think like this: if we can get basically 5 to 10,000 people to do that, I mean, it could be even less.
I've been trying to study the process that the freedmen did, but I'm still digging, trying to look and see if anyone knows any brothers and sisters in Cali that goes under American freedmen and they're knowledgeable on what process they went, because I can't imagine it was 5 or 10,000 of them, but I don't know. I'm just saying that's something we can look into. What is the process of delineation? Now, I do know that the last census, not the last census, excuse me, the last OMB revision in 2024, various groups went to the OMB trying to petition them that their group is delineated from the Black or African American category. And it was so many different groups. It was American Freedmen, it was ADOS, it was FBA, and of course you had brothers and sisters who still wanted to identify as Black American. Then you had African American, and OMB, they literally just put it up to, well, this is up for further research. Because I think what they were trying to say is these folks are all over the place. It's just too many different groups here, and they need to come together on who they are.
Yeah,
So
they were saying, y'all don't know who the hell y'all are, so we can postpone all this, because if you're not coming correct and if you don't know the correct thing, we can just ignore you. That's basically what they're saying.
exactly, and I think, and that's basically what they did. They just put it on the back burner.
Because
You
if you
know,
go to them asking for reparations instead of restitution, see, they can play games with you. But if
Right.
you for restitution, that includes your reparations.
Exactly. And you're absolutely right, young brother. That's what we need to be saying. Restitution. Restitution. Because like you said, reparations is in that. It's all inclusive in there.
And real quick, I want to bring out a couple points, and we're gonna get back on to the topic we're talking about. I put in my watch later. Trump is gutting free speech. How do y'all feel about that? And then my other topic I wanted to talk about, why, like I said, why I don't trust doctors. It never.
Zip codes evaporated at exactly
This story
4:30.
right here, we know it was the Africans that was scamming. FBI storms medical center cartel, 35 doctors and nurses indicted, $500 million scam. And that's
Zip
why
codes
I just
evaporated at
don't trust
exactly
doctors.
4:30
And a lot
a.m.
of us
when
still
200
trust them.
federal agents executed a series of high-stakes raids on 35 separate luxury estates. This wasn't a standard local sweep or a low-level
It's
sting.
California.
This was the climax of Operation Bitter Pill, a multi-agency surgical strike targeting a protected class of criminals, licensed medical professionals. By sunrise, the FBI had neutralized a criminal syndicate consisting of 35 doctors and nurses who had allegedly compromised the American healthcare system to the tune of $500 million. They didn't use forced entry to rob the public. They used medical credentials and federal billing codes to execute a $500 million heist. The scale of the operation was unprecedented.
But yeah, I wanted, I may do that another stream. Then I wanted, I like the sister content.
I want to know how these people look, because you notice they're always gonna get the people that look like us, but never the people that look like them.
Totally agree.
Yeah, what it is. It's just like, even with the child thing, right? Oh, they come down heavy on our people. R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, Michael Jackson, everybody, right? But we never get into them that
P.
look like
Diddy.
that.
I totally agree. They never get
Right.
rid of them. And this is the other
What happened
topic real
and
quick.
I was afraid of happening,
Like I said, I love
looks
this
like
young
it is
lady's
now
content.
happening.
She has
Donald
excellent
Trump just made the announcement recently, and everyone needs to pay attention to this. America is our homeland and it will be protected. The 2026 counterterrorism report prioritizes eliminating cartel networks, targeting foreign terrorist organizations, cracking down on domestic extremist groups like Antifa. Peace through strength. The part that you need to focus on is this one. Because this isn't just about Antifa.
Mm-hmm.
This is the new announcement that came from the White House.
I ain't gonna play it
They
off.
have now
like I said,
announced their
wanted to tap in. We can get back to the topic we were talking about, but Trump is censoring free speech. You know what I mean? And you know who he gonna target. Anybody that, talks bad about the Jews, they gonna emphasize that. But when it comes to, this corporation allowing these white extremists to call us niggas and all this other shit and the hate that's pushed towards us, they ain't gonna censor that. They gonna let that keep going. Like I said,
OG,
yes, sir.
They just passed a law that allow AI to be racist. They
Hmm.
just passed a law to make AI be able to be racist. The fight will never stop against us. And what our people got to realize is either we're going to lay down or stand up. There ain't no other option because they're not giving us no other
Yeah,
option.
because to me, I say it every day that I go live. They're still covering up the crimes that they did to the nigger or the Aboriginal American or the black. They're still covering up those crimes and pushing the Holocaust when it was a Holocaust here. And that's why they got that war going over there, basically, what they call it, distract us.
Mm-hmm.
That they don't want us to concentrate on what's happening here in America, the genocide, like my sister said, that's still going on here because this corporation is covering it up. And that's what I don't understand about these people that's still participating in this corporation. They're covering up the genocide. And you're voting for them to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You're giving them the power to do it. And that's
Man,
why I take my stance.
we're
I'm
building
for
our own
not
cage.
voting, for not participating.
Bro, they got you in a situation. You build your own cage. I used to work for the transportation systems in DC, right? We putting up new street cameras and all this other stuff, the lights. That was to spy on us. I didn't know. I was getting a paycheck. So everybody's getting paid to build their own cage. We send our children to these indoctrination camps. They take their intelligence and they use it for their own purposes. Right? You do great things in the end. You might come out good, you might not. But they're just using us to build our own cage. That's the whole top. That's the whole bottom line. People
And
need to be. Go ahead.
man, go ahead, brother.
People need to be educated in so many areas, especially self, a way to self-sustain yourself, do for self, and stop volunteering to be a part of the system. Right, offering information, all that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what my sister Jews say what now because I showed two things, Jews. Trump is, let me bring them up again one more time. It's in my watch later. Like I said, we're gonna talk about these topics later at another day. Let me bring them up real quick. Share. I ain't sure which one you was talking about, Jews, because I showed this one. Uh, where is it at? Trump gutting free speech. Savvy. About the corrupt doctors.
The FBI is helping federal and state
So I ain't
officials
sure which
look
one you
into
was
these
talking about.
scams. According to investigators, fraudsters would recruit healthy people into their
Oh, the
hospice
racist
program.
AI.
Then
Okay,
recruiters
I
or
got
corrupt
it.
doctors
That's
would line
what I
their
was trying to
pockets with
figure out what
millions
you
of
was talking
taxpayer.
about. She talking about what you said, brother, real truth. The AI allowed to be racist. And welcome my
Yeah.
brother, Alabama. James Money was good. Yeah, I appreciate y'all in the building, man. Thank everybody in the building. You already know Bright Mode. Appreciate you, brother. But what's good, Alabama? How you doing, man? There you go. You can unmute, brother.
Yeah, I'm in the boondocks, man. I'll get back with you when I get a clear signal. I just want to get in before you
Yes,
break
sir.
out.
No, normally he around. I ain't even gonna say it. Go ahead. Appreciate you, Alabama. But yeah, Angel, did you want to tap in, sister? My bad. I changed the topic. I wanted to bring up some future topics that I'm gonna do, on this platform. Trump gutting free speech. And like I said, the Sister Savvy is excellent content. I love reviewing her videos. She keep it real with the people. But whoever want the mic, y'all got it. Got you.
Wait,
Rail.
Foxy
Go
at?
ahead, Real Truth.
No, I was just asking where was Sister Foxy? Is she gone?
You still in the house? She probably went and doing some, stuff around the house. Shout out. She can unmute. She already know. Sister Foxy, if you there, you can unmute. Good. I might as well shout out the chat. Ray, Ohio, Texas, D. Allen Warren, Epic Studies Official, my sister Jews, Bright Modiz, Hodge Online, James Money, Texas.
But yeah, hey, OG, I don't be trying to come up here talking about stuff I don't know about, you know? I think that's the problem out here, you know? Why
Yeah,
people
I always tell people I go by what I experienced in life. That's what I tell y'all. Nothing if I haven't experienced it, I don't talk about it. But yeah, I definitely agree with you, real truth. You already know, bro. You know I know. How long we been building, bro?
Since 16?
Okay, all right. Almost 10 years now.
Yeah.
So you already know, bro. It's always love and respect. I'm glad you hit the panel too. You're always welcome.
Man, I'm glad you brought it. I'm glad you came on today. Man, as soon as I open my eyes, man, I always try to check the weather and stuff like that. I just want to say OG on. Man, I'm getting ready to get up here today. That's this is a I don't want to say a blessing. I'll say a blessing.
Appreciate you, brother, too. Foxy, she back. The brother asked you if you were still
Fox, where
around.
you at, Fox? We
Oh,
need you.
peace, peace. I had sent y'all a chat in the back that I was on the phone just as we were talking. Who should call me but my mother? I'm speaking her up.
Right.
But I'm here. Salute everybody. Peace, peace.
Yeah, much love to Moms Duke. Happy Mother's Day.
Belated.
To all delated Mother's Day to all the mothers. Much love and respect to
Appreciate
all
that.
the
Thank you.
goddesses. Always. Like I said, I'll curse a nigga out real quick, but I'm gonna get a goddesses some respect. Always. That's what my mother told me. I'll fight with my brothers. We gonna argue. We gonna wrestle a little bit. But the sisters over here, you get the utmost respect, because that's what my mother and father taught me. To love my brothers and sisters. To respect my sisters.
Mm-hmm.
Happy Mother's Day. Belated Mother's Day to all the mothers.
I just want to see them come through on Father's Day. You know.
What? Oh, I'm right there. I'm right there for y'all. Oh, did we miss anything though? Did I miss anything?
Oh no, we was talking about the AI. Um, allowed they passed a law for the AI to be racist, allowing the AI to be racist.
Oh, what?
Yes.
And I brought up these two stories also that I'm gonna do in the future.
Mhm.
California storms medical cartel, 35 doctors and nurses indicted. Scam artists. And that's why, like I said, I don't trust these doctors still today. I mean? I know it's a business. And then
OJ, they've been going around the world doing this, man. They've been going around the world doing this. They got in my little town in North Carolina, man. I'm talking like $100 million. They locked all these people up.
Then the other one I was, going to be future talking about is Trump gutting free speech. Is Trump is gutting free speech. And the
He's
sister
proposing.
Savvy was going into it.
So what
So those going to
I
be
thought
future
would happen
videos
and
we
I was
going to review
afraid
in
of
the future.
happening looks like it is now happening. Donald Trump just made the announcement recently, and everyone needs to pay attention to this.
Y'all got it.
So he's trying to gut free speech.
Yeah, he can only propose it though. The guy passed through Congress, but he's
Right.
doing a lot of stuff. So we got to watch this Congress. See what the hell they doing. A lot of people ain't paying attention. They paying attention to the war and all this other shit. Everybody's all over the place, man.
Yeah, and the whole term of, oh, this is a distraction. This is, listen, everything's a freaking distraction. There's what the bigger picture is what's going on outside of that. People get hoodwinked into little side things like this, and it's like, well, that's the problem. You're not reading. No one wants to read. We was just talking about this. No one wants to read. My mom was telling me about something about Trump just now, and I'm just like, he's what now? Like, and it's good to hear what's going on, like keeping your ear to the ground, but at the same time, I'm kind of like a history buff. I like watching history documentaries. I read stuff about history. I go into Barnes and Nobles or the library section. I go straight into the history section. I don't read the little romance novels and stuff like that. I wasn't brought up that way. So history repeats itself. And what this man is doing is initiating, or at least trying to enact, what his people are telling him to do, because they've been gunning and itching like dogs with a bone to do these wars again, right? They love World War II. They rally in that. The glory days, those are the glory days for these people. So that's what they do. That's them. What our business is what we were just talking here an hour ago on the panel of how we get our acts together, how we do what we need to do for ourselves, for our people, and if we can within the neighborhood. Because these people, I mean, yes, it will affect us on a global scale, right? But on the grand scheme of things, in the micro level, listen, we've been through it already. Our grandparents went through it, great grandparents. Some of us are still standing here today. Some of us are veterans here on the panel that've been through it. So it's like, listen, ain't nothing new under the sun. It's how you are being productive about it. How are you utilizing the information that they're giving you, and how are you moving forward with it? Because we could talk about the crayons all day long, colors, black, me black, why are you this, why are you that, Africans this, Mexicans don't do that. And let me tell you something, they all forming like trying to get their shit together. So should we. Now, if they want to join in the bandwagon and be allies and work with us, I'm all for that, because I'm an ally. I was born on this land, but my family's all from the Caribbean. I don't have any family here that I know of that is close in relation. But if we're about getting our act in order, meaning growing food, okay, of course we don't have the utility of the weapons the way that they do. Okay, but if we know how to cultivate and commune and commerce and go back and forth and do what we need to do, then fine. You can't win. You're not going to win every war every day with these people.
You can't win in the extreme way. You can only win under your feet.
Exactly.
Right. Fix your aura. Start with that. Break the chains off the mind. Start with that. Close your gates to hell. Open your gates to heaven. Start with that. Start with breaking the cycle. Nobody wants to homeschool because they don't know what the hell to teach the children.
Right.
Nobody wants to get back to nature. They want everything instantly right now. Anyway, if we get this reparations, this land, and all this other stuff, people are so far removed away from nature, they wouldn't even know where to begin. But we have to begin somewhere. So we have to start doing that. Start with little in your house, growing little seeds, right? You could take an avocado seed and grow an avocado tree. You could start that right in your house. You could take a slice of tomato and put in a pot and give you 32 plants. And each one of those plants, after you raise them, each one of those plants going to give you about 30, 40 tomatoes. Yeah, I've done it myself. Listen, I got a video on YouTube on the Real Truth, Real Growth. Oh, it's on the Murphy Gardens, actually. And It shows 2012, I was cultivating a half an acre of land on one side. I had a whole nother half an acre. I'm talking with the machine, breaking the ground up, dropping the seeds, putting the cages up, like the whole thing. I was trying to get people to come out and do it with me because that's what I was taught. Nobody could do it. I got the video right now. And I was in Maryland doing that. And then when I came to North Carolina, I dated 2 girls. I put gardens in their backyard. Them and their children wanted nothing to do with it. Right? Here we are, 2026. Now everybody crying over genetically modified foods. After I showed you weren't paying attention. Oh, you didn't see when I went in the kitchen, got the tomato out of the refrigerator and it had seeds in it and I cut it. I just got a slice and put it in the dirt, in the pot. Like I put it under the pot like your fingernail size, that deep, and watered it every day. The little seeds, they started giving me little plants, and I transplanted each one of those little plants so they can grow individually in their own little pot. And I just kept watering every day, and I showed them the process. And then you eventually transfer them into the ground. After you transfer them in the ground, you water them for the first week, and after that, you leave them to nature. Then you got to build a community around the tomatoes, beans, okra, squash, right? Because they all protect each other. You try to share this knowledge, and they don't even want to listen.
And it's also on Instagram or TikTok or Tactics, whatever little things that they got now that they're using, that they give you these 1-minute clips of showing you, yeah, if you do just what you just said. My great grandparents used to give us bitters. Anytime you had a cold, you have to take a spoonful with the bitters and or pickled fruits and vegetables in jars. My granddaddy used to have it lined up on his stairs, and I'd be like, what kind of science project is going on here?
What are bitters? I want to know what bitters are.
Bitters is herb. It's herbs. And
what kind of?
I forgot the name of that, but there's different types of bitters. Moringa is one.
I'm gonna tell you, listen, I'm gonna tell you how to make you some money. Find out exactly what they are. Put them in a little pamphlet. Could be a 10-page pamphlet. You can sell those for 25 cents, 50 cents, $1. Because people don't know. Knowledge is power and is money. Just like me, I wanted to bring people on the land. I was gonna give them their own row or two. They could have put 10 plants in one row. And just charge them to come on the land and show them how to grow the food. You come out here, you take care of your food, and then when it's time, you cultivate your food. That's power.
Right.
You got power. I'm asking you what bitters are. Find all of it out. Find everything that he had, put it in a little pamphlet, laminate it, whatever you want to do to sell it. There you go. $2 a pamphlet. $5 a pamphlet.
Hey, thank you, Dion. And that was my front yard. I show y'all my backyard. It's a forest, and I don't cut that shit for a reason because I don't want people coming in my fucking backyard. So I keep my backyard a forest.
Right. Look, American Indian names.
And I love it.
Can y'all see my shirt?
Yeah, I can see it, good brother. Yes, sir. I was commenting to D Island. I showed him my front lawn. But I keep my grass high in the back.
You see the name?
Coming out my back.
Yeah, I can see the name.
Tecumseh, Pocahontas, Osceola, Powhatan, Pontiac. You see what I'm saying? Bana. These are American Indian names. And like I said, I'm from here. I know how to work the land. I know how to put food in the ground. That's what everybody need to get back to.
Yes, sir. Big facts, bro.
Well, talk to the people that, because I'm a city slicker. I don't have land. I live in an apartment building, so talk to the people. Now I know, but I'm just saying, talk to the people who like. Listen, I got barely any
And we
sunlight.
have a farming group that help people start that. So if anybody want to become a part of the farming group, you know, got my brother Alabama. We'll put the link to the farming group in the chat. But go ahead, my brother. Real Truth.
You can
Love
get
what you're
some,
doing,
get
brother.
some
Keep
trash
doing it.
cans, some plastic trash cans, and put soil inside of them. You can slice a potato. When you see those little prickly things coming out of it, put it under there, water it, and you'll get a whole trash can full of potatoes. You could do it right on your balcony, right? You could take
So
little pots, and just grow
I don't
tomatoes.
have a balcony. I have a fire escape. I live in the South Bronx where there's roaches, there's rats. How do we help those people who got those issues but want to grow for their family?
Good little pots. You could grow it right in the house and put it in your window near
And
your
they
window.
got natural pesticides that will deter the rodents and the animals.
Okay.
Like I think peppermint is one of them. There's a few of them.
To deter roaches, you get some coffee, get some coffee, get some baking soda and some cooking oil. Make little balls and put them in corners in your house. Them shits will not come near there. Roaches, rats, they hate that shit.
And thank you, Haja Online. It says beautiful. Thank you. And that's the
Mic
link in
check,
the
mic
chat that
check.
we got. My brother Poison Puppet put out. Abundantly farming families,
Thank you.
mothers and families.
Can you
Mic
hear
check.
me? Mic check.
Yeah,
Yes,
we hear
sir.
you, Alabama.
Salute.
Yeah, unfortunately, hovering around the black holes of Krakatosis and shit. I'd like to, for a quick moment before I get dropped again in the hunky hole, back to the beginning when Malcolm said, "What is America's problem, big dog?" Because there's been a lot that's been said. I
Yeah,
don't know if I'll
let
be
me
able to
play
respond
that
to
back, my
everybody.
brother. Let me play that back. Real quick. Here we go.
He said, America's problem is us and we are our problem.
No, we're going to elaborate on that, but us with Ron Karanga, Malana Karanga, said it was United Slaves. You hip to that story, that history? My good brother, Real True?
Preach.
Are you hip to that?
No, sir.
What U.S. stood for, this organization, this house nigga created, and then claimed he created Kwanzaa. So the United Slaves was infiltrated by the FBI to attack the Black Panthers. Look it up, brother. Just do your homework. Just do your homework. But go ahead back to America's problem, us. And what would be the Negro problem, my brother, my sister?
Loving America.
The way he thinks.
Loving the corporation. But go ahead, y'all got it.
The program he's running under, the way he thinks.
You mean the quote that Doc Rivers gave? Big dog, I know you're being somewhat
Yes,
facetious.
sir. Black people love America, but America don't love black people.
But see, that's the whole problem of,
Niggas.
all right, this is not America, the United Snakes of America.
Yes, sir.
Okay? America is the land. Now, whether you use the word country, they could be synonymous because people have a problem with language. But the nation is the government. And the United States government is not America. Okay? This is our problem with allowing people to conflate. Conflate basically means to confuse, to mix the dope for the baby's kids. Okay? And when I say what I say, is for a fact. There is only one American. This is not up for debate. American is the copper-colored Aborigine. And now I respect my sister Angel. I'm 100% in her corner. But it's redundant to have to say Aboriginal American. American is the Aborigine. Period. And trying to get confused people who are all in different silos with each label, what nigga is where? Nigga, Negro, colored, black, Balalian, ADOS, FBA, XYZ, elemental P. Which nigga is in which? but they're all misplaced Americans.
Without joining.
Now, I know that there's another famous quote, and Angel's got a problem with it, and I do too, for a degree, because I love Malcolm. But he said, you don't like to be called an Aborigine. You want to be called an American. No, we are the American. Much respect, El Haj Malik El Shabazz. But again, the American is the copper-colored Aborigine. Why do we have this problem? Only because of niggas. Now, when you go to the etymology and you look up the word niggerdom, you know what it says, real true?
What?
All Negroes. Look up niggerdom. But I know you have heard on many occasions, Oxford Dictionary and even the etymology, they say nigger refers to the American Indian, correct?
Yep. Go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead, play Malcolm. I love El Haj Malik El Shabazz.
Yeah, I just wanted to play that beginning part right there, right here.
America has a very serious problem. Not only does America have a very serious problem, but our people have a very serious problem. America's problem is us. We're her problem. The only reason she has a problem is she doesn't want us here.
Pause right there, big dog. Pause right there. Do we need to elaborate on what that statement means, Foxy Moon? And this is the problem with the language that we use. It is not America, it is the United States government. You see? See, this is what our problem is having a failure to communicate. Because you're using words and language in an inappropriate fashion. Again, no disrespect to our ancestor. He's an elder. He's a scholar. But he was in the 60s. Now, this is 6 decades later. Why do we not actually know better the language and the words that we're using? Okay? Right. America is the land. The United States is the corporate criminal enterprise operating on this land.
Correct.
And all people who are part of the United States don't want niggers here.
Correct.
What's the agenda, big dog? Because I got to make it simple, real true. What's the agenda? Worldwide agenda. What is it?
Get the nigger.
Now, real truth, you can tell me within your words what you think that agenda is.
You're breaking up.
That's debate.
He basically said in your own words, you could tell what the agenda is. Go ahead, brother. And welcome, Epic Studies.
The agenda is to keep us dumbed down and blinded to who we really are, what we are, where we are.
I'm the center of the Lone Star State. And to the republic for which it stands. Go ahead, real true.
I'm a hold right there. Go ahead and build on it.
We got the brother Epic. What's good, Epic? Grand Rise. Do a mic check.
Epic Studies, my nephew.
Peace, brother.
We'll do Alabama move. Peace to you, brother.
Peace.
Yo, world, I'm just a squirrel. Now, you know, Real Truth and Foxy Moon was straight up on. They were talking about the land. They were talking about feeding ourselves. Food, clothing, and shelter is forever.
Indeed.
Facts.
Indeed. And we got
Go ahead, Epic. Take your time, brother.
Yeah. I just came up to show some love, man, and concur also with
appreciate you coming up, show some love, brother. You know you're welcome anytime.
Indeed. And to concur with what the ladies were talking about earlier. You know what I'm saying? Not only that, like I was saying in the chat as well, I think there should be a collective effort in taking back the original name that rightfully belongs to the so-called Negro. And that name is American. There's only one American, okay? When we allude to using different phrases that have adjectives attached to it to describe the type of American we are, that leaves the door open for other people to claim that there's some type of American as well. Me, I'm about closing the door on that. There is but and only one American. And our people need to, get back in gear with taking back that name. Now, I heard the sister speak earlier about, filling on her paperwork and stuff like that. She writes Aboriginal American. And for me,
But Epic, she writes that out because she took a court action and she has adjudicated her circumstance, which means her children, grandchildren, potential great grandchildren. And I'm not disagreeing with the position she holds or how she was raised. She was raised that. She was raised as an Aboriginal. But we're talking about niggerdom. And who is in niggerdom? Niggas, Negroes, colored, black, fill in the blank.
Right.
And how you gonna get their mindset? I'm not saying they can't understand the term Aboriginal. I'm saying American is Aboriginal.
Yes, and that's what I was getting to. I wasn't getting to disagreeing with the sister on her position. I'm really just kind of dialing in to concur with her. It's just from my just prefer, to use the term just straight up American. You know what I'm saying? Without any adjectives or anything attached like that. Because like I said, I think that leaves the door open. Because I remember when I first came into the community or whatever, and I believe it was either on Aboriginal Powers page or Chief Holiday. But I believe it was Chief Holiday who was coining the phrase First Americans. And when I came along,
yes, sir, I remember that. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And when I came along, I didn't denounce that phrase. The only thing I did was brought my perspective along, and I just instead of First Americans, I would say only. That's how and where I coined the phrase and hashtag, mind you, the only Americans, because saying that we are the only Americans slams the door on anybody else claiming that they are, but us. When you say first Americans, again, this is not a knock to anybody else. Okay, they may say that. But from my perspective, when you say first Americans, well, that leaves the door open for a second American, a third American, a fourth American, or any other different type of Americans. I disagree with any other type of American. I think there's just only one American. And that's the perspective I was coming from. But yes, Aboriginal is the American, as well. It's all the same. It's all the same. But I think the term American is what needs to be taken back, because any and everybody else from everywhere else comes to our land, gains U.S. citizenship, mind you, which is a political status, okay, and then refer to themselves as Americans just because they were either born or naturalized here. But that does not make you an American. That only makes you a U.S. citizen, which is a political status. So I just want to put that.
That's what I was saying earlier. That's why I said we are not citizens.
Right. Here,
but
here's the
thing,
convolution we have to straighten out. Epic, did I tell you the story why I say there can be only one?
Yeah, I've heard you numerous of times. Yeah.
You are familiar with the Highlander movie series?
Man, Alabama, I haven't watched TV.
Come on now. Come
years.
on, walk with me, goddamn. Walk with
No,
me.
I'm walking with you, but I haven't watched TV in years, man. I couldn't tell you the last time I'm gonna tell you the last thing I watched on TV was that show How to Get Away with Murder. I don't know anything else after that. I ain't even gonna lie. I don't know anything else after that. That was a good show, you know what I'm saying? But outside of that, man, I haven't watched TV since, really. And the only reason I came out to watch it because my wife told me about it, and I watched some of the previews, and it seemed like it was good, and so I started watching it. But
now it's interesting who they use to tell you how to get away with murder.
Right, right.
Now Viola Davis, she from South Kakalaki,
right? Yeah, I do. Yes, I do.
But no, this was for the peanut gallery, the short bus shorties, Bebe's kids. The Highlander was a thematic movie and television series that talked about immortals. And they decapitated each other and grasped through the lightning strike. Once they took their head, they gathered all of the spirit and the lives over centuries of each of those individual immortals. And what was their catchphrase, Epic Studies? There can be
Say it again, Alabama.
one.
Say that again, Alabama. I stepped away
There
for a second.
can be
Only
only
one. I
one.
definitely, that was my shit.
Yeah, only one. There's only one American. And that's what I'm saying. We got to get back and we got to stay hard with that, because we show any kind of weakness and leave room or idle space for anyone else to wiggle in and identify as that, then, our efforts are truly, what I'm saying, void from that perspective. But we have to stay hard on that and not, take our feet off people's necks about that. Because for one, this is our identity. This is our name, our land, all of that. You know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, our people, we have great hearts, pure hearts, and we don't mind sharing. You see what I'm saying? But the disingenuous part is when we do share, the people that we share, our land resources and all our culture even with, they take it on not only as if it's their own, but they act like they're the ones who originated and try to wipe us out of the equation. That's the part I don't like.
If we take the narrative, and again, I'm not saying this is not making something authentic, because all films, movies, books, they're taking what people have done or has been done. And so I'm not quarreling. I agree with you, Foxy Moon. I only qualify the phrase this way. History does not repeat, it rhymes. And the reason why it will be similar is because of the ignorance. That's what failing to understand history, one is doomed to repeat what one does not know. Now, this belligerent bastard, 34-time convicted felon in the White House, when he ran for re-election, do you know what he said that people ignored or did not hear? That there will be a 1929 style event. Now, both of you brothers, what do you know to be important about the year 1929?
Preach, go ahead.
What do you know to be important about that? Whether you're a good steward and a studier of history, what do you know to be important? Now, I'll suggest one thing.
You said of 1920, Alamo?
Of 1929, the current president, former president,
The Great
campaigning
Depression.
to be reelected president, said during his campaign there will be a 1929 style event.
The Great Depression?
The great stock market crash.
Not called the Depression.
And in the same month of October that the stock market crashed, Neely Fuller Jr., Muskogee Creek Indian, was born in Muskogee, Oklahoma. Now, you got a trifling nigger who wants to call you a foundational black motherfucker, and I'm going to say it's a motherfucker, and says that you should be on code, but this trifling, entertaining nigga never once sold the code book because it ain't going in his pocket. Now, if you respected your elders and your ancestors, would you not be pushing the code every day? If you say, for us to be on code, what does that mean to you, Foxy? Real truth, epic studies. What does being on code mean?
That means do what you're supposed to do. Stay with the program.
And that program would be?
Whatever your family members, whoever tells you and your families to do.
So that would be inside each household. Oh, let me be very exact in what I'm saying. Inside each American household should be what agenda?
Militant?
No, I'm serious. See, I'm serious about mine. I'm not trying to tell y'all what to think. I don't come here converting or convincing. I just speak on truth and stand on the facts of the matter. Now, anything talking about the American known as the Negro is an outright lie. Okay?
And the brother I am had a question. What's your question, I am? You can unmute, I am.
What's going on, bosses?
Grand Rising, brother. How you doing?
Everybody. Yeah, my question is, the American, right? So yeah, we the American, the only American. However, what about the children who have?
Stop right there. Whenever you say what
Oh my
about,
God,
you're gonna
man!
be no, no, no.
I
Because see,
asked you a
I'm not gonna
question,
tell
bro.
Big Dog what to do, but I'm not having that shit today. We're not gonna go around in circles
Hey
with
man,
you
be
or
quiet. Let me
anyone
answer
else
my question,
chasing the
man.
tail. There is no but. I've already said there is only one American.
Man, use
Anyone
the word
else is
however then. Use the word
non-American.
however. Use the word however if you don't want to use the word but, man. Quit, just don't interrupt me like that. I wasn't even tripping on you, man. Now, my question is this. Say
Answer your
you are,
question, but Alabama one of the co-hosts, man. You got, give the brother some respect, please.
I
Go ahead, man.
did. He ain't giving me
Answer
no
your
respect.
question, man.
Okay, so the question is
Ask
one
your
of the
question.
parents isn't an American, but then one of the parents is not, and but they have a child. Is that considered an American, man? That's my question. Would that child be considered an American?
Now, any other person on the panel want to entertain what is, I think, a nonsensical request? But this is tetherish behavior.
Man, just
And
answer the
so I'm
question,
going to say
man.
for the final time, whether or not you seem to not hear what I'm saying, there is only one American and is aboriginal to the land they sprung from. Now, including the Caribbean, and I have no disrespect even to you, I am. But Foxy, didn't I tell you that the last time we talked? Americans are aboriginal to all of North, Central, and South America, including the conjoining islands, like a Tonkinist one likes to say it. But you're aboriginal when your feet are 10 toes down there. When you leave point A and go to point B, you by definition is either an immigrant with an E or an I, but you are migrating. That's a simple fact.
Okay,
Now,
so
getting into this convolution about mixing, miscegenation, race mixing, hybridization, by the way, all things terms created by foreigners, telling us what they think about intermarrying and race mixing. Who's had a problem with that? Real truth, epic studies. As Malcolm started this conversation, who has a problem with that?
we just want to know, is that child considered an American or not? That's
No,
all,
that's
man.
what you want to know. We're over here discussing American business. Go talk to the people
That
that
is
you're
an
talking
American
about
business,
and go
man.
discuss it with them.
That is
This
American business.
distractionary behavior that you seem to exhibit on
Dude,
the regular, I'm checking
man.
with you at the
First of
moment that
all,
you exhibit it. So
Malcolm X was right.
as I
Man,
ask
you tripping,
specific
man.
people, epic studies, real truth, who is that Malcolm
You
says
tripping,
has
man.
a
You
problem?
know good and well everybody
Who
that be
is
on.
it that Malcolm X said has a problem and with who?
You fearful of the question. You fearful to answer the question, man. You act like you so smart, but then you can't even answer a simple question like that, man.
Yes, you're American, man.
You're not as intelligent as you portray if you can't answer that question, man. Just genuinely answer the question, yes or no. It's a
Yes,
yes or no answer.
yes, the child is American.
May I ask a question to I am? I am. Can you hear
You
me?
know, yeah, you can ask me a question. I don't act like that.
Go ahead, Sissy. Yes.
Okay. So I am. When you say one of the parents is American and the other parent is what, a foreigner? Is that what
Yes.
you're saying? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So which of the parents? Is it the mother or
It
the
doesn't
father?
matter. It
That's
doesn't matter to me as long as you're an
it
American.
does matter because American is not a citizenship. American is a bloodline.
I
So
know.
if
I
you're going through
know.
the bloodline,
Let her answer, bro.
if
You
you're
wanted
going
the
through
question
I'm
the
gonna let
answered.
her answer.
bloodline,
Well, I
Believe
got
you
you.
me, I'm saying I know that. I'm saying an American, it doesn't matter who the as long as the parent is an American, y'all going on the mother blood. I don't believe in that. I believe
I
you
think,
you are an
well, let
American.
me ask you, are you speaking about United States citizenship or are you
No,
speaking about
no
a
organic
bloodline American?
a blood when I say an American. I'm talking about it doesn't whether you mother or father. I don't just deal with mother's genealogy. I deal with both parents. So if you're you can be an American from either side of your family, either parent. So that's the
Well,
question. Coming from that perspective, I
okay.
know
The reason
people got.
why I ask is because in our Aboriginal culture, we're matrilineal,
Who
and
is?
we inherit through our mother. So
Okay,
that
I'm not
means
saying
our identity, our inheritance, everything, it comes down through the mother.
it's
So if
both.
the
It's
mother
still.
is an American by blood, by bloodline, the child would be an American.
I got you, but I'm saying, but everybody don't see it that way. We
Well,
just
that's the
don't.
way it is in the Great
Hold
Law of
on
Peace.
for a minute. I'm saying no. You inherit your Americanness from your mother and or father. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
Uh,
I am. Listen. Okay, if you got some soil, you put a seed in that soil. Where's the soil coming from? The woman is the soil. So
Listen, man. Y'all can say that stuff if y'all want to. It's either
listen what
parent,
I'm
both.
saying, bro. Listen,
It
if I
takes
got
two
soil,
parents to make an American, man. Or, I mean, it takes two to make a child. So,
listen, but you don't want to accept the answer. The answer is if the mother's from America, then the child is
and the
from.
answer is also if the father is an American,
No,
then the
not the
child's
father.
American.
That be the
Well,
No,
mother.
I
it
disagree with that.
sounds
I
like
disagree with
you're
that.
you're conflating United States citizenship with
Nope,
American
I'm not dealing with
bloodline.
citizenship whatsoever. I'm saying if the father is an American, organically,
The child.
then the
No,
child, then his children is an American as well, man.
no,
Come
his
on,
child.
man.
Hey, if I
If
may chime in, if I may chime in,
That's the
Yeah,
problem.
go
Y'all
ahead,
calling
Epic.
off.
Let
Y'all
Epic
causing the.
tap in.
if I may chime in, um, I want to get something straight, okay? Because I think I know where the brother is going. I'm not upset at you or anything, but for perspective, okay? The American, we don't come from white people, so at all, we're not born of a white woman's womb.
Right. I know that.
So hold on. So and you said right, okay? So that means you agree with me. So if you have a white mother and a black organic, so-called black organic American father, why would you still think that child is an American just because the father is when that child came from a white womb?
Because I know that child still is an
You,
American, but y'all, you
yeah,
may
you
not
just killed
receive it
your own.
like that. Let,
You
let,
just
let
killed
me
your.
just let me just respond to that. I'm saying, according to my knowledge and my insight, that child is still an American, regardless of the mother or the father. As long as one of the parents is an American, that child is an American. But that's my stand.
How
Right,
can you ask the
that's just
question and
political.
act like you know the answer? You just
I
asked the
got it.
question.
I got
You
an
didn't know.
answer, bro.
You
I
didn't
got an
know the
answer. That don't mean just because I asked the question
because
don't
you
mean I don't
didn't
have
know
an
the
answer
answer.
from.
So
Don't
that's
mean
why
I
you
don't know the
asked the
answer,
question.
brother.
Listen, bro. You asked the question because you didn't know the answer.
No,
Now
I
you
did not. That's not true, bro. Listen, man. Don't put
have.
words in my mouth, man. I know how to talk,
I said you asked the question, didn't you? Ask the question.
but that's to see what your stand was. Not, I
You
know
just.
my stance.
Why would you ask the question if you didn't know? If you
I
knew?
just answered it to see what your stance was.
Why,
Why you
I'm curious as to what prompted you to ask, though. Are you mixed? Is your mom white and your dad black? And you just want to ask to,
have a child?
was that?
Yeah, because we standing on Aboriginal business. Like I said, everybody know I ain't for mixing. I'm against it.
But
Right.
the issue,
I think that's
see,
why the
hold
brother
on.
So
was.
I'm about to
I don't
respond.
understand, why you
I'm
even
about to
bring
tell
up
you.
a
I'm about to tell you
foreigner.
because people are even though you may not be for it, it's been done and it's being done, and you just can't eliminate them kids once they born.
Nobody's
Listen.
eliminating children
Nobody
at all.
eliminating anybody.
Nobody's eliminating. Let me say this to him right quick, dog. No
Go
one is
ahead, Epic.
No one is eliminating children at all. Now, if that makes because the fact that you may be mixed makes you feel alienated,
I'm not
hold on.
mixed,
I'm not. Come on,
bro.
brother. I'm not fixing to argue
Okay,
with
so
you.
just let me
I'll mute
just
up and
tell
let
you
you have
that.
it. I'll mute up and
Hey
let you
man,
have it.
I've
Can I
told
finish
you.
my
I'd
thought?
already told you. I'm not
Let
mixed, so
Epic
you don't have
study
to say
get
no
it,
if,
brother.
man.
Mute up, and he gonna
You
mute
don't have to
up.
say
We
no
all
if,
gonna mute up and let it go around. Mute
but you
up,
don't
my
have to
brother.
say
I
if. I'm
am. I
telling
got you.
you already, so you don't even have to put that in
I
in
got
your
you. I am.
equation.
You can mute up. I got you.
But like I'm saying, I mean, there's this topic is a trip or whatever like that. But when you're dealing with the truth of it and you're dealing with the root, that type of question is
It's the only I find that the only people that ask those type of questions are the ones who are in that boat. They're the ones that's mixed. They have either a mother or a father that's white, and they want some validation. They want to be an American by default, by birthright.
Oh my God, I can't
They
believe
want to
this,
do.
man.
That's why they ask these. I'm
I
telling you,
got family
I find
members that's mixed,
that's what
man.
I find. I'm not
And
done.
the father is indigenous and the mother is not. You think I'm going to say that the
Brother,
child is not indigenous?
but I'm not arguing with you about what you think, believe, or assume about where you stand. I'm not even
This is
trying.
not an argument. I'm saying that's why I'm asking, because I got family members who are mixed. I'm indigenous. My mother and father's indigenous, but I got nephews and nieces who are, some of them are mixed. And I'm not gonna go around telling them they're not indigenous because one of their parents is not indigenous, man. You
Okay,
got
then
me messed
don't.
up.
Okay, then don't. I'm not trying to tell you not to do that. We telling you though, over here, what the real is though. What the real is. We know what the real is. And we
What
just
is the
picked up.
real? You don't know what the real is because you think you only can be indigenous if your mother's indigenous, and that's
We
stupid.
keeping it real with the people. That's what he means.
Yeah, we straight up real, man. We ain't got time for all that extra stuff, man. It's like you can't.
May I speak, please? May I speak? I'm an elder. I'm an elder.
Go ahead, sister.
So what the brother I am may not be aware of is to be indigenous is not just a word, it's a culture. And our culture is based on the great law of peace. And that is the oldest law of this land. And I would encourage you to look it up and read it because it would answer your question. But we're already telling, and it sounds to me like we're all on the
No,
same page.
I don't. They're
Because
not on the
our
same page.
culture, we
They
are
didn't say. They did not say. Did
matrilineal.
none. Hold on,
The
sister. You
status
answered.
of the
Let her
Hold
get
on.
it
child.
out.
No,
I am.
no, let
I
me
am.
finish.
Let her get
Let
it
me
out, brother. Let her
finish.
finish. I'm
The
muting up. Let her
status
finish.
of the
Please.
child follows the mother over here in America. That's just the way it is. We're matrilineal. And I
These
know
brothers
some
don't
folks,
believe what you
I know
said.
some
I
folks
know what you're
who
saying.
want to mix with other
Take a deep
kinds
breath.
of
I am. Come
folks.
on, bro.
That is their
Yeah.
prerogative.
Hey man,
But
I'm
know
done with
what you're
y'all, man. Y'all
doing.
fake. Hey
That
man, y'all fake.
baby, that
I'm
that
done.
off that child is not of the American bloodline. It's of a foreign bloodline. Point blank, period.
You
And
okay?
that's
I
why
heard
we're
your
going
answer,
round
sister.
and
I
round.
don't. I
That's
listen.
why
I
our
got your
people
answer,
are in an eradication
sister. I
and
got your
erasure
answer.
right now because everybody wants to come over
Let her get
here
it out. I
and
muted
claim
you,
to
brother.
be
Stay muted.
American.
Thank you.
Everybody wants to claim to be American. And American is a bloodline. It's not a citizenship. That's the illusion.
Sister Angel, I got your answer. I want to hear what the man got to say. I know what you believe in. I know where your stand is, Sister Angel. I ain't tripping on
It's
what you're
not a
saying.
belief, it's a fact. The
Well,
great
that's
law
your
of peace
fact. That's not my
is
fact,
the
though.
law of
But
the land. It's the
that's your.
law of
I
the
got you,
land.
but that's not my fact. Because I studied just like you all, and all indigenous people did not see it that way, and y'all know that for a fact. You can look it up. So to sit here and pretend like all the indigenous people went through the matrilineal line is a lie and ridiculous to even say something like that, knowing that's
Well,
not true.
just because that change does not mean it stops being true. That's just for one. You want to deny the truth just because
I
other
didn't
people
say
didn't
I didn't say the
accept.
brother. I didn't say the matrilineal line was wrong. I'm saying it's both. I'm
I
not
didn't say
saying
nothing.
either
I
one
didn't
is
say
wrong.
nothing about. I'm talking about just because people, some original Americans, right, may have stepped outside of the truth
It's not stepping
to
outside.
they stepped outside of the truth of what it
Let the
really
brother
is.
get his thoughts out. I am. Nobody didn't cut you off, man.
Just because you had some people that have done some things like step outside of the culture, stepping outside of the bloodline, does not make it right or true just because they produce something from that. And then you call it the same thing. A hybrid is not the same thing as the original. That's just the fact. Regardless of how you feel about it or whatever like that, it's not to
But
step on your toes. We're talking about the
you're not
truth,
stepping on
right?
my toes
So
because I know you're in error, so I don't even got to worry about it.
if we're talking about the truth, the heirs, okay, the heirs are heirs by virtue of their birthright, okay, and that means they descend from those original people.
Then why am I talking to you? I need to be talking to the women, not you then. If you believe that. If you standing on a matrilineal, then why are you talking? Why are you even talking to me, man?
What? Well, because you just told the sister you want to hear from the man.
But since
That's
you stand on, hold on, but since your stand is with the woman, then you need to,
bro,
you need to just step aside
your
and let the
trolling is
women
not gonna
talk
work
then.
here, bro.
Just let the women talk.
I think that's why you came up on the panel, because we get to talk every time the conversation shifts and we get to talking about there's only one American. Here come the trolls to
Here
disrupt
comes an
that.
idiot
Y'all come
and a
to disrupt that.
distraction, and
It's
that's why
all
I don't
good. I don't
respond
really
to
care,
it.
man.
And
y'all come to disrupt that.
And listen, I can
the
stand with or
discussion that
without you.
needs to be is about American business only.
Period.
Anybody coming here attaching themselves to the American, which is what United States citizens do, in the definition of the American, which was done by a foreigner, Noah Webster, don't know where that pale cracker came from, allegedly of British origin, said now applied to the descendants of Europeans. What does that statement mean to you, ethnic studies?
They're telling you right there in the definition that they were not and are not the original
They
Americans.
added the cracker. That's what it means to me. Go ahead, Epic.
Right,
My bad.
and through those political means, they became recognized as such, but that's not real. You see what I'm saying? They're telling you that they're Johnny come latelys. They're telling you they're not the original Americans, because they tell you in the very definition that the original application of the term applies
Is
to
the
us.
copper-colored aborigine, not a
Right.
pale degenerate demon, not an African, not an Asian, not a Hispanic, not a native.
Right.
Those are
right
all
here.
adjectives attached to the only important thing on this planet, the American. Now, I don't know what the fuck his purpose is, or any other troll, or any other person who is a leech, who is a tether, attaching themselves to the only American. What do you think they intend to accomplish, Real Truth? We know the diversion. We see the
Real quick.
distraction.
Shout out
What's
my
the
brother Bright
intent?
Mode. Hey, Bright Mode, make that a little smaller, brother. I got you. Push it back a little bit. He said American, a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginal or the copper color races found here by the Europeans, but now applies to the descendants of Europeans born in America. You got it on this shirt, man. Shout out my brother Bright Mode.
And what do those Europeans do
I
constantly
like that, man. That's
about
nice.
the nigger?
Yes, sir.
What do Europeans do constantly right now today? They stirring up niggas over voting rights. Is that a distraction?
It
My
sure
brothers?
is. It
My
sure
sister?
is. Yep, it sure is. That's a
And,
distraction. It's
and what
not
is
only
the
that, because they
agenda?
want to get us to be in an upheaval about the Rights Act, when from the jump, we don't need a Voting Rights Act. We never did need it. You see what I'm saying? But that's just a play to get us to get up off of what we on and to focus on the bullshit. They want us to get offended by the bullshit because they want us to stay attached to the black, Negro, and colored in these misnomers and these labels that take us away from being from proclaiming and declaring us being the original of America.
Now, as a degenerate, did he use the babies?
Shout out my brother
Did he try to
Charles
direct you
Johnson.
and deflect
Indigenous
and
mind.
distract
Good seeing you,
you
brother.
by using the babies? What are you gonna do with cutting off the babies?
Right.
What are they doing with the babies as we speak while covering up for a pedophile ring every day?
Mhm. Hey, like I was
Are
just
they
trying
not
to say,
predominantly European male patriarchy?
mhm. The same ones that came over here and dropped their seeds in our women to attach themselves to the land. That's how they do.
Wait, hold up, wait a minute. Say that
What?
one more time, Real True.
The same people that came over here and dropped their seeds in our women to attach themselves to the land.
Now, do you know what the Chinese military is doing across the entire African continent as we're speaking today, my brother?
Raping the land, raping the women.
Now, these jigaboo perpetual slave niggas, these pan goofy motherfuckers, Are they running over there to protect their Aboriginal women, or are they clipping their clitorises and taking out their tongues? And what other type of tribal shit?
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Just circling
Go ahead,
around to
sir.
what the brother just said about them coming over here and dropping their seeds in the Aboriginal female because they knew we're matrilineal. And if they were going to get their hands on our land, that is one of the tactics that they used. And that's all I was trying to really express to the young man. I don't know if he's still up on the panel. I don't see him.
But he's disingenuous, Angel. First of all, I
Yeah, he
am has
left.
come up here
No,
constantly pushing.
Alabama,
Hold on,
Alabama.
wait a minute, hold on, sis, hold on, because I've told you this time and again, and I'm gonna say it right now, for everybody, for all the idiots in the chat and in the audience on the replay. I'm sick and tired of you trifling bastards coming up on our woman's skirt, apron, or getting up under Big Mama, hiding behind her, like that fool Bakwash kept constantly asking me, hiding behind you. Do you love me? Do you love me? This is not a goddamn game, you idiots.
But
The
Alabama,
whole world has declared war. Now, I'm going to hand it back to you, Angel. When
he
you charge genocide, what are you charging? This is not a game. This is
no,
life
it's not.
and death.
It's not. But the thing with him is he didn't come right out with it. He wasn't up front. He was trying to go around about to try and get an answer. And the answer that he got from all of us, and he just doesn't want to accept it. And then he finally was honest enough to say, look, I have nieces, nephews, or, he have relatives who are mixed and their mothers are so-called white. And their fathers are indigenous. So you can't tell me those that they're not indigenous because he is in denial. He's in denial. And that's something that he's going to have to, he's going to have to deal with that. But he should have just came out with it to begin with instead of beating around the bush because everybody was really clear because we know our culture.
But wait a minute, hold on. See, now for too long, we have tolerated people in our midst. I don't care who they are. And again, Foxy, you and I, we've talked about this back and forth. This is not the issue of people being black immigrants. The issue is, why do you shit on the American known as the Negro? They don't run up on no white people and no foreigner, even the parents of their hybrid children. They don't run up on them. That's a personal problem. Why do you bring your shit over here to the American?
Well, Alabama.
How about we start there?
The brother said that he is indigenous. Both of his parents are indigenous, but he was just trying to see where we stood on those hybrid.
I call bullshit.
Offspring.
I think he's lying about everything he said. So I don't give a damn what his suggested positions are. Again, every foreigner is attaching themselves to the American. That's the first problem.
Well,
right there.
Can I circle back around to what the brother Epic Studies was saying? Because I identify as Aboriginal American. This is distinct. This is very distinct. I'm an Aboriginal American because we have the whole world over here claiming that they are American, the whole world. But we are Aboriginal Americans. And I know it's like saying American, but we have to set the record straight and be distinct where there's no question. And on the international stage, when you are indigenous, you're the Aboriginal people of the land. In Australia, they identify as Aboriginal Australians. If you Google Aboriginal Australian, it's going to pop up. Oh, these are the indigenous people of Australia. So we got to get it to the point when anybody Googles Aboriginal American, we gonna pop up and it's gonna say these are the indigenous people of America. We got to stand on our identity, set the record straight, be distinct where there's no question about it on the international stage. Internationally. An American, everybody's claiming American. They're some kind of hyphenated American. And we know they're not, but they're doing it anyway. And they're running with it, doubling and tripling down. They got even new words. What's that word? Alabama heritage American?
Even trying to claim that they are heritage Americans. And, you know, American nationals, sovereign citizens, everything they are doing is under the umbrella of believing and convincing themselves that they're American when their only thing they are is United States citizens.
Exactly.
That's the only thing that they are.
So they doubling and tripling down. We need to double and triple down on being Aboriginal Americans. And there's no question who is Aboriginal American? The Aborigines of America, the indigenous Negro, Negroid, phenotypic people of America.
I let them know each time I have a conversation with one of them, I let them know the difference. So that is getting pushed, y'all, by the youth. I'm trying my best to get more of us my age and younger to tell these people that, hey, we the Americans, we the Aboriginals, y'all are U.S. citizens. It's a difference. Y'all came after the U.S. We was here before the U.S. That's why I kept saying
right, right, Mo Deezy in the
yes, sir.
Heezy.
I ain't seen you in a minute, Elder. How you been?
Drop the ballistics, bright Mo.
I let them know. So we pushing it. I just got to get more of the youth to help me out with that. If the youth out there listening, tap in. We got to let them know it's a difference between a U.S. citizen and an American.
And let me just be very clear here, and I'm not disagreeing with what you're suggesting, Angel, but again, we're talking about an illiterate, indignant, indoctrinated population. The American has been reclassified, relabeled. You put all of those labels in the parentheses behind American. No other people on the planet has been done that, but every other person on the planet is claiming American. That's it. That squashes the discussion. It doesn't stop the arguments because you're dealing with idiots. It doesn't stop debates. People rather debate to be distracted. That means going to work. You'd have to focus on American business, and only Americans should be discussing it. And I yield.
Well, we also have to look at these Native Americans because they're literally running off with they are the indigenous people of this land and soil, and they are totally not, unless they're of our bloodlines. But from what we know, they're not even of the phenotype.
On that fact, we address the Pope. They are doing and saying that crap because the Pope endorsed them. The Pope put them in Indian boarding school. The Pope and Christianity made them orphans, and no orphan can tell you shit about who the hell they are. By definition, they don't know. So going around and repeating a lie, this is no time for passes are over. We cannot tolerate the bullshit. This is not up for debate. And there is only one truth, the American. But I'm gonna fall back. Y'all got it.
Yeah, notice how they attach themselves. They come over here, they African American, Chinese American, Japanese American. They got to put where they're from first. So
Yeah, shout out to, I see you out there, Prayerful Soul, Grand Rising, welcome.
That's how the federal system is looking at and designating the different population groups based on your nationality. If you came from Japan and you naturalized, then you become a Japanese American, or if you came from China and you naturalized, you become a Chinese American. That's the
Right.
federal government. That's the administration through the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget. They're responsible for all those race and ethnicity designations. And what I'm saying is we need to delineate and we need to demand that we are recognized and acknowledged as Aboriginal Americans, because no one can say anything to us because everybody's claiming American, but we are the Aboriginal Americans.
Right.
And so no one can, what are they going to say? What are they going to do? They're going to have to come correct. And we're going to have to all just stand on law. Let's stand on law. And not just United States law, but international law. Because internationally, Aboriginal, like I said, Aboriginal Australians, Aboriginal Americans, Aboriginal, whatever country you are from, you're the indigenous people of that land. And that's on the international stage. And I want to see us stand on the international stage.
And I always say, I'm gonna give it right back to you. I was born in America, so I'm an American. Go ahead, Angel.
No, we're all Americans, no doubt.
Oh,
We're the American bloodline.
hold up, wait a minute. Now, native born and natural born. Come on, sis. I know you're not gonna no disrespect, big dog. Let us elaborate native versus natural born.
Go ahead, y'all got it.
Well, I think we said that a little earlier. The natural people, there's only one people of land. Like everyone is saying, there's only one American. There's only one people, the natural people of the land. Everyone else who comes here is a foreigner. They're not of our lineages, our bloodline. They're not from our people. And so for them, the way this system is set up through the federal, for any foreigner who comes over here and jump through all their hoops, go through all their criteria, they can naturalize. But that is a federal citizenship. They become citizens of the United States. That's the naturalized status. And the offspring of the naturalized immigrants, their children are considered native born. But us as the natural people of the land, the natural born people of the land, our offspring are natural born. And they don't want to get into that. We're going to see what the Supreme Court does in this birthright citizenship case, how they break down their decision on that case. They're not, I guarantee y'all, I doubt if they're going to get into the difference between natural born and native born or naturalized, because those were the arguments on the floor of the House, on the floor of the Senate when the 14th Amendment was proposed. They were distinguishing the difference between natural born, naturalized, and native born. But they're not going to do that because they're making it an issue of, oh, who's under the jurisdiction of the federal government. But the real issue is who is natural born and who is native born. And that was also the issue in the Wong Kim Ark case of 1898, which they're arguing about in that birthright citizenship case. So we're the natural born people. We're the natural people of the land under natural law, the law of nature, that is us, and everyone else is a foreigner.
I need both of you ladies, Foxy and Angel, to again go back to this insinuating oneself through your womb. Now, all these foreigners, particularly the European, I don't care whether they're melanated or these pale degenerates, but the pale degenerates, once they got citizenship under the 1790 Naturalization Act, created a free white person, correct? And then they told you all people born to your womb were slaves at birth. I need y'all to chop that up. I know it's not fact. No, it ain't real. But we are operating under this mentality of believing that we're the descendants of slaves. So could you and Foxy Moon chop that up?
Well, I think I've already shared that under their laws, the status of the child follows the mother. That's dating back to the colonial statutes. But now, under citizenship for the United States, you, like the young man was saying, that's why I was asking him, do you mean citizenship? Because it could be your mother or your father who is a citizen, and that would make you a citizen.
Right.
Hey, shout out my brother Joe Moore. I see you out there, Joe Moore. Good seeing you, brother. Much love and respect. Go ahead, y'all got it.
And understanding that that's U.S. citizenship is political. You see what I'm saying? That's a political status. That's what you inherit from either your mother or father as it pertains to the jurisdiction of the United States. It's a political status as distinguished from an American. You see what I'm saying? Doesn't mean that there's enmity between the two. It's just each has its own proper perspective. And when you mix the two, that's where the confusion comes in.
Yeah, I was just going to read that off of the Barron's Law Dictionary under citizenship. It says, under the Constitution, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction therefore are citizens of the United States and of the states wherein they reside. United States Constitution, 14th Amendment. Citizenships and the status of being a citizen. In the United States, there are usually a double citizenship. That is a citizenship in the nation and a citizenship in the state in which they reside.
So Foxy, right there, pause for a moment, because we've talked about this and we're going to start off our next discussion on the land with that birthright citizenship section, Angel. But why did they ignore Clarence Thomas bringing up Dred Scott? And why has there been literally zero discussion of state citizenship? And can you differentiate between the two?
I mean, I'm not savvy legalese, so I can only surmise.
Okay, walk with me for a moment here.
I
Understand
might have muted you
residency
by
is a
mistake, Foxy. My bad. You can unmute. I don't know if I muted you or you muted yourself. I was trying to highlight your avatar again, but I don't know if I muted you.
Oh, did you hear me read about the citizenship?
Oh,
Yes, ma'am. I
I
heard.
heard you. I don't know if others did. I heard
Yeah, I
you
heard
read
you.
it. But
Okay.
walk with me a moment on
Yeah, I heard.
residency.
Mm-hmm.
So, see, this is where the problem is with people in a poorly educated populace. I think that, do you remember the show that says, "Are you smarter than a fifth grader?"
Mm-hmm.
You remember that ridiculous game show?
Yeah.
Of which the president of the
Yes,
United
sir.
States is not
And
smarter than a
that's
fifth
what my
grader.
man Maybach said always say he's smarter than the fifth grader. But go ahead, Alabama.
Okay, so residency. You cannot reside in the United States. You know why that is, Foxy?
Wait, say that again. You cannot reside in the United States.
No, you cannot be a resident
A
of the
resident?
United States. You know why?
No.
Because the residents of the District of Columbia.
10-block radius.
Who's that? Say that again.
It's a 10-block radius.
10 square miles.
10 square
But I
miles.
get what
My
you're
bad.
suggesting.
10 square miles.
But those are the residents of a military district.
Mm-hmm.
So the District of Columbia is the agreement between the state of Maryland and the state of Virginia. You see how we are completely bereft in basic civics education in the United States of America?
Right.
So when the District of Columbia is extending what you know to be federal citizenship, do you understand that's a franchise?
Yes.
Right? So what does that mean? What does the franchise mean? And I'm not talking about like a business or even talking about voting. What is a franchise? Is that a privilege?
my understanding of
Is it a privilege or a right? There's the
It's
reason
a
why I'm
privilege.
asking this.
It's a
Is it a
privilege, just
privilege
like
or a
it's a
right?
it's a privilege, just like McDonald's allows you to franchise their business. It's a privilege.
So any privilege can be revoked if it can be granted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's go back to residency. Where do you reside, Foxy?
New York
Let me
State.
let me just say patch of dirt. Patch of dirt. How about we do that? Okay. So you can reside in a field, on a city block, inside a high rise, or a home. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But where is that residence? That's on a patch of dirt. Would you agree?
Yeah.
So where is the United States located? Anyone on the panel?
Washington, D.C.
Where is it located?
Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C.
Actually, it's not. It's not. It is a agreement between the several states. Now, again, this is just my perspective. I could be in error, but the reason why I point out the District of Columbia, and I always give credit to Sister Bethy because she did a very interesting build about how the District of Columbia is a military district under the Constitution. You should read it, of 10 square miles. I would suggest everything that you think is the state capital of each of the several states is the exact same 10 square mile military district. You feeling me, brothers and sisters? So inside that military district, which also houses the state capital, is where the several states are subjugating themselves to this false corporate entity known as the United States. And that's lowercase u, lowercase s. When they turn it into uppercase United States, it then becomes a full-blown corporate criminal enterprise that is now doing what to all the several states? So explain to me how the several states operate independent of the federal government, which is supposed to be how the Republican form of government works. When you bother to read the Constitution, the federal government has no power except what the states grant to it. And all power is in the people. What do you say, big dog? Say it again. Power to the what?
Motherfucking people.
Now, what does the 9th and 10th Amendment tell you?
That's when it goes to we the people, right?
What does it tell you, though? Again, reading is fundamental. Would you agree?
You said the 9th and 10th. I got the Constitution here.
Yeah, just share with us, Foxy Moon, what the 9th and 10th Amendment states.
Anybody know how to share screen so we can put it up?
Oh, my bad.
No, I'm asking, does anybody know how to
I don't have share screen, so you would just.
Yeah, you do have Foxy. I made you
Oh, you made me a mod, but I don't know how to
see. We see your beautiful face. If you want to hold the book,
let me make sure. Yeah, I made you a co-host, so you're able to share.
I just don't know how to. I'm not tech savvy.
No,
it should be a button.
I saw the book. Just read it to us.
Yeah.
Just read the 9th and 10th.
Let me see if I can highlight you again too. I might.
So it says the
spotlight for everyone. There you go. When you mentioned it earlier, I didn't know how to do it. I got you now.
The enumeration of in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
Now, that's the 9th Amendment you read, or the 10th?
That's the 9th Amendment. Proposed.
Say that one more time. Say it one more time.
It was proposed 1789, ratified 1790. It says the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
In other words, nothing written down in the document shall prevent you from the rights you have by birth. That's what's called a birthright. Now tell us what the 10th Amendment says.
10th Amendment, proposed 1789, ratified 1791. The powers not delegated to the United States by the
Stop right there. Repeat that clause. Not what? From the very beginning.
the
Not what?
powers not delegated to the United States.
Go ahead, finish it.
By the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people.
Now, we're going to have you read that again. I want everybody else on the panel to then decode that in your terms of what you heard. This is power. The specific thing of the 10th Amendment is power. So,
Indeed.
brothers, what did y'all hear?
I heard that this it completely denounces the notion that people think that the government is in place to rule the people and to subjugate them. Actually, their limited source of power is derived from the people that govern, the people that they govern. But what I hear, especially in that 10th Amendment, is that they don't have all power. There are obviously powers that they don't have that actually rest with the people. And if they only operate from that perspective, not from the perspective of rulership or dictatorship. And going, if I may, it was something.
Before you go, Epic, go back to 9 and say 9 one more time.
I was just about to ask
and I
her to do
want
that.
you to chop that up, Epic.
All
Kick
right.
that ballistic.
All right.
So the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
Exactly. That means no matter what rules, regulations, codes, ordinances, what have you, that they come up with that may seem to abrogate your birthrights that come from you, which is where their limited source of power lies. You see what I'm saying? Any of that rulemaking in place that's repugnant to that is unenforceable. It has no standing. And the people have a responsibility to understand this naturally in order to enforce what you just read in the 9th Amendment. We need to understand this.
Mm-hmm.
May I add?
Sure, I yield.
So what I'm hearing is that we as the people have the total authority and jurisdiction, that there is nothing and no one who has authority and jurisdiction over us. But what I'm hearing in that 10th Amendment is they put an or. They said the state or the people. So what I know that term or to mean, it means different possibilities, either the state or the people. And this is where it gets like we really have to be critical thinkers and really look deeply into things. Because when they say the state, what is meant by the state? Because from my perspective as an Aborigine, the only state of authority and jurisdiction in America is the Aboriginal nation state, because we had confederacies before a declaration and before the Articles of Confederation and long before the Constitution, which our confederacies were under the Great Law of Peace. But all of those constitutions, the first constitution, which is the Article of Confederation, and the next constitution, which we know as the Constitution for the United States of America, they're all pursuant to the Great Peace, which is the ultimate law of the land, giving us the authority and jurisdiction where it belongs with us, the Aboriginal people, the natural people of the land. But under that concept of state, what they have created is a corporate state. And that's what Big Dog be going in on all the time, because we need to go in on that, but we need to be critical thinkers and understand what they're doing. That corporate state is de facto. It's not de jure. If it's not of the people, which are us, then it's de facto. And they're artificial corporate entities. And so if we get on top of this law, which I'm glad Sister is reading the Constitution, and I'm glad Alabama is putting it to us to really be critical thinkers and look at this. All we have to do is stand on the law. And then everybody gets put in their place.
Yeah, this definitely de facto. We've been bankrupt since 1933, and you can tell even the transfer of what the dollar is. It's a federal note. It's no longer a dollar, not backed by gold. So this is de facto government. I'll fall back.
And also remembering that, oh, give me a second. I forgot I hit that on. All right. Remembering also, as it pertains to the United States and the Constitution, this is why I've always said it's imperative that the people enforce. This goes for both citizens and non-citizens alike. Enforce the Constitution. The Constitution is not in place for it to rule over you. It's not a document of rulership. Because I've heard arguments where people refer to a constitution in the nature of people standing under it or it having some standing over you. But I always correct that, and I always say that the enforcement of the Constitution is imperative. Being that it be the supreme law of the land, it would behoove every citizen and non-citizen alike to enforce it, because all of those elected representatives and politicians, they all have their limited power and authority that derives from that document, as well. It is the very foundation of the principles of the country referred to as the United States of America, for which they represent. Okay? They have an obligation. That reveals that they have an obligation to the Constitution. That's why it would be imperative to hold them to their obligation by enforcing the Constitution. It not only protects you, but it keeps them in their rightful place. So if you find a government or its agents or officials operating outside of the bounds of the Constitution, then that obviously reveals that someone has abandoned their duty and obligation to its enforcement. I hope I made sense with that. But are you?
You did, my brother. Shout out to Tanya Renee. Much love. Respect, Tanya Renee.
You know what you just sparked in my brain, Brother Epic, is the saying, these truths to behold, what, self-evident? Is that in the amendment? I mean, in the part of the Constitution?
The Declaration of Independence.
Right. These truths will be held self-evident. So that
they're
right
all
there,
created
it
equal.
tells you right there in that first sentence that we still have the way of the land. We still, but they're, like you just said, it's these laws, bylaws, regulations, or whatever are for them. However, because there's original people that are on the land, it gets lumped up and you know, it gets lumped up together with those people, but it's for their people to operate in accordance to what they're putting down. And like how Sister Angel had just said, like, we're the original people here. Well, I can say I am original or native because I'm third removed, but the true indigenous people of the land, those laws that they wrote, the Constitution, doesn't apply to them. And therefore, you can operate and move differently. Now, will their enforcers stop you and question you and what have you, sure, because that's what they're supposed to do. But when you know their laws and you recite them and you give them verbatim of that, some of these people don't even know. Some of these cops don't even know half of the stuff that's in here. They're
Well,
just
here's the problem with that, though, Foxy.
Mhm.
They are doing code, statutes, regulations.
Code
They
statutes,
are
right?
not doing the law. That's the first problem. They're not operating. They're extra constitutional. And actually, everything they're doing is unconstitutional by
Correct.
definition.
Yep.
So and I'm talking about all the officers of the court, the lawyers, the judge, the magistrates, the prosecutors, the entire system is fraudulent. Now, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole on it. I'm just saying that's why I thank you, sister, for sharing the 9th and 10th Amendment. But go to the first one and read it. For dimwits, the mentally challenged, the ones at the back of the classroom that like to throw spitballs because they don't want to use their brain cells. What does the First Amendment say, sis?
Okay. First Amendment, let me just put my screen. I know y'all can't see it because it's very thin. But the First Amendment says, proposed 1789, ratified 1791, Congress shall make no law respecting any establishment of religion or prohibited.
Stop right there, sis. That very first part of the clause, they shall not do what? Make what?
No law respecting any establishment of religion.
Which means this is not a Christian nation, but go ahead and read it uninterrupted. I'm on pause.
Or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
Now, why do you think that they never show you the First Amendment when this administration walked across and held the Bible upside down? This was the day after George Floyd's public lynching. The week immediately after that, they did what to the people peaceably assembling? Epic Studies.
Say that one more time, Alabama.
I want her to reread it uninterrupted. And again, y'all understand how this is a fascist government. Say it again from the beginning, Foxy Moon.
So Amendment 1 proposed 1789. It was ratified in 1791. Congress shall not make no law respecting any establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assembly and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
Now, water hoses, dogs, Edmund Pettus Bridge, the bombing of the 4 girls on my 5th birthday and where I was born in Birmingham, Alabama, are these all constitutionally violations of foreign degenerates known as Europeans? Epic Study.
Indeed.
Yeah, and I like the first part of that, where basically, about the religious part, or not practicing the religious part. But y'all got it.
Well, and two, which the last part of that First Amendment as well was, and I noticed, says I heard when you see you emphasize the word peacefully or peaceably.
Peaceably.
But, okay. And I'm glad you did, because the thought that came in my head is when people seem to exercise, their First Amendment, there's always a point of chaos within the midst that causes police and all of that to respond and ultimately break all of that up, which I think was the intent from the jump. But I said that to say that the chaos was I think is purposely interjected so that they could
Okay, then
lawfully
so explain
violate.
to me the difference of January 6th, Epic Studies.
Say that one more time. My bad.
Explain the difference of January 6th, 2021.
The insurrection. I mean, well, what I think, and I think this is what they were standing on as well when that happened. They were enforcing something that's found in the Declaration of Independence as well. When they feel like the government basically abandoned or stepped outside of the bounds of what what was outlined as it pertains to the protections, immunities, and stuff like that. And so when they stepped outside of those bounds, they had every right to abolish the current government and to institute a new one. And
They were taking away their generational wealth. They realized that they had the same enemies we had because they were granted that. You understand? That's why they went.
where from what I understand, that's why I was saying.
Show it again, Foxy. I put you on highlight. My bad, Epic.
No, you
Go
good.
ahead, Epic. Right there.
Indeed. What's that amendment?
So it's Amendment 5.
Okay.
And this was proposed 1789, ratified in 1791. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising the land or naval forces or in a militia or in the militia, when in actual service in a time of war or public danger, nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy for the life of a limb. What I'm saying,
Now, that's what you've heard as double jeopardy. But when they keep hollering about plead the fifth, go up into the portion with the militia. Reread that first part.
Yeah,
up
that's
into the militia.
that's what was jogging my head, because I'm like, okay, so January 6th. So that was a militia, was it not? Was it not? Like, but there was no consequences behind that. And then it says here, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime.
Yeah, I think I heard about that one
becomes
too.
the arguments they raise to be pardoned. But here, let's not get it twisted. A pardon does not take away the conviction. As a matter of fact, a pardon confirms that you committed a crime. You were indicted, you were prosecuted, you were incarcerated and convicted. The pardon is only wiping the paper trail. Okay?
Right. But I'm laughing because who were the ones that went up there and did that? And who were the ones that didn't? And the ones that didn't, had we done that, there was no slap on the wrist. These people got slaps on the wrist and called it a day, and it was another day at the pub.
But hold on now.
If we would have done that, we wouldn't have fell under that constitution.
Not at all. That's what I'm trying to say, Brother OG.
No. The argument they want to use is the president of the United States, sitting president, called for them to do what they did. That's what half of them uses their argument when indicted. So go back to that portion you said with the militia.
If I may, real quick, I think in response to what you and Big Dog said, yeah, but the reason that wouldn't happen with us, as far as we wouldn't have had the mind to enforce the Constitution. These people were organized, and they knew not only what they were doing, but they knew what the possibility of the consequences that were coming behind it. They were already prepared. They already understood what to enforce and how to enforce it. You see, but our people generally, we don't move like that.
They also knew the constabulary and law enforcement would not crack down on them. That is why.
No, I'm not disputing the special treatment in it as well. But I'm saying the reason I'm saying that there will be a greater of a chance of us not receiving that treatment is because of, we lack the mentality to think in that direction, to enforce the Constitution, even know the law, to be able to enforce it like that.
There is only one American in law and the Constitution. Now, people might say American is not in the Constitution, which is correct. It is correct. But the term Indian, which, man, we've walked on this epic, you get now why I say that is the only ethnic population identified, correct?
Yeah, it's constitutionally sanctioned.
It's a negative affirmation that should not be enumerated and should not be taxed, right? Because to be taxed, you have to be counted first, right? That's the whole point of the first article, is enumeration and representation, correct? The first
Right.
article of the Constitution. But the Indian should not be taxed, meaning what?
The Aboriginal people of North America not counted and enumerated should not be taxed. That's why. But at the same time, when you go into the history of that perspective with the Indians not taxed, it actually was made in reference to those Indians who had assimilated into the United States and were on reservations. And that's still
I will only push back in this way: the reservations did not exist. It would be
okay.
those people who collaborated. For example, all right, I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole, but just
No, I got you. I got you.
to underscore the point that you're making. Are you familiar with the public domain and the bounty lands?
Yes.
Okay, so now how would they?
Did exist, though, Alabama.
Hold on, let me stop for a second. Just let me stay with the point that I'm making. First and foremost, you cannot be reserving land that's not under your control or your authority. Would you agree with the concept of that epic study?
Right.
And then, how shall land be ceded if you don't have authority as a colonizing, invading force? Third, they then held those bounty lands to recruit the mercenaries because they didn't have a continental army. You feel what I'm saying, my brother? And the document was not even authorized at the Continental Congress or in 1775 and the Declaration in 1776. So what land are we talking about, and what people with authority that, by the way, ends up in the Articles of Confederation and the original organic United States Constitution? But that's 13 years later, 1789, right?
Right.
So what's happening from 1775 and the Declaration of Independence and the war starting in 1776? What happens during, and it's interesting, that's a 13-year period. We're going to go into 13
right
numerologically. But anyhow, go on, brother. Cook on that. And I yield.
Indeed. Well, a lot of things were, planned to have taken place during that time, but regardless of whatever may have taken place, we have what we have today, that these people have an obligation, and that their obligation is to the very documents that we have today. The claim is also that the country that was established based on the principles found in these documents. Okay, and that's why I say that at best, and even to say the least, we're to hold them to that obligation at all times. And I do understand where some people may have the argument, and I've actually debunked this with some people making this claim that the Constitution is of no effect and is void and all of that. But I will also say, don't fall for that, because as I stated earlier, all of these elected officials, past, present, and in the future, as it pertains to the United States of America, have an obligation and a duty to that Constitution and the treaties that were before.
What do they swear an oath to, Epic?
Yes, I was just about to get to that. They swear.
All right, cook, brother.
Still to this day, those very same elected officials take their oath to uphold and enforce that Constitution and its protections against all enemies, foreign and domestic, to this very day. All of them take their oaths on it, both past, present, and the ones that are coming, if they represent the United States of America. It is a mandatory requirement. Without it, you don't have, not to mention, exercise that limited power and authority that is derived from the Constitution. You don't even have that. So for those who say that the Constitution is of no effect and is unenforceable, well, if it's unenforceable and not in effect, then that means neither are they. those that claim to have the power over you or government, that means government power no longer exists without their constitution. This is why I say it's imperative that you enforce it. Enforce it, not standing under it, not being ruled by it, but simply enforcing what they're obligated to.
And let me take it further, Epic, by
May I?
saying this. That's why I'm gonna hand it to you, Angel, but I'm gonna say it on this. That's why I keep discussing what is American business. This is to enforce on all foreigners. The Constitution is to be enforced on all foreigners by the authority of the American enforcing it. But you got it, sis.
No, dude.
Okay. A couple of points I would like to circle back around on. And first of all, just a simple Google search I'm seeing here, because I know that there were reservations before the federal system came into effect in 1789. So it's saying here that the first reservation is the Brotherton Indian Reservation. And I'm trying to remember, I think that's the Lenape people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's 1758. But under the United States government structure, the federal government structure, they're saying, and I don't even see how this could be under the federal government, but they're saying the first federal reservation was in 1786. Well, the Constitution was not ratified in 1786. So, like you were saying,
So
Alabama,
Angel,
it's
hold on, Angel. On that point right there, and this is why I raised the issue of we need to understand what is public domain, quote unquote, historically, the bounty lands, and how the hell you ceding some land that ain't in your, and I'm using air quotes here, jurisdiction, because those settlements, that's why I agree with what Bethy's bill was about the 10 square miles as an appropriate boundaries. So I don't think any of those original 13 settlements were beyond a 10 square mile area. But go ahead, sis.
okay. Well, in regards to the bounty lands, what I've read about the bounty lands, those were the lands associated with the military. And the Continental Congress had authorized that payment to those foreigners who came and attached themselves to the United States of America during the American Revolution, that in payment, they were going to give them land based on whatever rank they were in the military. So the bounty lands literally were set up like what we know today as these military bases, wherever there was a fort, or like today we have military bases, and then the surrounding lands where they have housing and things like that. The
Do
bounty
you have
lands,
pulled up those ranks? I think starting with Colonel was like 500 acres or something like that. Do you have those
yeah,
pulled up?
no, I don't have it pulled up. I'm just going off the top of my head what I remember from reading it. But the bounty lands were those lands that were associated with the military, and they were lands that surrounded the forts. And that was where they had permission to reside. And like the brother was saying, without the Constitution and literally without the Articles of Confederation, if they're not upholding, if they're not supporting and defending those laws, they have no legitimacy here. They have no reason to be here. And they're not. They're literally not. And we do have to hold them accountable. And I really, really stress that so much in my book. We have to hold them accountable to their oaths. They take oaths of office. So, but I wanted to also circle back around to Indians not taxed, because when you study the Census Bureau, what you find is that Indians not taxed based on the Census Bureau, meant those Indians on reservations because they were considered not in the system per se. Because the United States federal system under the Constitution was set up to regulate these foreigners. It was set up to regulate them. And all those early reservations were so-called, those were Aborigines, those were melanated, those were Negro, what we call so-called Negroid phenotypic people. And yes, somebody signed some type of agreement with the federal government. And yes, a lot of ceding of the land, so-called, was going on. But were those legitimate cessions? Is the question. And I'm saying no. I'm saying no, because we are a people, and no one somebody can speak for the whole body of Aboriginal people. We all have to agree for anything to happen on our land. It's not just one somebody. And whenever one somebody did do that, that one somebody got put in check. And a lot of times the warriors would go and like
But
handle
that
that.
was that was created and completely out of bounds. So any of these males dealing with the patriarchy of colonization were running afoul. But what is confiscation? How do you see that as in an authorized fashion? Confiscation. Because that's what I equate the word ceded. C-E-D-E-D. Ceded makes a presumption. Confiscation is a violation. It is a war time action. But go ahead, sis.
Well, this is just my opinion. And I'm not a lawyer, but I do know how to read. And we're the indigenous people of the land. This land is our inheritance. No one can take it away from us. Point blank, period. They can't divide it up. They can't section it off. They can't do any of that. All of those are acts of genocide. Those are acts of genocide. I don't care who agreed to what. If we didn't all agree as a people, and they can't pull up a document where we all agree to any of this, what they're doing. So as far as I'm concerned, all of it are acts of genocide, and it's all unlawful and illegal. But until we stand together, united together, we can't, how can we even bring those truths out? Because we're all over the place.
I agree 100%. Foxy, give me one more time the Second Amendment that these criminals love to hide under. Could you blast that out for us, Foxy? Second Amendment. Because again, we're dealing with illiterate, dysfunctional degenerates. And they are not smarter than a fifth grader.
So the second is proposed 1789, ratified 1791. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Do you see the contradiction within the first and second clause? So explain to me, Epic or Real Truth, what a well-regulated, the very first words, read it again one more time, sis, for the short bus shorties and the slow on the uptake.
Okay. And my bad to old dude. I said old head. I thought it was old head in the building. The Second Amendment proposed 1789, ratified 1791. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The rights of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Now, if you're not reading it so you see the punctuation, Epic, Real Truth, who's regulating the militia?
Oh, wouldn't it be
And,
them?
and I think we need to be very specific on what is a militia. But you notice how they slide that shit by you and presume who is the people that have the right to keep and bear arms, do you think, Fox?
That's them.
No.
May I?
No. Go ahead, Angel. You got it. I'm gonna fall back.
Yeah, a well-regulated militia, like I was saying before, the Constitution is to regulate these foreigners and their presence here on our land, to regulate them under like naturalization, and then after they naturalize, to regulate their total life as far as how they're going to exist here. When you talk about a well-regulated militias, that's the federal government that's going to regulate them, because a lot of these foreigners, a way that they have used to come onto our land and to stay here and to be here, and they're even doing this today, is they go join the military.
Mm.
And even a lot of illegal aliens, like there's a case, I don't know if anyone listened to the Senate committee hearings. One of those committee hearings, I think it was judiciary, but they had a hearing about a month or so ago where they were talking about birthright citizenship. And one of the persons that they brought up to testify for birthright citizenship, his father had got roughed up by ICE in California back in, I believe it was
You're
the end,
breaking
toward
up,
the
sis.
end
I don't
of.
know. You dropped out. Can you
Oh,
hear
can
her?
you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Yeah, I
hear
think
you.
it's you,
Okay.
Alabama. She was loud and clear, brother.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. So ICE roughed up this Hispanic man toward the end of last year. And come to find out, and I watched the video, he was literally resisting. And we all know ICE was in Cali, rounding up Hispanics that, I mean, they were profiling them. If you look like you're landscaping or whatever type of profiles ICE was doing, they was rounding them up. And this elder got rounded up. He kind of resisted. He got roughed up. I think they broke his arm or what have you. But come to find out, yes, he had been, they say undocumented, but I'm call a thing, an illegal alien in our country for, I think since the 90s or something. But while he was here, he had 3 sons. And so because in California, they honor the birthright citizenship, you just have to be on the soil and have a baby, and they're going to give you a birth certificate. So their sons were
In the
assimilated.
military.
They were assimilated into the system. They grew up here. They were born here. They went into the military. All 3 of them, went into the Marines. So it became a real controversy because they were saying, "Oh, the ICE did this, and his sons, they're Marines," and so literally saying he should get a pass and this, that, and the third. But the law is the law, and so a lot of folks have a problem with that.
Right.
The law being the law.
But let's
They're
think for a moment here
trying to
on what
make it
is well
legitimate.
regulated.
My point is this: because they went into the military, they're trying to say, "Oh, they went into the military. They served to defend
Right,
this
yeah. But they're
country,
insinuating themselves. That's the whole
so
point
they get a
about these people.
pass."
No, they
And
don't.
y'all
Well, we
should
are
go back and
allowing them
listen
to
to the
have a pass.
testimony. Listen to the testimony of one of those Marines, one of those young men who's the son. And he was saying, "I'm an American and I'm this and I'm that and I defend my country." And he just kept saying how he's an American. And
Which is
so
problematic.
this is the
That's
thing, it's
the whole
very
point.
problematic.
Yes. So back to what is well regulated and who should be doing the regulation. Now, I know you kept suggesting it's on a federal level, but I would push back because the militias were all in the several states. We are allowing this thing to evolve out of control. even with giving the military power, supposedly, under the executive order and the commander-in-chief and all of that, originally, and I'm sure you know this because you're doing the research on it, the colonies had no troops. They had no navy. They had no forts.
They had militias.
Come on, big dog. Come on, veteran to veteran. Come on, man. Put your 2
Yeah,
cents
they
down
had
on this.
militias. And look at all the militias that's out here now. Everybody can have a militia except for the Aboriginal Americans. But yeah, they didn't have a military. They had people that was coming together that was going against the British rule or whatever colonial powers was here.
Now, how did these ragtag bands, with a lot of people don't know, George Washington was literally still a member of the British military.
Right.
Literally.
And my brother Chief Eagle Eye, come up if you got a minute, brother. Come on up. Go ahead, Alabama.
So again, we have an appropriate understanding of what we're told is his story, not his story. So when we go to the document, the Constitution, I'll hand it back to you, Angel. Again, understand this is based on our Aboriginal law, the Great Law of Peace. These people, even in their lying in the congressional record in 1988, they acknowledged the criminals conspired with the Iroquois Confederacy. You want to name those 6 nations, or are you considering that they were in cahoots with the foreigners, sis? And I.
Excuse me, Alabama. What did you say? I was doing something.
Was saying Constitution by the congressional record based on the Great Law of Peace through the Iroquois Confederacy, the 5 or 6 nations, or if you want to call them tribes, because they were in collusion and conspiring with the corporate criminal invasion. And I yield.
I'm not sure where you're going with that, but I would like to circle around to the militias, because I can literally go to my book and read references where I cite there were thousands and thousands of Aboriginal warriors that were parts of militias, depending on where they were because they were on their land. And they also were joining ranks in the Revolutionary Army. So we were there because we have been fighting the foreigners. This is just an ongoing battle, the American Revolution. It was the culmination of hundreds of years. And so, because we've been indoctrinated through this public education system, we are coming from concepts that have been implanted in our brains to think that everything that's anything came from them. And they didn't even have a status after 1775, when King George III proclaimed all of them traitors, the ones who were attaching themselves to the Americans. And when you go back and read in the historical record, back then in the late 1700s, they were calling us the Americans because that's who we are. Over in Britain, in their newspapers, I've read articles where they were talking about, oh, the Americans, this and that. Who do y'all think they were talking about? They weren't talking about their British subjects. They were talking about us. So they attached themselves to us. And I'm just really every day projecting the thought that our people can let go of the Eurocentric influence over our mind, from seeing everything from their point of view, and take on an Aboriginal perspective and see everything from our point of view, which is the correct point of view, because this is our land.
It's trading places, sis, and we can't concede that the places have been exchanged if you're a perpetual slave. But go ahead, tell them about it, Malcolm. Who's the problem?
We're her problem. The only reason she has a problem is she doesn't want us here. So-called negroes, second-class citizens.
Let's rewind that back one more time.
America has a very serious problem. Not only does America have a very serious problem, but our people have a very serious problem. America's problem is us. We're her problem. The only reason she has a problem is she doesn't want us here. So-called negroes, second-class citizens.
That's enough. That's all I wanted to share. Y'all got it.
But my only pushback is the United States government, not America. America is the land. But go ahead, Epic.
Yeah, that's what I was about to make, that same point, Alabama. And I think that speech there was pre-Hodge, but if not, but at any rate, that's what he was referring to when he said America does not want us here. I think that's what he was referring to, when he said that, is that the United States government.
Corporation.
Right.
And that's what I'm emphasizing on. And I'm also emphasizing on how, they done made us foreigners in our own land. And they love telling us to go back to Africa. And
they can't deport us
and how America allowed these white supremacist groups or these hate groups to push the hate on only us. But go ahead, sis.
No, I'm agreeing with you, brother OG, and that's why they can't send us back. So they'll send everybody else back because they know they have all these documents. It's 100. America's what? Excuse me. The corporation is going to be 250 years old in July. Prior to that, they have all these documents. They have all these treaties. They know who's who. Like Sister a beloved angel said, they know this stuff. It's the people that are here lately don't know this. And when I mean lately, 250 years lately, that most people don't know these documents, these treaties. There's a good brother that I subscribe with, Brother Sabir Bey. When he signs anything, he signs American more. Now, beg to differ what you want to say, more Aboriginal, y'all have beef with them.
God. You know how oxymoronic that is? That's just like calling yourself a Black American. But when you look at the Constitution now, Foxy, how does it make you feel? Are you receiving something authored by your ancestral blood?
Am I receiving anything just by living?
Yeah, much love.
Yeah, I mean, what the Constitution itself. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Big Tom.
No, go ahead. You got it.
No, I was saying that because
my point was though, Alamo, to say about this brother is that he brings this information of reading the Constitution, getting these law dictionaries. He goes into law libraries. He studies all this stuff so that he brings it to the forefront of people who not aware that, is eye-opening. And for me, I learned a lot. I was the one that went and bought the Constitution and the law dictionary. I didn't know nothing about that 5-6 years ago. I'm still walking around chattel. I still am a chattel. I haven't changed over my documentations, but however, I'm more aware and equipped and know that these entities, how they play and stuff like that. When they're like, oh, go back to Africa. No, you can't, because you weren't born there. You're not, your land is here.
That's some new booty person trying to tell you where to go. Isn't that funny? But again, sis, I'll be very clear. Paperwork does not make you are. Your bloodline and your lineage, your family is
true, but when you do
around.
When you do commerce and you have to make moves, you need to have paperwork on you. I can't. And if you see me, you see my complexion. I could dare go around saying I'm this, that, and the third. They'll look at me like, no, go back to your country, wherever you came from. I got Hispanic people telling me this, Dominican telling me, oh, your mother's Jamaican. You don't look Jamaican. You look like you Dominican. You look like this, that, and the third. They telling me what I look like. So can you imagine? So I gotta walk around. I got so-called black people saying I ain't black enough because my mother's fair skin. You know, all this BS.
Yeah.
All this
Well,
BS.
you're repeating the ignorance of others. But
The,
by the
the
way, sis, no
ignorance.
disrespect. Every time I see your beautiful face, I see Lisa Ray and the Players Club, and I hope I'm not offending you by saying that, because Diamond, I had a severe crush on. But anyhow,
Yeah, but what I'm saying
yeah, I'm
is
not
it's
just
good to carry your paperwork if you're doing commerce and you're traveling. If I'm
no,
going to the bodega
I
or
got
around the corner, I ain't carrying no paper around with me.
no, I got sis. We're 100%. We're simpatico. Okay. My only point that I'm making is this is where it blows up all of that other stuff. By the way, the so-called paperwork. The only paperwork is what's in your hand. You feel me? Because all this stuff is extrajudicial and unconstitutional. You understand what I'm saying, Fox? So when we, and I'm talking only because you as a mother, the first teacher, okay, no matter how son, okay, and the first teacher is out of the womb,
right?
And so we have to empower our women, our daughters, our mothers, our grandmothers, to be on the correct page and to start doing civics education. Just read the document. And we empower our children with them understanding this is your inheritance. This is the birthright of the American. You feel me? What I'm saying now, sis? You picking up what I'm putting down? So when we start thinking, that's what manifestation is. When we start thinking in an appropriate fashion, you will start behaving accordingly. You feel me, sis? And that's our predicament, not other. No non-American has this issue. Why? Because we are letting them out of bounds, off the chain. They are the Slavs, the slaves. You feel me, sis? We are letting them run wild off the leash because we are not. What'd you say, Epic? We're not what?
Enforcing the Constitution. We're not doing it. We're not enforcing the Constitution. And that is the gateway that has been forced wide open for them to act the way that they are. And it's gotten to the point now, you got a current president, this is my perspective. Certain things about him I do fuck with, certain things I don't. You know what I'm saying? But you have a current sitting president who seems to take the position of a dictator or some king, like he can just do whatever he wants or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? But that only happens when the people fail to enforce the Constitution. And that's why I said what I said earlier. This is what makes the United States of America as a representative, a beacon light, if you will, for real, true, and real peace, real liberty. Because real peace, real liberty doesn't require a dictator, doesn't require a king, doesn't require rulership over others. And this is what the United States of America allegedly stood for. This is why me and other people as well, just like me, who understand this and who know this, America has never had a king. We don't do kings. We don't do emperors. We don't do rulership and dictatorship over other people. We don't do that because we know what the natural
all of
reaction.
these people bringing them here are foreigners,
Indeed.
primarily Europeans who did what? Those things.
Those very things, which in return, brought out the natural reaction to when you try to forcibly, you see what I'm saying, rule over somebody. The natural reaction to that is
to be a sovereign.
No, I'm saying the natural reaction to anybody trying to make you do or be something you don't want to be is what's the term I'm looking for?
Yeah, but you're exercising your sovereign authority.
No, it's a specific.
Right?
It's a
when
yes,
you're
that too. But I'm saying it's a
opposing
specific term I'm
oppression,
looking for.
But when you oppose oppression, you're exercising your birthright, right?
Right.
Those unalienable rights of what? Life, liberty,
and pursuit of happiness.
Now, my brother, there's all the world's so-called democracies. have a constitution based on that document? So-called. So-called. Is it
I'm
your
sorry,
understanding that
Alabama.
all over the world where there's supposed democratic governance, do they, I said governance, not government, in case you didn't
Yeah.
hear what I was saying, is based on the United States Constitution? Is that your understanding?
Yes. That's where the government gets its limited power and authority. It's from that very Constitution. The principles of
Now, you know
the very
why
country.
ours has been voided?
Why? What? Say it again.
Active white supremacy.
What about that?
Activation of white supremacy has voided the United States Constitution. Now, again, that's just in my humble estimation. But the creation of the United States citizen in the Naturalization Act of 1790 is defined as what, Epic? A free white person.
Yeah, white
And
person.
what have we unleashed on the planet? The degenerate white male over 21, free and land owning. Did we seem to forget that part of it, Epic?
Yeah, we are.
And how did this degenerate white man own land? As your estimation, is it through chattel slavery, Epic?
Yeah, it could only be through such means because naturally that's not what it is or
The
how it is.
ownership of other beings, I don't know whether they're human or not, but suggesting the American is a perpetual African chattel slave, Epic?
That's
Now,
real.
is that
Because
a narrative or is that a reality?
no, that's a reality. That's a reality. But I think that, reality only exists the way that it does. It's through the ignorance. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, most of our people don't either know this or they don't understand it. If they do claim to know anything, but they don't quite understand it. You know
How
what
do
I'm
we
saying?
have a billionaire broligarch class of techno bros where three people, and they're going to start naming these names after three people control 53% of the gross domestic product of the United States of America. Did you know that, my good brother?
Mm-hmm.
Three people. You think we should bang on that, Epic?
Well, I mean,
and how does the African American Elon criminal Musk have $1 trillion government contract after going buck wild with a chainsaw? Did you know that, Epic?
he went buck wild with a chainsaw.
Well, didn't they turn this cracker loose?
Yeah, but man,
Do you know he has
I'm not
negotiated $1 trillion worth of government contracts?
No, I didn't know that part.
Now enforce it, brother. You know I'm gassing your ass up, Epic. You know I'm gassing.
Man, do you think? Do you think, Alabama?
God damn it, American, enforce that shit, nigga.
May I? Because I want to ask Brother Epic.
Yes, ma'am.
When he says enforce the Constitution, what do you mean when you say that?
Hold them to their duty and obligation, because as I stated earlier, those same politicians, which are the elected officials that represent the United States of America, and thus the people, take their obligation on that very Constitution, which means their duty and obligation is to support it first and foremost, because their position is predicated upon its enforcement. It gave birth to
but
the
what I'm asking you, brother, is how are you saying that they can be held accountable?
For an example, say you have a politician that has done or said something that is unconstitutional, then you will bring a cause of action listing that person that you have that claim against. You can actually, and then depending on certain circumstances, I've done this, I've exercised it myself. You can have, and I've done this before, policemen can be arrested by the sheriff. And I've had one cuffed at my brother's house for
And
trespassing on my
hold
property
on,
before.
Epic.
But
Elaborate on why the sheriff and the county power is over these slave patrols. Cook, brother, cook.
well, policemen aren't legitimate elected officials. They're, what their position is from the position of color. It's color of law, color of office. And that's how they're actually hired, not elected to their position. So their position in itself is commercial or corporate, if you will. You see what I'm saying? But a lot of capitulation has been going on as to how we see, these things and in their proper perspective. So that's why you got a lot of things taking place, but it's via that ignorance. But the sheriff is constitutionally sanctioned. That seat is sanctioned by the Constitution. He's the only legitimate law enforcer and those he deputizes as well, because he does so from a constitutional perspective. All these other, anything outside of an elected official as it pertains to the Constitution is not a constitutionally sanctioned position, and therefore it's not even recognized as such. You got to know the difference. Doesn't mean that there's enmity between the two. You just need to know who is who and what is what, especially when you're going out into this, into the economy doing your thing. So if you
Out into the
assume,
wilderness, Epic. The
right,
wilderness of the United Snakes.
have you choose, you need to know the rules. You need to know how to operate. You most definitely need to know who is who and what is what. You need to know who is who. You do. Because if you don't, you'll find yourself giving someone power and authority that they don't actually have.
And see, Foxy, you see how important that book you holding in your hand, Foxy?
Right. That's why the enforcement of the Constitution is so imperative. So if they violate that Constitution, you have a duty and obligation to hold them accountable.
So may I ask you also, Brother Epic?
Yes, ma'am.
In regards to the Constitution,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
organic Constitution, the 7 articles.
Yeah.
Where in the Constitution, based on your readings of the Constitution, does it state a distinction of citizens?
You said a distinction?
Or where does it state anything about citizens? In which article?
Where does this say anything about? Is that?
Well, as she's
I'm trying to understand,
because
like,
the
what a
14th, we know the 14th Amendment.
Yeah,
the
but that's
14th
added
Amendment is an amendment, and it's based on citizenship. But where in the Constitution, in the organic Constitution, those 7 articles,
Foxy,
where
go to
is
Article
it
2 and
14th
look at what
Amendment
the
based on?
requirements of the president and the vice president in Article 2, Foxy. But go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, it's Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5, where it states the criteria for a president. You either have to be a natural born citizen or a citizen of the United States. And the key word for me is or, because or indicates different possibilities. This
right.
or that.
Yeah.
It distinguishes citizenship. Either you're a natural born citizen or you're a citizen of the United States. And that's what the 14th Amendment is based on. And that is what was being argued in the House and in the Senate when they were proposing the first section of the 14th Amendment.
No, we're actually the 14th Amendment. Actually, the 14th Amendment, well, what it did was it made all other persons but white persons, it gave them the opportunity to become U.S. citizens. White persons were already citizens. They're already that. Via the not only that, you got the Naturalization Act of 1790. You see what I'm saying?
Here's the problem, Epic. Here's the
Naturalization Act.
problem. But this is why we always have these conflation and not deal with the fact. That's an act of Congress, yes. They created a false thing because, again, and this is my argument, Angel, I could be in error. It has never been litigated or adjudicated what a white person is.
Correct.
This is just something that people presume. And therefore, because it hasn't been, then the status of whiteness has been extended to non, quote unquote, white people. You
And
feel me?
that was the purpose of the 14th Amendment.
No,
Well,
no, 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 no,
it
no.
says
Hold
here,
on, hold on,
if
hold
I
on.
could, if I could read it.
Go ahead, go ahead.
It
Okay,
does.
I mean, I could be in error. I mean,
No, just so we could all have clarification. It does say a person. So Section 8, Article 14, proposed 1866, ratified 1868. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to jurisdiction, therefore citizens of the United States and the state within where they reside.
Okay, but hold on, hold on. Now go back.
Let me say this right quick, Alabama.
Hold on, Epic. Go back to Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5, because again, here's the problem people have with language. And I'm going to hand it back to you, Epic.
All right.
The only reference to natural born is specific because they were describing who could be the authority, commander-in-chief, and his second in command, vice president. But this all persons born is this native shit. But go ahead, Epic. You got it.
Indeed. Now, what you just read, I want to point out the fact that if it was already like that prior to that, they wouldn't have needed to say that all persons born or naturalized in the United States. You see what I'm saying? They wouldn't need to say that. That reveals that prior to that, not all persons born on the soil were considered U.S. citizens.
Right. And
You
it
see
does
what I'm
say
saying?
that
I'm walking with you, Epic, on that. I'm saying in the Naturalization Act, the only categorized citizen was free white persons.
Was white persons, yeah.
And they identified it as only male, over 21, free, and land owning, because then you had the power to vote. But go ahead, cook,
That's
brother,
right.
cook.
That's right. You're exactly right. And that's what I'm saying. Those were your original, U.S. citizens. But when come to ratification of the 14th Amendment, opened the door for everybody else to have that same legal status, to obtain it. That's where
May
it
I
came, because
add to
prior
that,
to that.
please?
Yes.
So in my book, what I argue is that the 14th Amendment was literally putting a spin on citizenship. And we know from Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5, that there's two statuses of citizens. Either you're a natural born citizen or a citizen of the United States, which is someone who is naturalized. Either you're natural born, the people of the land, or
No. That's not what that means. I apologize, sister. Forgive me for raising my voice at you. My apologies. But no, I apologize. That's not what that means. That's not what that's referring to when it says natural born citizen. What they're talking about is someone born in the United States. That means you were born to two parents, one or two parents that was or were already U.S. citizens. You're born to parents who are U.S. citizens. That's what it means to be born within the United States. And that's the natural birth that you're talking.
Hold on, Epic. I got to push back on.
Okay.
I got to
This
push
is
back
native
too.
versus.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna hand it back to you, Angel. The native versus natural. The issue again. That's why I keep raising, and I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm raising for context. The reason the only ethnic population identified in that document uses the term Indian, because that then, I'm gonna hand it back to you, sis, will transition to who is natural born, and I yield.
Indeed, because
No, I'm going to push back because
it says it. Yeah.
brother just said that
Welcome, my
both
sister. None of your
parents are
business.
citizens.
I say one or both.
You're saying they're citizens of the United States?
Yes, and they had a child, and that child,
Corporation.
because of its birth to a parent or parents of the United States, by default, according to their laws, is considered a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, but
that is
citizenship,
but also remember,
U.S. citizenship, it didn't come into effect until enacted in 1790 under the Immigration and Naturalization Act of 1790.
Okay.
So who are in your
and
line
nobody
of
but
thinking,
nobody but white
in
persons.
your line of thinking, who would have been the natural born citizens before 1790, because there obviously are natural born people in America. It's us Aborigines.
Yeah, but they said,
If you
but it
come
is,
from a Eurocentric mindset that only thinks everything is centers around them, then yes, you're going to say, oh, you have to be a U.S. citizen. But there was no U.S. citizenship until 1790.
okay,
So
and
who were the natural borns before then?
no, I'm not saying that, there weren't natural born people prior to that. I'm saying what it is meant when it is said natural born citizen. They're talking about, or someone born within the United States that would be considered a natural born citizen within its jurisdiction. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I was speaking to bring a distinction, not a conflict, really. It's just to bring distinction. So you can understand what it actually means, where it actually has its value, if you will, its function. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Not
No,
everybody born.
I'm not. I'm
Okay.
trying to see what you're saying. But may I
May I say
ask him
this,
one
Angel?
more question?
Okay.
What were the citizens under the Articles of Confederation? Were they not natural born?
Does the
I'm going to
Under
article?
the
stay with
Articles
the
of
one
Confederation,
clause.
that is what established the United
No,
States of
okay.
America,
But
the
sis, when you
Confederation, the
say the
Republic.
clause or the preposition or, this is the key point, and this is why I will keep
That's what I
tying
put
it
in my
back.
book.
I know you did. I knew, but I'm saying this for Epic and for the people in the audience and the persons who will listen on the replay, who won't do the research or their homework. There was the population invaded and the population doing the invading, which are all foreigners.
Mm-hmm.
And to become under the Constitution, you have to be a U.S. citizen, which is only through the process of naturalization. Then all born to those naturalized individuals are native born. I know you understand that.
Right, but
So
native to the
no
United
one is
States.
natural born except the people from the land, the autochthonous people. But y'all got it.
And my
Right, and
sister,
that's
none of your
okay.
business wanted to, yeah, that's Angel. That's a Angel. Yes, it is. Go ahead, Epic. My bad.
No, you're good. And that's why I always emphasize when I make these points, because I know it can cause, a bit of a conflict with certain. I try not to, bring conflict, but I only bring these points to clear up and bring distinction between the two, because they both sides have their proper function. You see what I'm saying? It's only when we mix the two is when there's an issue. It's like trying to mix oil and water or light and darkness. It's not going to happen. You see what I'm saying? They both have their own separate function. And
But
so
here's the
as
key
it
point,
pertains,
Epic. Here's the key point, because this is what Angel will keep bringing up with the language that she used. The usurpation comes from the trading places. Now applied. Now applied to who? Not to Africans, not to Asians, not to Hispanics, not to natives. Now applied to the criminal.
mm-hmm.
And
And
what
that's
does
why I
that
make the
do,
distinction,
Epic?
because
What does that do?
they
Is
don't
that trade
have,
places by definition?
exactly. And that's why I'm saying when you make the proper distinction, you can easily see that. You can easily see that's what's taking place. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I make these points from the perspective that I make them, so we can, make proper distinctions. And we can see the picture clearly. Once you do that, you can see it very clear. You know who is who, what is what, the game, even the game that's being played,
Now,
how it's being
I'll show
ran.
you some other bullshit, Epic. This Heritage American crap. Do you know every last one of these cracker-lackers trying to climb into Mayflower?
This who
Hell, they
American?
try to jump over that and be in the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa. But go ahead.
And well, let me also say this, because Brother Epic, I recall you saying that citizenship is inherited.
Say that again.
I recall you saying that you inherit your citizenship from your parents.
It's recognized by the United States government as it being that, but as it pertains to your natural born identity, you're not, that, but by virtue of your birth, you are who your ancestors were, without doubt or contradiction. That does not change or pass away, regardless of your political status. Your political status can change, because that's what U.S. citizenship is. U.S. citizenship is a political status that can change by the very force of the wind. You can denounce it and claim political status with China if you want. You can choose to do that. Not to mention, you got people that's got dual citizenship, but that does not speak to their descent nature. That speaks to political status. That means that person
And that
has status.
political status
It's political status. Say you have someone, for an example, say you have someone that is a U.S. citizen that has dual citizenship with United States and what's the buzz? Israel. Okay. That means that person has political status in both of those jurisdictions. That's what that means. It does not mean that that person is a descendant of all of that. That does not change about the person from which they descend. That's what doesn't change. But when you get into the politics, that is what can be changed. What can be played with. That's when you get into talking about you're indigenous because you were born somewhere. That's all political. All of that is political. Because
Brother Epic, we're in agreement that to be a citizen of the United States, you have to go through naturalization, and naturalization is for immigrants. Are we in agreement with that?
Yes, we are in agreement with that. That's one of the ways, yes.
So a natural born citizen or a citizen of the United States is not the same.
Well, that's fine. We'll agree to disagree there, because as it pertains to citizenship, citizenship is political status. I maintain that.
Yeah, and us natural borns, we are under a political status of Aboriginal, indigenous. That's our political status, and we're the natural born people of the land. I'm just making
that's why I say, why don't you just proclaim the name? American. That's who you are. Ain't nobody else that but you. We don't need to, either attach adjectives or come up with other terms or phrases to match it. We can just take back our name. And like I said in the chat earlier, bring smoke, open smoke. Like, don't sit back like a knot on the log when you're hearing other people, man,
well,
saying that they're you and they doing stuff under your name and under your identity, and you ain't saying nothing. Because
I encourage you to read my book, because you're going to see I'm saying a lot.
Indeed.
And I want us to step onto the world stage, the international stage. And on the international level, the indigenous people are the Aboriginal people of the land. And just like we're akin to Aboriginal Australians, and that's also in the various style manuals of writing. When you refer to a people, you refer to them by what they call themselves. You don't just make something up. So we're telling the world,
American known as the Negro. How many labels are we working on? What are we clocking on now, Epic? At least a dozen?
Man, at least a dozen. That's why I say, man, it's just American. That's what it is. That's what the truth is.
Okay,
because guess what?
Y'all gonna have to contend with all the 300 and some odd million folks calling themselves American. I'm staying in this lane over here with Aboriginal American, where none of them 300 and some odd million folks can come up in that lane because they know they're not Aborigines. So y'all go contend with all of these other folks that's claiming to be American, and y'all gonna be going round and round and round and round with them, and they doubling and tripling down that they the Americans.
But they don't.
I'm like, okay.
They don't make that claim.
But they not Aboriginal American.
But they don't make the claim to be an American legally or politically. They don't do that. Because when it comes down to the official political designation, it's U.S. citizen.
Mm-hmm.
All the other stuff, even with other people referring to themselves that are not Americans as Americans, that's social.
Yeah.
That's something that we've socially been doing. But I'm telling you, in the political arena where it counts, they're not American, it's U.S. citizen. And
right. Do you have a passport, Brother Epic?
And if their the nature of their descent comes into question, then that's clarified. But as far as the political, it's U.S. citizen, not American. Because American
have a passport? Do you have a passport?
Why you ask me that, sis?
Do you have a passport, Brother Epic?
No, I'm asking, why did you ask me that?
Because I do. I have a passport. And when you look
Okay.
at the passport, it states nationality. And
Yeah, and the nationality on it
the
is United States of
nationality
America.
on the passport does not say U.S. citizen. It says United States of America.
That's what a citizen of the United States of America, a U.S. citizen.
A citizen of the
That's what that
United
is.
States is a federal subject. Is a
Now,
federal subject. Because when I did my passport paperwork, I submitted my documents that I'm an Aboriginal American. It's in their system in the
That's fine.
State Department Immigration Office. It's in there.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, nobody's giving you
I
pushback
didn't
or
claim
even
to
going to try
be
to stop you
a
from
U.S.
doing it.
citizen.
Nobody's
I
stopping you from
claim to
doing
be
it. You're
Aboriginal
revealing that.
American.
You're revealing what everybody else and what other people who already know this have already been doing. But they know the distinction between a political allegiance and their descent nature, their true identity. They know the difference between that. So when you're doing business in the political arena, it's not about that. It's about the politics. And that's how you function within, the political realm. So if we're
And
talking
that's why I
politics,
say we need to
hold on, let me say
delineate.
this right quick. Let me finish. When we're talking politics, the United States of America is a political jurisdiction operating at North America. That's what the facts are. That's the truth. Very well documented. Okay? We're talking politics. U.S. citizenry is the political status. And that's what that reveals on your passport, is that your political status is a U.S. citizen. That's what nationality is according to international law. In international law, nationality is one's political/legal status.
Epic status. Let me say this. So that
That's what that
shows
is.
epic status. Let me show you.
Yes.
That's how you can see they infiltrated us. Because if you look at China, a person from China's passport say Chinese, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. But I'll
Yes.
say United States citizen. It doesn't say American.
Right.
See, we from America. It should say American.
It's right. If we're American, which means if you descend from those original people, then,
Right.
but they're
It should
not
say
speaking to
American.
that. It's
But
political status is what they're
right.
speaking to.
I get it. I heard you. And so like I'm saying, a Japanese person's passport say Japanese. I should say American, but that's how you know they got us hijacked right there when they put the United States citizen up there. But y'all go ahead. I'll fall back.
Right. And you see how easily you was able to recognize that, bro, once the distinction was made. I didn't have to tell you that. You realized that on your own. That's why I do it. That's
I've
why
been
I
through
bring
that
these key
because
distinctions.
listen, when you get a
Okay,
passport or you
brothers.
even get an address, hold on. When you get a passport or even an address, it gives you a jurisdiction. That's how they got you. You're under a jurisdiction through the address.
Well,
Okay, brothers, may I please?
Yes.
I pulled out my passport card. I have a passport book and I have a passport card.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the passport card. Under nationality, it says United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere on here does it say U.S. citizen, because U.S. citizen is a subject of the federal system, the federal government. This nationality of United States of America is for the country, United States of America. This is a country. We are the people of this country, and the United States of America, formed under the Articles of Confederation, was formed by the authority and jurisdiction of the Aboriginal nation states. It was our nation states of confederacies that formed into one confederation that made this country. We finally did it and stepped onto the world stage. And it's my vision that all of us are going to see from an Aboriginal perspective and step into that truth.
Okay. But like I said, I maintain my position. We're bringing key distinctions, so those who are evaluating the information that they hear from us can see the picture clearly, they can come to their own reasonable conclusions. And obviously you come to your own reasonable conclusion. I'm not knocking you there. This pertains to what I'm saying. This is why, I do this. The way did I do it? And that's all I'm trying to do. I ain't trying to bring smoke or really conflict, but it's up to everybody to, I guess, worship under their own vine and fig tree, I guess, as the Bible will put it.
Yeah, I mean, we all have to come to our own cross in the road. And if you do commerce that's outside of the country and you're traveling and doing that, etc., then yeah, it becomes and you're dealing with other jurisdictions, then yeah, you have to present yourself. But if you just operating within the states and the confine, then yeah, your nationality is this. Are you a U.S. citizen? Yes, no, what have you. There was a case where this was in the 70s, I believe. I can't recall the man's name, but he was, I think, Nigerian, or he was one of the countries in Africa, but he came over here to the States as a teacher, and they wanted to label him. It was almost like a federal case. They wanted to label him black on his ID. And he's like, I am not a black man. He's like, I may look, my complexion is brown skin, but I don't identify myself as a black man. I'm an African man, etc., etc. And they were like, they ostracized him and banned him out of the country because he wouldn't change, his status. And I think that's what we have to do as well, is like, no, stop saying I'm black, stop saying I'm colored, stop saying I'm Negro. This is what I am. This is who I came from. Start claiming, start naming your tribes, start telling, because these people know that they have all of the tribes documented down. If you Lenape, if you Algonquin, if you Chickasaw, all that, you put that down. These people know that. So it's like, eventually when we come to those points where we have to then delineate between the chattel or being the natural born, then that's where you're going to have to stand 10 toes down to them. Until then, keep it pushing.
Yeah, but there's something I would suggest as well, especially when you're doing paperwork and stuff, that you're filing, that one day when, let's say your ascendants after you, they would be looking, the information up on you one day.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? What I think we should do is, when we document and make those key distinctions on the paperwork, when we turn it in, make sure we have a copy showing that too for our own personal records at home. So in case your great-great-grandchildren do research on you and find the paperwork, but lo and behold, the paperwork has been changed, but you still have a copy of the original document at the house showing the truth. So this is why I said this is one of the ways we can try to fix, over time, of course, the problem with the paperwork and the misclassifications with the paperwork. We have all the tools that we have now today along with the technology. I say it's time that we use that to our advantage and not rely on anyone else to do that, for us, especially when you have the power to do it right there from where you're sitting, And shout out to everybody that is doing that work. Bid everyone well in their continued studies, as well as myself. Been a pleasure talking to y'all. Alabama, salute to you, brother. Appreciate you having me up, big dog. And thank you, sis, for the dialogue. I appreciate this conversation.
Yeah, sir. You're welcome anytime. Let me do this quick promo. I like to.
Welcome to Hampton Printing Solutions. Here, where we have custom labels, business cards, banners, booklets, and flyers. Anything copy repair that you need, we can handle it. Specialize also in putting out a custom flag if you need a flag. We have custom yard signs if you need a yard sign. If you step on in, also business cards for your custom business, what we're looking for. Have booklets. If you are into writing a book, a little novel, anything like that, need printed, we can help.
Yeah, I got knocked out while I was doing my promo. Let me do it one more time. Here we go. Shout out to Hampton Solutions. No sound this time. Hold on, everybody. Let me make sure I share the sound. They knocked me in. Now, there we go. All right, one more time. We should have sound. Can anybody hear that sound?
No volume.
I don't know what happened. I had it sharing sound.
I'm not hearing anything either.
Got you. All right. Try it one more time. I don't know what happened to the sound. I'll come back to it. Y'all got it. Oh, let me see something. One more time. Share. Try to hit the sound. Still no sound. All right. I'll figure it out.
Well, it's playing now. It's
You hear
just
the sound?
no.
No sound.
Did you hit the mute?
I didn't think I did. But I might have.
Welcome to
Here
Hampton's
we go. I got it.
Electronics and Printing Solutions. Here where we have custom labels, business cards, banners, booklets, and flyers. Anything copy, computer repair that you need, we can handle it. We specialize also in printing out a custom flag if you need a flag. We have signs if you need a yard sign. Phone in. We also do business cards. We have, if you are into writing a book, a little notepad, anything like that. We have different labels, any type of label that you need to wrap around or stick on the iPad. We have labels for your needs. If you have brochures that you need, we have to print out your brochures. Or look at a magazine. You have paper that you need to print out the magazine. You want we can help you with our code. All you have to do is
Brother OG kick himself out. He sure did. I think he was doing it went over the same. He was doing it at the same time or something, and it was giving an echo. So hold on, Brother OG should be coming back. There he is.
Let's go. Now no sound again.
welcome to Hampton's Electronics and Printing Solutions. Here where we have custom labels, business cards, banners, booklets, and flyers. Anything copying and computer repair that you need, we can handle it. We specialize also in printing out a custom flag if you need a flag. We have custom yard signs if you need a yard sign. If you step on in, we also do business cards. Business cards for you. Your custom business is what we're looking for.
And anything I promote, you know, I back with my own money. Meaning, you know, if you're dissatisfied with anything I promote, I'll refund you your money. You know, check out the Fire Stick. You know, check out my brother
We have
Hampton
booklets if you're into
Solutions.
writing a
I'm
book, a little notepad,
freeze it when it comes to the Fire Stick.
anything
Right
like
there,
that
that
that you
net
need
go.
print.
Y'all see that net go? Let me let it go a little bit.
If we can help you out, see, we have
That's the
different
Fire
labels
Stick
to
service.
fit any type of label that you need to wrap around or stick on the item that you have. We have labels for your needs. If you have brochures,
Right there, that number right there. Call my man. If you're tired of paying for cable, get you a Fire Stick, get you some internet, and you get whatever's on TV. You know, all the pay-per-views. But yeah, I like doing my promo. We're about networking over here. You got my brother Enemy's Public and his wife book called Fire 1 and 2. You got my sister Angel A book called Don't Call Me Black, the genocide of the American Aborigines. You know, we got the sister Shamaka Essentials. You know, all natural products. I love promoting that stuff. You know what I mean? It makes my day. You know, promoting our people information, our people products. You know, I love promoting the farming channel. You know what I mean? So let me play this. I'm gonna turn it back over to everybody.
if you are trying to print out a magazine, we have the paper that you need to print out your magazine. If you want your barcode put on anything, we can help you with your barcode.
Instead of asking AI, get with Hampton Solutions or another human. Humans are still making solutions, and that's the
Welcome to Hampton's Electronics.
The Fire Stick information right there. Right there. That's the fire.
Welcome to Hampton's Electronics.
I got a phone call real quick. Y'all got it.
Salute to everybody who's doing that. Who got the mic? Epic, you got the mic?
Yeah, I was trying to see if Angel was still on. I thought I had to leave, but come to find out I got a little bit more time. That's why I kind of wrapped up earlier, because I thought I had to leave, but I still got a little bit more time. And if she wanted to continue that conversation about the
Peace,
US.
brother. I'm still here. I
Okay.
just wanted to share, help Big Dog out just a little bit on the title of my book, Who Are You Calling Black? A Demand to End the Genocide of Aboriginal Americans. And of course, I'm the author, A. Angel. And I encourage everyone to get a copy, read it, and let's get on the same page. Let's look at the world from an Aboriginal perspective and let go of the Eurocentric mindset that was indoctrinated into us. We got to let that go. Thank you. Yakoki Lawa.
All right. I think we were talking about what was that, the aspect of U.S. citizen on the passport? Is that where we left off, right?
I don't know if that's where you left off. I've said what I wanted to say. I just read from my passport card. You know, I don't see that as a really big issue. But I think Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5 is very clear. And it distinguishes who from who, a natural born citizen or a citizen of the United States. I think that's what's key. And if you go back and read what was said on the House and the Senate floor during the arguments and debates for that first section of the 14th Amendment, you'll see that that's what they were literally arguing about. They was literally arguing, well, who's natural born and who's naturalized. That was the actual issue. But they've turned this citizenship, birthright citizenship case into something else, because they're not going to touch on who are the natural born, because they know they're not, because all immigrants are naturalized.
You said
they're foreigners.
You said that it said what now? That it made a distinction between a natural born citizen and a citizen of the United States?
Or Or is the key word. For
And
me,
what,
I
and
think
what
or is
document?
the key word.
And what document is that?
That's in the Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5. It's the criteria to become a president, the president.
You said
So
Article
that's
2, Section. What was the section again?
1,
Section 1.
Clause 5. And that's what the congressmen were referring back to when they were arguing and debating over that first section of the 14th Amendment. Because they were saying, well, the Constitution says a natural born citizen or a citizen of the United States, but they put a spin on it in the 14th Amendment. They said, they put a spin on it. They said all persons born or naturalized. They put a spin on it. And under the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. So they literally made everybody a citizen of the United States. And in the organic constitution, it does not say that. It says natural born or citizen of the United States. So that was something I analyzed in my book. And that's my take on it. That's my analysis of what went down and what happened. Because there's no way someone who is naturalized is natural born. It's either or. Either you're natural born or you're naturalized.
So I wanted to just read in Article 4 of the Constitution, Section 2. It does say, the citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime who shall flee from justice and be found in another state. Sorry, there was noise in the background. Shall be demands of their executive authority of the state from which fled to be delivered up. So basically a runaway. But it doesn't, going back to the citizen of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states.
Right.
It doesn't differentiate when it's talking about citizen. Is that natural born or is it their citizens that they brought over? So I just wanted to bring that point up.
Well, there's always going to be a distinction, sis. I think there's always going to be a distinction between the people of the land and those who came here, foreigners from someplace else. But under our Aboriginal tradition, we was all over this land. That nobody could tell us. I mean, when we lived in a certain place, but if we wanted to pick up and go someplace else, we could very well do that. If you went into the territory of a different nation, you would have to have their permission to be in that territory.
Right.
So it's still the same thing. It's still, the Constitution literally was codifying it. This is my opinion, codifying the laws of that fall under our Aboriginal traditions. They literally codified the Great Law of Peace. And you can look at let me think, Article 6. If you look at Article 6, I would have to pull it up to read it. I can't verbatim, where it talks about how all treaties are law.
Yes, this Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land.
All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the action of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. And then it goes into what you just stated, sis. So
Well,
for
I
me,
was.
that is just confirming that the law of the land, which extends from the jurisdiction and authority of Aboriginal nations, is still the law of the land. No foreigners came over here and set up anything. We already had confederacies with laws, with government, with our culture, our traditions. We already had all of that. And they didn't come over here and begin or start or initiate anything. It was already here. They just have come and tried to take over everything. And unless we stand in the truth of who we are, they're going to continue to try and take over, continue to call themselves American, continue to say this is their land and everything else they've been doing. They're going to continue until we stand united as to who we are in truth. But I'm
I
gonna
have a
have
que-
to tap
I,
out
I have a
because
question. I have a question though about the natural born citizen that you pointed out in that. You said it says yes, natural born citizen, but citizen of what if it's not referring to a citizen of the United States?
the people are natural born.
No, I'm
And
saying it
so
didn't.
it's saying
It doesn't say
or,
that.
it's
It doesn't.
either or.
No, no.
Either
I'm
or.
asking you
The
what.
word or is the key word.
I got you, but I'm asking.
No, we're the true American citizens. If there's any
No,
American citizens, that's
there's no
us.
such thing as that. That's
No, but
social.
that's what
That's
I'm
social.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
But
If
that's not
there's,
true though.
because everybody is claiming to be American citizen, but they're not
Yeah,
natural born.
but but
They're
but but
naturalized and
but they
they're
make that
immigrants
claim. They make
or
that claim.
descendants of
They make that
immigrants.
claim socially, that American citizen. But as I pointed out earlier, officially, it's U.S. citizen, regardless of what you call yourself socially.
But we weren't US citizens. There was no US citizens before the
Exactly. All the more
1790
reason.
Immigration Act.
Exactly. All the more reason why I was pointing out that even in that what you pointed out in that article 2 thing where it was where you think it's making a distinction between um, a natural born or a citizen of the United States. There is no distinction. A natural born citizen of what? Citizen of what? Because you're saying there's a distinction between the natural born citizen and the
Yes,
citizen of the
brother. If
United
you
States.
if
Okay,
you
the citizen. Hold
understand
on, hold
what the
on.
United States
Allow
of
me to finish.
America is, it's a
You
republic.
got to allow me to finish my thought,
It's
sis.
a republic of people.
You,
I'm not
you,
trying to argue with you.
I'm not
You
trying to
you
argue
have
either, but
you
you
have
turned
your
it into an argument
mindset.
when you cut me
You
off while
have
I'm
your
talking.
mindset, and I
It's not
have
about
mindset.
it's
And
not
so
about
we
it's
just
not
gonna
about
have
a
to
mindset,
agree
and I
to
understand
disagree.
and I
We're gonna
understand
have to agree
I
to disagree.
understand that you're trying to promote your book. I understand that, but guess
I'm
what?
not I'm not
Here's
trying
it.
to promote my book.
Yes,
If
you
I
are
was, I
because
would
you're
have
attesting
commercials up here
because
and everything
you're
else.
attesting to the fact that
Big Dog invites
you're
me up on
attesting
this
to the
on
fact
this
that what you
panel.
wrote in your book is
Big
true,
with his
but
permission, I'm on
you
this
don't want to
platform.
entertain the you
I
don't want
he
to
gives
entertain
Real
the
me
quick, everybody.
Big
possibility.
Dog gives me
Real quick,
permission
everybody. I
to
got y'all.
speak.
I got y'all. I got y'all. Everybody take a deep breath. We're building. We ain't arguing. You know,
No, he
No,
wants to
I'm not
argue.
arguing, big
I'm
dog.
no,
I
we
basing
just
everything on
we
fact.
building, sister.
If
We
he's
ain't
not the
doing that.
natural born,
I
if he's
got you,
not
sister.
natural born Aborigine, that's on him. That's not
I,
on me. I know
I
who I am.
where I'm not trying to turn this into an argument or anything like that. The only thing I'm saying is, even with other authors before you who have failed to do the same thing, they fail to recognize the truth because they don't want to go back and change the literature that they already put out and be seen as a potential liar. No, but that does not reveal that. It reveals that
you see
it
this
reveals,
shit,
I'm
dog?
not done. I'm not
You
saying that's
see,
what you are. I'm not
you
saying that
see,
you don't have to
he's
get triggered.
trying to be
You don't
disrespectful.
have to be
He's
triggered.
trying to
I'm not
discredit what
trying to
I say,
disrespect you. I'm
that
telling you what the
Aborigines
possibilities
are the
are. This is why
natural
you cut
born
me off.
people of this
And you're the
land,
one that's being
and nobody
disrespectful.
can take that away from us. He's
You're the
obviously
one being
complicit
disrespectful.
in
I'm
the
having a conversation with you.
eradication and the erasure of Aboriginal American people.
I
We
understand
are
that
the
you.
natural born people. There's no other natural people of this land but the Aborigines. There's
I
no other.
got you,
No,
man.
no,
I got
nobody.
you.
I'm
I
not
got you,
refuting
No
Angel.
that.
I got
other.
you. I got you, Epic. Angel, let him get out what he got to say, and then I'm gonna give it to you, and I'm gonna let you close out because nobody ain't getting upset. We're
Yeah,
building.
I'm not
We're
upset
gonna
at
keep
all.
on building.
No,
So
I'm
I'm not
not
upset.
upset either.
I got you,
I'm not
Angel.
upset either
Let him get it out,
because
and I'm
I'm
gonna give it
standing
back
with
to
the
you, sir.
ancestors over here. I don't
Yes,
know
ma'am.
what he's talking about. We're the
Yes,
natural
ma'am.
born people of this land.
I
Point
got you,
blank,
Angel.
period.
I got
Okay,
you.
and
Let the brother get it out without being interrupted, and I guarantee you he won't interrupt you. Go ahead, Epic. Take your
yeah,
time.
and I don't disagree. I don't disagree with the sister. We are the natural people of this land. I've never contended that. Matter of fact, I know this better than anybody. But as it pertains to making the right distinction between the political jurisdiction and one's identity, that's why I make these distinctions. And if you understand the distinctions that are being made, you will clearly see that there is no enmity. Okay, so as it pertains to our identity, there is but only one American. Okay, and it's okay if an American has a political status as a United States citizen. I don't see anything wrong with that. That's their political status. There is no enmity there. Just like that same American who's the natural, a descendant of those natural people of the land, can also claim political jurisdiction elsewhere. It's just political. It don't change your descent nature and who you are, who you descend from. That's the distinction that I'm making. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm saying that if you don't make these distinctions, then you don't have clarity. And without that clarity, you still are confused regardless of whatever level it is. I myself am still there in some places, but as it pertains to this particular issue, I'm clear about it. That's why I speak so strongly about it. And it's no disrespect to anybody, but a U.S. citizen, as it even outlined in the document that the sister had me look at, refers to the same political jurisdiction that is the United States of America. The United States of America is a political jurisdiction, whether it was founded by us or not. It does not change that fact. It's still a political jurisdiction. And that political jurisdiction was made available to all, which is why you can have a Chinese person or a person from Russia to come over here, gain US citizenship, and call themselves an American citizen. But that's social. That is a social construct to say American citizen, because in reality, there is no such thing politically. Politically speaking, the jurisdiction is U.S. citizen. And anybody and their mama can be a U.S. citizen. But we have to make that distinction from an American and understand the distinction between the two as it pertains to identity and operating within the bounds of said jurisdiction. With that revelation, there is no enmity. And that's what I was trying to point out. And if literature that myself or anybody else has ever put out that is contrary to that, then we have an obligation to correct ourselves, not defend the falsehood position. That's what I'm saying. Regardless of who that applies to everybody across the board. I've read books with,
What falsehood
those type of
position
information
are
was
you
passed.
referring
But
to, brother?
say it again, sis.
What falsehood position are you referring to?
Any falsehood as it pertains, it could be as it pertains to identity, it could be as it pertains to history, it could be as it pertains to any subject matter. If the lie, if you may not, that may not have been your intent when you wrote it. That's not what's being put under fire. What I'm
What
saying
are
is,
you
once not you,
saying?
not you, not you. I'm talking about anybody, sweetheart, anybody that has put literature out without the intent of deceiving anybody, but they find out later
But what are you
through later
referring to?
information that the information that they
What
may have put
are
out
you
was false.
specifically in referring to when you're saying somebody's putting
Okay.
out lies, somebody's putting out false? What are you referring to
Well,
specifically?
I'm referring to anybody because I'm referring to anybody. You made reference to you writing a book and the information that you have in your book, and I'm saying you have that same responsibility that other authors have as well when they came across
So
truth.
wait,
Hold
wait,
on, I'm
wait,
not
hold up,
done. You're
hold
not
up.
allowing me to finish. You're
No,
not gonna
no,
get it because
no,
you're not allowing
no,
me to
no,
finish.
no, no, no,
You have
no,
the same
because you're
obligation
gonna
as other
imply,
writers have
you're
here when they come
implying
across
something about my
information
book
that
when you
contradicts
haven't even read
information
it.
that may have been found in
You
their
haven't
literature.
even read my
They may
book,
need to,
sir.
they
You haven't
may,
even read it.
I didn't
So
say,
how can you speak on my
I'm
book when
going,
you haven't read it?
I'm going off of what you have revealed that you said was in your book. And I'm saying, regardless of what I
So
know was
what
in your
did
book
I
or not,
reveal
you,
to you
come on,
that's a
sweet sweetheart.
lie
I
and
have
that's
not
falsehood?
disrespected you or cut you off not one
No,
time on
what?
this
No,
panel.
no, 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 because
I
you're
have not done you like
implying
that.
falsehood and lies.
I have
So
not done you like
I'm
that.
asking you, what have
You have
I
already
said
asked me one question.
or
You have to
revealed to
allow me
you
to answer
that's a
that
falsehood
question.
and a lie?
You have to
What?
allow me to answer your question that you've already asked before you ask me the next one. I understand that it seems like you're triggered by my answers, but at least allow me
No,
to finish.
yeah. When someone is referring to my book as falsehood and lies,
I didn't
I'm
re I
going to
didn't
call you out and
I did
ask you
not refer
to.
to your book as falsehood and lies. I said if you may have written anything, and this goes for anybody.
Yeah, I got you, Epic. I think he's
Yeah.
referring to anybody that wrote a book, not to
Not
specifically your book.
anybody. If that includes you, okay,
But
you
we're
have that
not talking
responsibility as
about
well. But I'm
anybody.
not saying I'm
He
not
just said,
singling you
OG,
out,
what
sweetheart.
I what what
You
I
have to stop
revealed
being
to him.
disrespectful and cutting me off.
What he just said, OG, what I revealed to him. So he's talking in circles
I'm
and
not
he's
talking
all
in
over
circles.
the
If I make
place.
reference to
If
anything in
he's
your book,
talking about my
if I make
book,
reference to
then he
anything in your
needs
book,
to have
sweetheart, it's
read
because of
the
something
book.
you revealed to me that's in your book. That's
Exactly.
the only
So
thing that I
what
can
did
make
I
reference to.
reveal to
But I
you
have not
that's a
revealed any, I have
falsehood
not done
and
so.
that's a
I'm making a
lie?
general reference
What?
about anybody who writes falsehoods
What?
in a book,
Yeah,
but they
because
may
you're
not have
trying to deflect
intended to
now. And
deceive
I'm
anybody.
asking you
You
to
see what I'm
hone
saying?
in on
You
what did
must
I
you must be
reveal to
man, you
you
can't have a
that
man at
is
home.
falsehood
You
and
can't
a
have a man at
lie?
home.
What?
You can't have a man.
What?
Everybody take a deep breath,
I'm
please.
fine, big dog. I'm just
Yeah,
don't
everybody
understand
take a deep
what's
breath.
driving her to consistently disrespect me like that. And I haven't disrespected her. I haven't even cut her off.
I
Not one
didn't
time
say
on this panel.
anything you said is a falsehood and a
Not
lie,
one
brother.
time. And you keep
But
lying, saying that I called your literature
you
a
just
falsehood, and
did
that's
it.
not true. You
You
can't accept
said
it.
that what I
You can't
revealed to
accept
you.
the fact of
So
what my
tell
true
me
intention is
what?
because you want me to be so
Tell
wrong
me
about what I'm
what?
saying. But
What?
you can't be
You can't.
quiet long enough to allow me to finish my
You
thought.
can't.
Because you
You've
wish
been
to
talking
defame
for
what
a
I'm
long
saying. You wish to
time and
defame
you're talking in a
because you're
circle.
so
So I
emotional
have to
about what
cut you
I'm
off
saying. You
because
don't
I'm
have to
not
be
going to let
disrespectful.
you
You can allow me to
disrespect
finish my
my
thought.
work and you
You
haven't
don't have
even
to do
Hey,
read
that.
it.
could y'all both of y'all take a time out? Hold on, listen, both of y'all take a time out.
Yeah,
Her
I
book is
got you. Thank
exactly
you.
right. What she
Yeah,
said in her book, she said we're Aboriginal people and we need to identify
thank
as
you,
that.
real truth.
Yeah,
Thank
and what he's saying is he's saying something totally different. It's not about her book, but he did mention something that she said pertaining to her book. So he shouldn't have said that part. But he's talking in general about people that write books that they
Yeah,
should put.
and the only
Well,
thing I'm
well,
saying is
but don't I
we
know, but don't keep repeating the same thing because it sounds like you're talking about her book. So just
no,
move on.
she's taking it that way. If I'm allowed to
Listen, that's
finish
what I'm
my
telling you.
thought,
Listen, if
if
you
I'm
keep
allowed to
Let
saying
him
finish
it,
my
finish
thought,
his
it will
thoughts.
be
Let him
clear
finish
that
his
I'm not
thoughts,
talking about
everybody.
yo,
her or
Epic,
her
if
book.
you keep saying it, then it's gonna sound like you're talking about her. So just leave it
But that
alone right
does
now.
not mean that that's what I'm doing, brother.
But
Can we
that's what
Yeah,
you're
accept
let
the
the
dealing with
truth
brother
of
right
get
that?
his
now.
thoughts out. I got y'all.
Yeah, that's what
Everybody,
I'm saying. That's what
I
you're
got
dealing with
y'all.
right now. Just
Yeah,
leave it alone. Just leave it alone.
indeed,
We know what both of y'all are saying. Peace. Everybody got peace. Let's go.
indeed, indeed.
Got you. Thank you. But yeah,
Thank you.
I'm gonna let everybody close out. It's been a excellent stream.
Yeah, it
You
was a
know,
5 bill smoke.
it's
Big
been
dog.
a good
If
bill.
that is the case, big dog, because I did not not want to interrupt anybody's flow or step on their wisdom. At the end of the day, there is only one American. Now, being that the American is the Aboriginal, I'm not disputing. whether or not a person decides to call themselves whatever the law says you can call yourself. But at the end of the day, we are all under assault. The American, known as the Negro, colored, black person, has a distinct, unique problem, condition, and are under assault. Now, whether you read her book or not, Epic Studies, in 1951, the genocide claim in the first Genocide Convention of the United States was talking about the Negro American. And in that charge of a barely 5 to 6 year period, concluding the World War, 1945 to 1951, they specifically identified over 10,000 violations, primarily lynchings, since that word is not used too frequently, public executions, rapes, decapitations, et cetera, et cetera. I could go even further. I don't need to be colorful, but you know the point that I'm making. That's 75 years it has not been dealt with. How many genocides do you all think have been claimed in the United Nations since 1951? And I'll yield on this, Big Dog. For us to be on our land, we have to be of the land. And that is the American. Now, are you American or American? And I yield.
Appreciate that, Alabama. Sister Angel, you want to close out, please?
Yes, great peace and power to everyone on the panel. Great peace and power to everyone in the chat. Much love to you, Big Dog. Like you be saying, if nobody told you today they love you, we love you. And to the brother Epic Studies, great peace and power to you. We can agree to disagree because you're talking to a natural born Aborigine right here. So I thank everyone, and hopefully everyone can tune in to our live stream the next time Big Dog gives us the
Thursday,
platform.
7 o'clock.
All righty.
Yes,
there
ma'am.
you go. There you go.
This Thursday, 7 o'clock. We will continue the topic that we've been talking about, or add a new topic. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we're
Thursday,
supposed to be
7 o'clock.
adding those other topics. That's what we're supposed to be doing Thursday. Remember the other three videos that you brought up? The two that you brought up, and including the one about AI being allowed to be racist. So that'll be good for Thursday.
Hold on, Real Truth. No disrespect, my young brother.
Nah, Thursday.
This ongoing conversation is about the book entitled "Who You Calling Black?" A demand to end the genocide of the Aboriginal Americans.
I
No
got you,
disrespect,
Alabama.
young brother.
I got
I'm
you.
sorry, Big Dog. You know I
got you, Alabama.
I can't let my clan mother be taken out like that.
He was talking about the topics that I talked about. I may go live before then. That's what the brother was talking
Okay, that's the 4:30. That's right.
Yeah, but we got the series going on where Alabama and the sister, we're talking about who are you calling black. That's every Thursday at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
That's all. But the topic I was talking about, I may go live tomorrow and talk about those topics, my brother. So you was on point. Y'all got it. Everybody can close out. Take your time and close out. Thank everybody.
All right, everyone. Yakoki Lawa. Thank you very much.
Yakoki Lawa. I like the way that sounds.
Thank you.
Oh, I can give you a little bit more. I can give you a little more, bro.
I'm listening.
Yakopo Shno Fihalo Wacho Kaho Loka. This is our sacred land and house of peace.
Ooh. Well, if we become fluent with that, they'd be shook.
That's our indigenous language. That's the Yama language.
Now that's what needs to be taught, because I'm gonna tell you, when you go to another country, I'm gonna tell you what humbles you. When they talking and you don't know what the hell they saying.
Yep.
So it's important that we start being able to speak our tongue. But I don't know exactly how that works, because I think every tribe
has
a different dialect. Yeah. So, but we need to get some kind of structure.
the thing about the Yama language, it dates back to the mound building era. And it was a common language, like a lingua franca amongst all the Aboriginal nations. We all spoke it from the north to south, to east to west. So we should reclaim our indigenous language, but it's something that I'm working on, and I want to join with other brothers and sisters who are like mine with that. But thank you all
And we
so
have to
much.
get and we have to get the people on board, like even if they don't understand it, start letting their children at a young age listen to it so that they can become fluent in it. Because when I raised my daughter, when I figured out she started babbling, get ready to start talking, I taught her all her numbers in English and Spanish just so she can have a different one, and her letters and alphabets in English and Spanish. By the time she got in pre-K, she was saying all of them. They were like, "You speak Spanish?" I'm like, "No, I just taught her that sponge." You know.
Real
So, but
true.
yeah.
Hey, here's something. What you think about this? I think all the goo-gooing and the gaga that our babies may do I think they're born with their original language until they're taught to speak the language that we're either speaking now or the language that we teach them. I think we should, let them be and see
I
what
don't know. We
happens.
can't prove that because it's not a
Yes,
list of
we can
people.
if we let them be.
No, listen what I'm saying. No, listen, Pete, what I'm saying.
All right.
In order to prove that, we need to hear at least 10, 20 people goo-gooing and gaga and all the way up to their 20s. If that's the original language.
No. They literally goo and say.
Literally.
I'm saying with the language
But
that we call
like
baby
pig
language.
Latin, you know how we would say pig Latin and we use like other words so that no one else knew what we're talking about? That you might got a point there, Brother Truth.
Yeah. But we can't prove it until that happens. We got to see it. You walk around to my name,
But who
gaga.
gonna
Well,
leave
this
their
nigga telling
children
me
alone
now.
and not teach them the language we speaking
See,
now
but
with
wait a minute, but that's
fear of them looking
their
dumb?
original language.
But I'm saying they ain't gonna do it because they're gonna fear that their child gonna be looked at as dumb.
Right.
So
And I'll
they
be
ain't
like,
gonna
look.
do it.
And I'll be like, look, when you go out in the street and you hear them people saying, "Hey, what's your name?" When you come home, you better say "goo goo gaga." You better keep making it. I don't
Y'all
know.
do
You
know.
know what? Hold on, because I got to say this. Have either or
Goo goo
anyone on this
gaga.
panel heard of Gout Gout?
I haven't.
And I just saw him yesterday on 60 Minutes. Anyone, Spitz, you want to talk about Aboriginal, Australian, sis? Have you not heard of Gout Gout, who they are saying is going to possibly surpass Usain Bolt as the possible fastest human being on planet? He's barely 16, turning 17 in Brisbane. And his name, Sudanese, relocated there with an Australian accent called Gout Gout. Now, you know, Gout means what?
But yeah, you don't want that.
You don't want what? You sure you don't want a double portion of it?
Yeah, double portion. Boy.
Yeah, well, but they said in this 60-minute segment yesterday that a double name Gout Gout is the culture of the Sudanese. I had never heard that before. Did either of you brothers?
No.
No, sir.
If you got 60 minutes or you can pull it up, go check out Gout Gout on yesterday's segment. And one race that he did, he surpassed, if he was in the 2024 Olympics, would have gotten a bronze medal at 16. So what you're saying, Real
Yeah,
Truth,
my brother Poison
the
Pupper
argument
said
is this, and I'll land it on
19.6
here,
seconds.
is
Go ahead,
the
Alfred.
indigo children, the star child,
Right.
that's in our DNA, out the womb. I think we are doing a disservice, and I yield.
Hey, listen to this for a second. Y'all listen to this for a second.
There may be no sport older than sprinting, and still there's something singularly intoxicating about speed, about watching the fastest humans on the planet make like Usain Bolt and thunder down the straightaway. All the more so when they've navigated a circuitous path to get there. So remember the name, and how could you not, Gout Gout. He's an 18-year-old Australian, When he's not watching his beloved anime or taking photos on his Kodak camera, he's running and inevitably winning races in roughly the time it takes to spit out this sentence. When the 2028 Olympics arrive in Los Angeles in barely 2 years' time, Gout Gout could bolt to the medal.
Hey, so I'm not gonna play it, but y'all can look it up. It's 60 minutes on YouTube. Just type in Gout Gout and you can hear it. I don't want to play the whole thing. I don't want to hold the show up.
Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna show check it out.
Hey, thanks for sharing that information. On.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
May I share just one more word? We
Yes,
all
yes,
say the word mama.
Yes, ma'am.
Mama.
Oh, Sister
Mama
Angel,
comes, mama comes from our Yama language.
Angel, before you continue, hey, I just if it seems that I may have come off disrespectful towards you in any manner, I sincerely apologize for that. But I want you to know it wasn't my intent.
Okay, brother, I'm good. I'm not fazed by that in one bit, because our people, we've been in a genocide for how many generations now?
Appreciate that.
So we stepping up, we standing out on that, and we gonna get pushed back here, there, or wherever, and I just have to expect it.
Well, I think we're saying the same thing. We are the same. We're just saying it ways, and I think that may be. But I actually stand with you. I actually do. I don't disagree with you, especially
get thanks.
Natural born people of the land. I stand.
That's what the world needs. That's what the world needs. Love. That's the only thing that'll heal us. That's it.
Big facts. Love and respect.
And some good music.
Mm-hmm.
And some good food. Some good food too, sis.
And some good food. To segue, and I know Brother OG wants to get off, but the day that the Michael movie came out on the 24th of April, my husband and I, we've been beasting for a year waiting for this movie to come out. Because, we're critics. We want to see, does it live up to, the American Dream, the Jackson show miniseries back in the 90s. And he's kind of like Siskel and Ebert. If y'all know who that was, they were two movie critics. They would go and watch the movies and critique it. Mm-hmm. He wanted to see certain things, and I'm trying to explain to him that they only going up to the bad album. They're not giving you everything after that. And I genuinely went in as a fan of Michael. Like, I love it's the music. I'm talking about, I was clapping, dancing in my seat, singing along from ABC all the way to Who's Bad, and he definitely was one of the people that we can say personified what music does. Even children 2 years old that don't know him, and you throw on one of his songs, and that there's something in that rhythm, there's something in his voice that gets you to go and dance. You got people across the globe still, hearing his music, wanting to see this movie and stuff. However y'all feel he's this, that, and the third. I'm going in strictly off the music. And yeah, music does it does bring people together. If there's a language barrier and I play something and that other person listens to it, drums, we're drum people. If we're talking about the indigenous people, Aboriginal people, drums, that's how we communicated with one another. This is innate in us. It's our natural rhythm, so yeah, music, good food, and love, for real.
Mm-hmm. And not across the globe, across the flat earth.
Shout out.
Okay. Flat earth, however, but you get what I mean. Like, it's going across the panel where it's like, no person has surpassed that. And that just goes to show you what his music, how it does, and it affects people, and it does make you feel good. You'll hear at a cookout somebody playing rock with you, want to rock with you, or you know what I mean, and you get up and you'll dance and stuff. And definitely music does help soothe music soothes the savage beast.
And not only that, sister, not only it will not be surpassed because it comes from an analog world, and that's why they went digital, to prevent the power being in the hands of one man. Don't forget that scene in Malcolm X when he was out there on the street. What did he say?
That's too much
That's
power
too
for one
much
man to
power
have.
for one. He wanted to say for a nigga. But go
Uh-huh.
ahead,
Yeah.
sis.
No, I was gonna ask Sister Foxy Moon. So you enjoyed the movie? Sounds like.
Yes, I enjoyed it as a fan of growing up. My mom has the records from when they were little, 78, 79. I'll be 50 in July. So hearing that from 70, my mother played all their music, all different types of music also. And then hearing, you know,
Absolutely.
just
Love you.
just playing it, looking at the vinyl, at the cover, and just oohing and ahhing over him, and then looking at the lyrics. Couldn't read the lyrics a lick, but I'm just watching and going along, and I went in as a fan. I didn't want to go in as, oh, is he gonna play, is Jafar gonna, do the Michael? And he did. It looked like the man was embodying his uncle. Like, I swear, if you believe in spirit, it looked like Michael's spirit encapsulated him at some point, because he hit certain marks and certain hits that if you're a true dancer, I love to dance, and I dance, not professionally, but like I saw that, you know what I mean? So I went in as a fan. I didn't go into, nitpick and hear the dramas between, because we already know it. I just wanted to hear his music. I wanted to see if Jafar was going to hit those moves, and he did.
Yeah, he just can't sing like Michael, but he can move just like him. I mean, just like
That's all that matters to me. That's why I said I went in. That's the only thing I went in looking to see and critique was, is he going to hit those moves like Mike? And did he not? I was up in there like, people turning around. I'm just clapping like he did.
Oh,
it.
you're talking about the Michael movie.
Yeah.
let us
Yeah, I was
see a
actually
couple
gonna.
moves, sister. It's like no,
Nah,
No, I haven't seen it yet, but I was
Okay.
actually going to go this weekend and see
The
it. Don't
little
spill.
bone.
Don't spoil. Don't
No,
spoil.
I'm not spoiling. I'm just saying I genuinely went in as a
The
fan.
movie has already surpassed $500 million, and
There
its
you go.
music is breaking
Wow.
records again, streaming as we speak.
Y'all know
Wow.
Janet. Y'all know Janet not agreeing with this, right?
Janet
And the
wasn't in.
reason being
Janet.
is she said since he's been dead, the estate has made $35 billion.
$1 billion.
But go ahead,
Yeah.
Angel.
No,
Billion?
I almost said something, but I don't want to spoil the movie for Brother Epic, so I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
please,
say it.
please, please.
Yeah, I'm
I
not gonna
did
say
see the old one though. I grew up and seen the old one. I like that one.
Yeah.
I like
And,
that.
Janet, we have to understand that Janet and Michael have a very close-knit relationship. They're the babies. Michael is like the third baby to the little baby, to Janet. And I could understand her feeling a certain kind of way and stuff. And, Jermaine was behind this. He's the mastermind behind this movie and the American Dream as well. And as much as people say Jermaine is the villain and so forth and so on, he's always had Michael's back, and they squashed their beef. So, and you know how it is, brothers and sisters, we all not gonna get along with each other, but I bet you dollars to donuts, somebody does something to my brother, something, God forbid, happens to him, I'm right there front and center. I don't care how much we got beef. You know what I mean? So Michael is a business. His name is a business. They didn't really show, too many. They didn't put Janet in it. Obviously, she was against it.
Don't spoil it. Don't
I'm
spoil
not.
it for
Yeah,
Brother
don't
Epic.
spoil it, please. Oh, yeah,
His
yeah.
Don't
daughter,
spoil it.
his daughter wasn't, she was against, Michael's daughter was against it and stuff, because they capitalizing. But I'll tell you this much: the children who didn't know Michael Jackson and they saw this movie, they will appreciate what Michael gave to the music world.
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
I
and
said,
OG.
I won't be going to see the movie or watching it.
So
Oh no.
I've already showed mine the Jackson 5, the old one. Like that one too. I said we're gonna watch this one
OG.
first, then go see the new one.
yes,
What you
please.
say,
You just
Big
like
Dog?
my
You're not gonna
husband.
go see it?
No, man.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, Sabby, I know you be into Sabby, and she did a piece talking about Michael, talking about Oprah. If you haven't checked it out, I'm sure you're gonna enjoy it when you check it out, because Sabby went in. She
That
went in.
was phenomenal. And she
Yeah, I'll
also
probably
did a
replay that one another
well, she
day
did a
too.
critique of the film in an objective way. EP, I mean, if Epic after you go see it. you might do want to hear what she had to say about that.
Indeed.
And I'll just close off, Brother OG. Thank you again for having me up on the panel to politic with these beautiful brothers and sisters, the like-minded. Even if there are some pushbacks, that's what it is. I mean, we can't all have a hive mind and yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, yes, sir. Like, no, we're individuals. As long as we're intelligent individuals and things are jiving and making sense, then yeah, we have time to reflect and think about it. We're passionate about what we say. We're passionate with our convictions, so it may go across wires a little differently. But you know, it's all love. Brother OG gives us this panel to flex our muscles, our intellectual muscles, and talk our shit. Whatever it is, and you know, and it's a safe place in parentheses, because we know this is owned by them. But it gives us the opportunity to just let off some steam that we've been holding back for a while, that we can't really talk to other people about because they're not on our same, you know.
Bye, DT.
Can I take my job out?
Yeah, you can.
They're not on the same width band.
Got hot mic.
Maybe the frequency of the wavelength
hot
is what
mic,
you're
my
saying, sis.
Yep.
Right.
Amen to you, Foxy Moon. The host with the most, like the sister said, if no one told you today, I love you. You're much
family
brother.
love
Thank you for the space.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you guys could check out my channel, Foxy Moon. I do, you know, the readings there. If anybody's interested in getting their spiritual messages, I'm there. I do that. And I also have these conversations like what we're talking about today. So again, appreciate Brother OG, and to the panel, everybody in the chat, thank you so much for all the love. Salute, peace out.
So you said you're Foxy Moon on YouTube.
It's Foxy Moon Premieres.
Premieres, okay. Thank
I'll
you
throw
so
it
much.
in the chat.
Hey, do
Yeah,
you ever bring
she
people
been
on and
been
talk
over
to them?
bruh. She a mod over on bruh channel. She been
Yeah,
over there
Brother
forever.
Sanchez, yeah.
Oh, I'll
Salute
be
to
over
Brother
there too, Pop.
Sanchez.
I'll be over there too.
Yeah, I was surprised that he even modded me, that he came up, like, because you know, like the stuff that I do is kind of, you know, like people look at it like witchcraft, especially the old religious people, and oh, I don't mess with the cards and stuff. I'm like, but that's ancient. Like, if you talk to the stones and things like that, you go to your shaman, your priestess, things of that nature. Like, this is old stuff, but we've been indoctrinated to something else that's like, oh, it's pagan. You know what I mean? So I don't really talk about it too much because people would look at it. But yeah, brother Sanchez put me up on the stage and got me modded. So I'm humbly appreciative that he did
and
that.
my brother Poison Puppet put your channel in the
Oh
chat.
my God, love
Shout
you,
out my
Poison
brother
Puppet.
Poison Puppet, one of the best mods on YouTube. Good brother.
Thank you, thank you.
Yep,
Hey,
it's in the
Foxy
chat.
Moon.
Everybody
Hey,
sub up to everybody's channel, please.
hey,
Oh man,
spell the last part of it. Spell the last part of it. Foxy Moon Premieres.
oh, it's in the chat.
It's
Yeah,
in the chat, brother. Look in
it's not spelled correctly.
YouTube
You know.
chat. My brother Poison Puppet put a link to her channel in the chat.
Well, I gotta go to the YouTube channel then, because I'm on the
Yeah,
live with
and
y'all, so I
salute
can't
to
see
my
it.
sister, to Jay, and you know, she holds me down in there as well. But everybody, Texas, happy early B-Day. Much love to your wife also, brother OG. Happy birthday. Taurus is in the building. I love Tauruses. Those people got a heart of gold. Like, my son's a Taurus, so I know, like, they're stubborn, hard-headed, but again, when the shit's against the fan, they get the muscles, they get shit done, no questions asked, and they keep it pushing. Indeed. I love it. Indeed. So thanks again, brother OG. I'll talk to you
You're
soon.
welcome for sure.
Be
Anytime.
blessed.
Yeah. Real Truth, you want to close out? Real Truth, you want to close out, brother?
Oh yeah. Hey yo, I enjoyed this.
Shout
And
out to
yo,
Latrell. I see you out there, Latrell. Grand Rising.
I'm waiting for the next interview. I'm glad we had this conversation today. Also, Leo, I want to know. I mean, I want to tell you, I'm very impressed how you know all these video lyrics word for word. You know, you know all of it, man. Like you a rapper.
I can't rap a bit.
But you know the words though. It's like all all the words. That's tight. A lot of people can't even do that. So,
Yeah, I'm
but yeah,
good
I like
with
the music you play.
voices too. I'm good with once I hear your voice, I know it's you. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
those
and I
two
like the
areas
music
are
you
pretty
played at the
good.
beginning. I like that artist, and I'm pretty
My
sure when you
my
close
nigga
out, you're gonna play
Dangerous
something else.
Music, one of the sponsors here.
Dangerous Music, that's his name.
Yeah, DVD Music. Yes, sir. I got it on the screen. He got something called Hood Politics 1 through 4, and I always play 1 through 3. And then I shout
Mm,
out the network, and then I play other artists. But then the end, I always play this one, Hood Politics Part 4.
Politics. I'm looking it up right now.
And he's also a flat earther.
Hood Politics 1, 2, 3. That's the name of it.
No, it's called Hood Politics
I got you. Let's see.
by Dangerous.
Dangerous.
By
Yeah.
so you gotta type when I'm looking on it. YouTube, you gotta type all that in. By Dangerous.
Uh, More than likely.
Dangerous music. Yeah, more than likely. Yeah.
Yeah, Dangerous Music. And this is the one I always play close to
Now
now.
entering
The Love Palace,
the goddess.
where we're getting into the lives of the people behind the bars. You feel me?
Now you're talking with
The goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love, love.
now you're talking with
The goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love, love.
now you're talking with
The goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love,
Shout out my
love.
network. Networking over
The
there.
goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love.
Hey, dude, pause it 1 second.
Go ahead, I got you.
Pause it. It's at DMB. I'm at DBD Music. MUZIK.
Okay, yes,
Yeah.
sir. That's it.
That's
Yeah,
it.
that's what you got to type in. If you're looking for it, it's on YouTube. You type in at DBD MUZIK.
And you'll get he got a lot of music. I mean, a whole
Yeah,
lot of music. He got a
yeah,
library of music.
yep.
Hood Politics 1 through 4 is just part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And we
Like
got new music coming soon.
Right.
But yeah, I love the brother music just like I love Bruh Sanchez music. You know,
Yeah. Oh man, that song you played uh today, Sanchez song. Man,
outside in, inside
man,
out.
he dropping straight heat in that joint. Nigga, he
Hmm.
giving you the game right there. Both of them back to back, they were giving you the game. So if you can't understand what's going on by not listen,
But
by
yeah, my
listening to
nigga
that.
Dangerous Music, he been a day
Mhm,
one sponsor. I asked him
mhm.
could I play his music over here, and he's like, anytime you want to, OG. And that was like, wow, about 7, 8 years ago, and I've been playing it ever since. Yep.
It's good. That's good.
Well, no, it's so despicable. And think about what kind of monsters take a horrible tragedy like this, a personal tragedy that breaks everybody's heart. Take a tragedy like this and use it to advance some weird political agenda.
Greatness walked in the building, I did you miss me? Flat earth don't mean niggas live on the frisbee. Niggas still believe in religion and watch suffering. Niggas put their faith in a system that don't fuck with them. Black gloves cover my hands, committing homicide. Memories plotting revenge, it left me traumatized. Coming from the bottom and trying to get to the other side. The greatest motivation in life, watching my mother cry. Big corporations still consider it slaves. Freedom got a price, they call it minimum wage. The money make predators, these descendants that pray. But we ain't never done, new beginnings await. If you ain't fucking with me now, you really think I need y'all? The roller coaster ride of life, it's kinda like the seesaw. But when you get to this view, everything could seem small. It even got these bitches diving mouth first to these balls. Man, shit changed when I get in the V, cause I just let my ego drive when I sit in the seats. I mean, I used to be a bummy nigga, simple and clear. Then I cleaned up and turned into the pimp of the year. Any nigga harming a child, is a terrorist. Niggas still believe in the book. Need a therapist, you fly, but you catching the bus. This shit embarrassing. Quick to say you stacking them bucks. This shit hilarious. Niggas thought homie was soft, but he a block nigga. Quiet ones always let off. You gotta watch niggas. Legend is 12 was thirsty and tried to stop niggas. Same cat, him and his mans turned into cop killers.
Authorities say the suspect, age 35, deliberately lured the officers to his home with a 911 call. Waiting for them, armed with an AR-15 assault rifle.
Hey yo, the chosen one, light-skinned nigga, yeah, the golden one. Father to the fire with this shit, I control the sun. Niggas did the double cross thing, got his ball sling, put the barrel under his chin and made his thoughts ring. But fuck the government, the way that it stands. Every branch attached to it, all the way to Japan. I hope niggas break from it any way that you can. It only take a few steps to walk away from the plan. Shit, I hope niggas wake up, learn we gotta win. School shooting made the news, they turning into a trend. They wanna keep you dumb and blind. Voting for your favorite crooks, always for the lesser evil, never for the greater good. Can't sleep, one eye open like a cyclops. Can't believe none of they truth. This shit is psyops. The sunset and sunrise, good mornings turn to goodbyes. Meeting at the funeral service, that's when the love dies. Father kills 2-year-old, now that's a monster. Woman shot her husband on live, he need a doctor. Homie didn't make it, of course. See, that's that girl lost. She did that in front of their kids, and the world saw. It's been a few years in this world, been on some crazy shit. Desensitized the mind, they made this shit exist. I'm just trying to tell you the truth, that's the way it is. Hood Politics Part 4, my name Dangerous.
Man, shout out to sponsor Dangerous Music. Appreciate you, Epic. You already know, brothers. Much love and respect. Everybody on the panel, beautiful Bill, man. I thank y'all for y'all support. Thank you. Y'all have a good day. Enjoy. Go ahead, brother.
Appreciate you having me up, big dog.
Anytime, good brother. Anytime.
Indeed. Until next time, bro.
Yes, sir. Everybody have a good one till next time. I'm keeping the channel active, so I appreciate y'all.